The Anarchists. Edited, with an introduction. By Irving Lewis Horowitz. Contents. Part 1. Introduction 15. Section 1 Anarchism as a critique of society. Denis Diderot. The Fall of Natural Man. 65 Errico Malatesta. Anarchism and Government. 70 Pierre Joseph Proudhon. Property and Revolution. 86 William Godwin. The Rights of Man and the Principles of Society. 106 Michael Bakunin. Social and Economic Basis of Anarchism. 120 Peter Kropotkin. Modern Science and Anarchism. 145 Benjamin R. Tucker. State Socialism and Libertarianism. 169 Rudolf Rocker. The Ideology of Anarchism. 183 Section 2 Anarchism as a Style of Life. Joseph Conrad. The Inspector and the Professor. 194 Fyodor Dostoevsky. Underground Man. 212 Leo Tolstoy. What is to be done? 232 Albert Camus. Rebellious Man. 250 Emma Goldman. Leave Among the Free. 266 Sacco and Vanzetti. We Will Fight Until the Last Moment. 283 Section 3 Anarchism as a System of Philosophy. Max Stirner. The Ego and His Own. 291 Henry David Thoreau. Civil Disobedience. 311 Josiah Warren. True Civilization and Personal Liberty. 321 William Ernest Hocking. Anarchism and Consent. 330 Herbert Reed. Anarchism and Modern Society. 344 Paul Arthur Skilp. Philosophy and the Social Crisis. 353 Part 2 The Practice. Section 1 The Historical Dimension. Gerald Brennan. Anarchism in Spain. 367 Richard Hofstadter. Anarchism versus the Italian Stati. 391 Samuel Yellen. American Propagandists of the Deed. 419 Barbara W. Tuchman. Anarchism in France. 440 Thomas G. Masaryk. Land and Freedom, Peasant Anarchism in Russia. 463 George Woodcock. Anarchism in Latin America and Northern Europe. 482 Alexander Berkman. Kronstadt. The Final Act in Russian Anarchism. 495 Hugh Thomas. Anarchist Labor Federations in the Spanish Civil War. 507 Section 2 The Sociological Dimension. Georges Sorel. Class War and the Ethics of Violence. 522 Paul Goodman on Treason Against Natural Societies. 545 Robert Press. Thus the Social Dysfunctions of Organization. 551 P. Hillip Selznick. Revolution Sacred and Profane. 562 Carl Shapiro on the Revival of Anarchism. 572 A Postscript to the Anarchists. 581 Name Index 604. Subject Index 632. To the Memory of a Great Libertarian. G.D.H. Cole, who pointed out the basic truth: the anarchists were anarchists because they did not believe in an anarchical world. Acknowledgements. Let me first record the fact that I shall speak in these pages not as an anarchist, but as a social scientist in search of what the late Robert E. Park used to refer to as the big news. This entails a constant search for valuable contributions and insights, whatever their sources, that can serve to enlarge the scope and content of the scientific study of society. The anarchist tradition is a particularly fruitful, and frightfully neglected, source in the common human effort to overcome manipulation with the only genuinely effective instrument we have: deification. My sympathies for the anarchists shall not be disguised. But neither shall I neglect to make clear the reasons for the virtual disappearance of anarchism as an organized social movement, a disappearance due not simply to a contradiction in terms, but more impressively, as a contradiction in the social processes as such. The collapse of anarchism as a social movement does not signify its annihilation as an intellectual force. Ideas are not so readily subject to obsolescence as institutions. This prime lesson, taught by the anarchists themselves, should caution us against a ready dismissal of anarchism as a pragmatic failure. The anarchist does not live in terms of criteria of success, and neither should his views be judged in such terms. We inhabit a world of dismal success and heroic failure. That the anarchist posture fits into the latter category is not necessarily a charge against him. This sort of orientation may not qualify me as a bona fide anarchist, but it is my belief that at least it does not disqualify me from writing on and introducing the reader to the wealth of anarchist literature. The original idea for this volume is, I unashamedly confess, not mine. As long ago as 1950, C. Wright Mills was interested in preparing a reader on anarchists, criminals, and deviants. This was never done. Unquestionably, Mills had second thoughts on the subject. In the passage of time between 1950 and 1960, Mills added a unique international dimension to his sociological orientation. So that by 1961, Acknowledgements 12. His vision of anarchism was more in keeping with the political sources of this doctrine and less tied to a sociological formalism that considered anarchism to be an expression of deviant behavior. Mills came to consider anarchism as one of the three major pivots of Marxism, the other two being social democracy and Bolshevism. He intended to produce a radical trilogy, the Marxists, the Trotskyists, and the anarchists. His untimely death in March 1, 1962, cut short any possibility of his completing this enterprise. And as a matter of fact, while he was already focusing attention on Trotsky and his followers, he left not even a scrap of paper on the anarchists. I mention this not only to pay an intellectual debt of honor to Wright Mills, but also to take full responsibility for the execution and excerpts of the anarchists. The views expressed in my introductory study, with whatever shortcomings they contain, are mine alone. Indeed, my own view is that anarchism, far from being a pivot of Marxism as Mills believed, is an effort to fashion a radical alternative to the Marxist tradition in its orthodox forms. And I think that the historical careers of the anarchists, as well as their theoretical moorings, give substance to the statement. If anything, 19th and 20th century forms of anarchism are a self-conscious minority report on the progress of man in contrast to the majority report filed by the Marxists. If the reader keeps in mind the fact that the anarchists, when initially delivered to the publishers, was much longer, then this same reader will hopefully not be too severe with me for obvious omissions. I have tried to compensate for these gaps and defects by providing a postscript of the questions most often asked of anarchists, the kinds of answers they in turn most frequently provide, and finally, my own beliefs on these matters of controversy and conjecture. Irving Lewis Horowitz, Washington University, St. Louis, Missouri. Part 1. The Theory. Introduction. 1. Natural man and political man. From its historical beginnings, a linguistic ambiguity resides in what the term anarchism signifies. The ambiguity is not exclusively a failing of language. It is a consequence of the claims and counterclaims, currents and cross-currents that necessarily plague a social movement dedicated to propaganda of the deed and scientific liberation from political myth simultaneously. The anarchists are theorists and terrorists, moralists and deviants, and above all, political and anti-political. If we examine the matter from a purely definitional viewpoint, we find the concept of anarchy raising up two contrasting visions. On one hand, it describes a negative condition, that which is unruly or disorganized, that which is not controlled or controllable. Sociologists might say that a condition of anarchy prevails when any event is unstructured or lacking in norms, such as spontaneous crowd behavior. These negative connotations of anarchism have penetrated the scientific literature no less than the popular literature. Nonetheless, there is also a popular positive notion of anarchy as conscious rebellion. What is entailed is a view of anarchy as unrule because formal rule systems are unnecessary and superfluous in the governing of normal men. The phenomenon of altruism, or self-sacrifice of personal ambitions, indicate that spontaneous behavior is not synonymous with irrational behavior. We are thus confronted with a negative concept of anarchy as a condition of unruliness in contrast to a positive view of anarchy as the superfluity of rules. Anarchist negation is embodied by an event, or an agency of events, such as the group, which rejects external pressures in the form of adjustment to a context of prevailing norms or superimposed rule. Conversely, positive anarchism. Irving L. Horowitz 18. Anarchy as affirmation, means the internalization of rules to such a high degree as to do away with the need for external constraint altogether. This ambiguity in anarchism has as its theoretical underpinning an idealization of native man in contrast and in opposition to civilized man. One of the confusions, at least, is not so much the work of anarchism as of the commentators on anarchism who consider it to be exclusively a historical movement or a political organism. Some historians see the demise of anarchism in 1914, or with the absorption of anarchist ideals by social reformers and the awakening of social conscience in the mid-DLE classes. 1 Others consider anarchist ideas to have been absorbed by mass union and political movements. And still others place the final death agony of anarchism in 1939, with the collapse of the Spanish Republic. 8 What seems to bind the historical school is a consensus that, however fuzzy the beginnings of anarchism might have been, there is no question about its definite terminal point. The plain truth is that as a historical force, anarchism never had much of a reality. When Bakunin spoke of 3,000 anarchists in Lyons, he considered this an extraordinary achievement. And even in Republican Spain, the anarchist organization, Federación Anarquista Ibérica, could claim only a fractional membership. What characteristically distinguishes anarchism from other radical movements is precisely the low premium placed on immediate political success, and the high premium placed on the fashioning of a new man in the womb of the old society. The great Italian anarchist, Enrico Malatesta, who bridges 19th and 20th century European thought as few of his peers did, put the matter directly. Our belief is that the only way of emancipation and of progress is that all shall have the liberty and the means of advocating and putting into practice their ideas, that is to say, anarchy. Thus, the more advanced minorities will persuade and draw after them the more backward by the force of reason and example. 40. The classical anarchists, Bakunin, Malatesta, Sarl, Kropotkin, have a shared consensus in anarchism as a way of life rather than as a view of the future. What is offered is a belief in natural man as more fundamental and historically prior to political man. Civilization is viewed as a series of impediments and obstructions preventing the natural man from realizing himself. This represents an inversion of Hobbes' doctrine of the war of every man against every man. In Hobbes, the Leviathan exists for the exclusive purpose of curbing the solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short character of natural man. From the anarchist standpoint, Rousseau's doctrine of the natural goodness of man is only a partial solution to the problems presented in Hobbes' view of human nature. For whether man is good or brutish is less important to the anarchist than what men do to preserve their inner core. Rousseau shares with the power theorists the idea that self-preservation requires men to contract out their private rights. The Rousseau paradox is that to gain survival entails a loss of humanity. Rights are swallowed up by obligations. The state absorbs civil society. Natural man is outflanked and outmaneuvered by society. The anarchist rebuttal to this line of reasoning is that to make a contract, which is an involuntary act to begin with, is really to compromise the natural man. If man is really good, then the purpose of life, in contrast to the purpose of politics, ought to be the restoration of the natural condition ai human relations at whatever level of human development thus far achieved. This is not exclusively a matter of internalizing felt needs, but no less, a form of shedding that which is superfluous and unnecessary. Intrinsic to anarchism is an asceticism and an ascetic mood. One finds the anarchist as a historical figure to be a person very close to natural values and fundamental living conditions. Their attitudes toward matters of food, shelter, sexuality, and the generalized expression of human needs in the social economy are simply that all needs can be satisfied once the natural laws of society shed the impediments of civilization. This sublime faith in the natura in contrast to the social accounts to a considerable degree for the central peculiarity of anarchism, the absence of a well-worked-out commitment to economic development. Precisely because economics in its advanced form must necessarily cope with problems of affluence, consumer and producer demands, distribution of goods, allocation of native resources, etc., the anarchist tends to consider economic prognostication as catering to both the impossible and the unnecessary. Even in its specifically economic form, such as in the work of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, anarchism makes little attempt to chart the contours of a rational economy. Proudhon's critique of property relations is everything Marx said it was: abstract, grandiose in statement, and rhetorical in content. Piecework is described as the deprivation of the soul, machinery becomes the protest against homicidal labor, and economic history as such becomes a sequence of ideas. 5. Even those later figures, like Bakunin and Kropotkin, who accepted the main contours of socialist economics, did so more as an instrument by which the restauration of the feudal workshop could be achieved rather than as a guide to the study of economic realities. There is a perennial tension between the naturalistic character of anarchism and its emergent participation in socialist currents. On frankly moral grounds, the anarchists opposed the stratification of men into classes. Social classes violate the natural equality of men in their psychological biological characteristics. Anarchism tends to distinguish wage laborers from factory owners in terms of the moral properties of work rather than the alienative features of class relations. A strong pietistic religious element is present: work is good, idleness is evil, the poor are noble while the rich are sinful. Men are naturally equal, while they are socially stratified. Real and legitimate differences are obscured by social position and by family property. Anarchist man sees differences. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, What is Prop. An Inquiry into the Principles of Right and of Government. New York, Humboldt Publishing Co., 1891, and System de Contradictions Économiques. Ou Philosophie de la Mise. Paris, Guillaumin, 1846. In contrast, see the critique by Karl Marx, T.M. Poverty of Philosophy. New York, International Publishers, 1935. 19. Reductlon in terms of the quality of mind of each person, the degree of self-realization and self-fulfillment, and the extent of socialization. Capitalist man is the accommodating man, solicitous when profits are at stake, brutal when workers are at stake, cruel when the social system is at stake. The anarchist image of life is in terms of a moral drama, a drama in which individuals are pitted against social systems. It is little wonder, then, that the anarchist has an apocalyptic attitude towards social classes. Abolish class relations, and the natural man will come to fructification. This attitude toward classes is comparable to the approach that nudists take to clothing. Eliminate clothing, and all people will immediately perceive the absurdity of clothing, as well as its harmful psychological byproducts, such as repression and guilt. So, too, runs the anarchist argument. Abolish social classes, and the absurdity of class distinctions will immediately become manifest. The absurd byproducts of the class system, oppression of the poor by the rich, impoverishment of the many on behalf of the few, etc., will give way to the new dawning. Just how this process will install an economy of abundance and distributive justice becomes a matter for future generations to discuss. Just as it would be metaphysics to discuss the problems that would occur in a world of naked people, so too, the anarchist holds the socialists to be metaphysicians for attempting to anticipate the problems as well as the contours of a society without exploitation and an economy without classes. This tension between naturalism and socialism is also present in the anarchist stance toward politics. The whole world of politics is itself an embodiment of authority, of arbitrary power. At some level, the definition of politics is necessarily linked to the exercise or restraint of power. The whole concept of politics has as its perfect social expression superordination and subordination, just as in the previous illustration the whole notion of economics has as its basis mastery and slavery. Once again then, the reason the anarchists take an anti-political position, not simply against certain forms of politics, but against the content of politics as such, is that the notion of superordination and subordination, resting as it does on a social concept to justify power, is a superfluity, a civilized manner for expressing the social fact of inequality. The point of view of most anarchists is that the doctrine of Self-interest arises only at that point when the interests of society are schismatic or bifurcated. When it is seen or felt that the self is something other than the society, only at that point does hedonism become a force. The political doctrines of anarchism are totalistic. They are anti-egoistic, because egoism is an expression of civilitution. It is anti-fatalist, because fatalism violates individual liberty. The propensity of natural man is voluntary association based on the practice of mutual aid. The concept of mutual aid, while sharing many properties of altruism, differs from the latter since altruism implies conscious surrender of self in an egotistical milieu. Mutual aid is socially systematized. There is no longer any psychology of egotism in anarchist society, and therefore altruism cannot have a psychological base. One wouldn't perform an altruistic act. One performs social acts at all events, whether in defense of self or on behalf of other persons. Psychology as a division among men will be broken down in the anarchist world. There will then be a possibility of a truly human association that at the same time overcomes the distinction between the public and the private. This utilitarian mutual aid aspect of anarchism is dominant and fully expressed from Godwin to Tolstoy. It was particularly suitable as the ultimate expression of the plight of the modem peasantry. Collectivist anarchism departs from this social stress to the idea of the individual's war against the state as a form of self-preservation. The ever-enlarged scope of bureaucratic domination has led anarchism to emphasize the need to survive under the pressures and censures of society. What characterizes contemporary anarchism, as contrasted with earlier forms, is the highly personal nature of the revolt against authority. There might very well be a sense in which the anarchism of intellectuals is a very special variant of anarchism. It possesses three distinguishing qualities: 1. Emphasis on individual responses, on the politics of truth; 2. Rejection of professionalism and departmental academicism; and 3. Belief in the sanctity of the private life. In the intellectual's powerful sense of the distinction between public and private, which D.H. Lawrence in particular has pointed out, and the image of the fighting private intellectual, there is perhaps an anomic kind of anarchism, if one may speak of anomy in this connection. 21. Introduction. In its classical model, the notion of the fighting romantic against the world is antithetical to anarchism as a theory, but quite in keeping with the deviant psychological characteristics of the anarchists as people. The anarchist as a person tends to be highly deviant, closely allied to the criminal setters in European society, and to the lumpenproletariat in the United States, the tramps, hobos, and rummies. While the anarchist does not define himself as a criminal, he does not consider the criminal, as does the bourgeois, to be an enemy of society. Indeed, they have close dealings, since anarchists have at times hired out as professional criminals to commit assassinations and bank robberies in Italy and Spain. But the anarchist who steals does not do so for his own self-interest. He carefully allocates funds, making very sure that nothing is used for creature comforts. He will kill, but he is very careful not to harm anyone who is innocent from the viewpoint of the class struggle. He will cajole, but not for the purpose of keeping the reins of power. The goal, however ill-defined, is all-important. And the means used in its attainment are moral in virtue of these aims. Therefore, the means used are conditioned only by the question of efficiency of realizing the ends. No ethic is attached to them. Clearly, the anarchist is not a pragmatist. He does not accept the idea that there is a means-ends continuum. The purposes of violence determine its good or its evil character, and not the fact of violence as such. This dichotomization gives to the anarchist the appearance of criminality, while distinguishing his essence. It also provides for a lifestyle that is often awkward and difficult to manage, since he must work with egotists while maintaining his altruism, and cooperate with derelicts while urging a new man theory of social change, and he must oppose totalitarianism in theory while maintaining authoritarian personality traits in his personal habits and behavior. The fundamental development of anarchism as a social agency for change and as an intellectual mood reached full expression in the 19th century. It is not inconsequential to take note of the philosophical climate and technological level surrounding this development. The philosophical point of view underlying classical anarchism is not so much Hegel's dialectics as it was Kant's ethics. The only true morality that the anarchist would recognize is one in which there would no longer be a distinction between what is done for oneself and what is done for others. A derivative of this is the anti-technological claims of anarchism. These turn out to be fundamentally petty, bourgeois or peasant. The notion of community was very strong in utopian varieties of community life. Small-scale farming and small-scale industry, where there was indeed intimacy and rapport between the people at work, where work itself was an organizing principle and a viable one, were a vital principle of life writ large. This combination of the technology of the small factory and the small farm, combined as it was with this highly rationalistic Kantian image of what a moral man defines the communal obligation to be, reveals the anarchist as anti-technological in his stance, just as previously he is described as anti-political and anti-economic. He is total in his commitment to a social ethic in which the personality is part and parcel of that social view. And the alienation of men from the sources of their labor, and from the machine directly, violates this social ethic. The fact that anarchism in its most distilled form is the idea of the brotherhood of man and the naturalness of this equality, any separatist movement, such as nationalism or racialism, that has imaginary pressures from the exploiting strata of every state has to be sharply opposed. The main evil of nationalism is not solely that it breeds wars, but that it does so because nationalism is unnatural. Civilization sets up arbitrary differentiations so that national distinctions intensify and exaggerate factors making for conflict, patriotic gore, class animus, racial purity. They are unreal and susceptible to dissolution and alteration. Their only reality derives from the power relations that are caused by class domination and legal rationalization. The philosophic stance of anarchism is juxtaposed against the power relations of society. Anarchism is a commitment to the idea of nature, to the belief that nature is an essence, while society is an accident. It stands in contrast to the idea of existence because the concept of existence, as it has unfolded in both Marxist and existentialist thought, involves problems of revolution, of change in terms of other men, in terms of a fundamental theory of the redistribution. 23. Introduction of power, in terms of the redistribution of wealth rather than the notion of wealth as such. So that the difference between socialism and anarchism is primarily a difference between those who would abolish the forms of social relations as they now exist, and those who would abolish the content of all hitherto existing class society. The socialist has ultimate visions of future society through the redistribution of power, property, etc. The anarchist sees any such compromise as stillborn and doomed to perpetuate in new form the same divisions that have riven society historically. For the anarchist, the root of the problem is society; for the socialist, the root of the problem is class. This helps explain, in addition to the fierce personality clashes, the bitterness between socialists and anarchists. Their philosophical and ideological premises differ despite the superficial acceptance by both of a communal economy. It is shallow to say that the difference between anarchists and socialists is tactical, i.e., that socialists would postpone the abolition of the state while the anarchists want to abolish the state now. What underlies this tactical difference are contrasting theories of human nature. Anarchists regard socialists as corrupted by the political structure since they accept the premises of the bourgeois state, order, constitutional limits, parliamentary procedure, etc., in order to wrest power. By failing to destroy power, they are corrupted by it and perpetuate the state they are pledged to overthrow. The anarchist assumption is that to better civilization is a subtle form of corruption, of self-delusion. What is required is abolition, not improvement. Not even the word revolution really encompasses the anarchist ideal. Revolution is the idea of the radical change in the forms of life. The anarchist notion of abolition is more profoundly radical in its implications because of the distinctions between contamination through the acceptance of the forms of civilization and regeneration through the breaking of such civilized forms. The socialist changes society, leaving inherent civilization intact. He reforms its worst abuses. His arguments are for a higher development of civilization. The anarchist rejects the inherently constricting and corrupting nature of civilization and demands total reconstruction of the human condition. It means to annihilate sociological, economic, and political features of human life that we have come to consider fixed. The practical socialist claims no. Lying L. Horowitz 24. More than the right to humanize and equalize the power structure. The impractical anarchist claims TD do no less than liquidate state power as such. To the anarchist ambiguity. We inherit many stereotyped notions about political movements. Perhaps one of the most common is that of the bearded, bomb-throwing, and blasphemous anarchist. And though the more priggish devotees of anarchism would wish to deny that any truth inheres in the stereotype, even historical truth, it must be admitted frankly that, like most stereotypes, this one has much to recommend itself. From the Narodniki in Tsarist Russia, to the anarchist mine workers of Catalonia and Asturias in Spain, to the wobblies of the IWW in the western part of the United States, anarchist social movements have been violent in practice if not always in theory. To be sure, anarchism traditionally counterposes the force of the nation-state against the principled violence of the great unwashed. But the brute fact remains that a cornerstone of anarchism has been its militant and spontaneous activism. On the other side, the anarchist literature frequently operates out of a sweeping stereotype of its own, a view of the social system as inhabited by alienated proletarians, anomic professionals, and anxiety-ridden policy-makers. This, too, is a stereotype with considerable punch behind it. Indeed, the two-pronged anarchist attack upon a bourgeois society become insipid and infirm with age, and upon a socialist state become more corrupt and bureaucratized than even the most ossified form of capitalism is not restricted to anarchists by any means. A spate of literature, from analytic to poetic, bristles with the same charges. The social sciences have taken over the anarchist claims against bureaucracy with its trench and critique of the dysfunctional nature of the organizational life. 8 We are not done with the settlement of what anarchism stands for by a simple cataloging of social systems it opposes. For on such matters anarchism stands close to the entire frontal assault made on capitalism from nostalgic conservatism to utopian socialism. The classic definition of anarchism is that as an ideology and as a philosophy it stands for the immediate liquidation of all state authority. But the close observer will immediately perceive that this is a negative recommendation rather than a positive option. It is a central purpose of this work to elicit, through both text and commentary, the chief principles and aims of anarchism. For it is upon these positive recommendations that anarchism as a body of social theory either stands or falls. The American now lives in what sociologists have termed the overdeveloped society. Social scientists have sternly warned us that the bureaucratic machinery that makes this overdeveloped society tick is fast approaching a condition of diminishing returns. The organizational complex has substituted the chain of command for individual initiative, automatic salary escalations for promotions based on personal merit, problems of communication for differences of class, and an overall bureaucratic pathos in place of treating issues as they arise in each instance. The psychiatrists have put us on notice that this bureaucratic machinery has taken a huge toll in disrupting normal human impulses and relations. The economists have been no less clear in pointing out that the costs of supporting this leviathan are paid for by keeping the largest portion of humanity in a socially underdeveloped condition. In the face of this matrix of public issues and private agonies, the dominant human response to this giganticism has been a retreat to the private world of friends and family, where the home becomes not so much the castle as the fortress against any further penetration by the monster state. 8 For recent examples, see Robert Prez. Thus, The Organizational Societe. New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1962, pages 287 to 323, and William H. W. Hyte, Jr. The Organization Man. New York, Simon and S. C. Hust. Er, 1956. Especially pages 155 to 85. Irving L. Horowitz 28. But at the same time this dichotomization of life rests on the total separation of public policy and personal ethics, on an acceptance of the permanent existence of the manipulative state and the manipulated man. Recent studies of the American electorate indicate how complete is this passive acceptance of the situation. Political parties are described in terms of the same difference, while outrages to public sensibilities are met with a definite solution: go fight City Hall. In this situation, the good American becomes the clever American, the man who can stay out of trouble, the man who can work the system rather than one who fights the system. Admittedly, this is painting with a broad brush. Nonetheless, it is hard to escape the realities of the overdeveloped society, if only because there is no clear alternative and life must continue. Given such a set of public factors of the complex organizational apparatus, of the deterioration in citizen participation through voluntary association, it scarcely requires any feats of mind to show that modern industrial life is incompatible with the anarchist demand for the liquidation of state authority. Anarchism can be no more than a posture. It cannot be a viable political position. This is said at the outset so that the reader can stick exclusively with problems of political decision-making can return the book and demand a refund. Indeed, if such a simple refund can be made without the wild snarls of credit memoranda, one can afford to be forthright a book discouraging the exclusively political-minded because this audience is minuscule to begin with. It is precisely this fact, the ineluctable separation of the American overdeveloped society from the underdeveloped science of politics, that still makes anarchism an interesting, if ambiguous, point of view. For the bulk of our public have little beyond postures by which to live in any event. And it helps to explore a literature that unpretentiously declares itself nothing but a posture, an attitude of mind and a style of life. Indeed, anarchism has become, in this generation, an effort to stay the hand of the iron law of bureaucracy, an attempt to fashion a personal code of ethics that consciously refuses either to abide by the rules or to work such rules to personal business-like advantage. In terms of the social forces utilizing the anarchist credo and posture, a remarkable transvaluation of values has OC. 27 Introduction. Occurred. In the 18th century, the chief advocates of anarchism were recruited from the European peasantry, with its plethora of utopian communities, religious societies, and aristocratic idealists, all poised against the onslaught and inevitable victory of the industrial capitalist system and its political affiliate, the Leviathan. In the 19th century, anarchist doctrine found a new home among the working classes of industrial Europe. In the specialized trades, in the trade unions, and in working-class voluntary social associations, anarchist principles took on new vigor. But once again the wave of organization swept spontaneous working-class anarchism into the dustbin of history. The complete victory of trade unionism and social democracy in Western Europe, and of bureaucratic state socialism in Eastern Europe, further separated anarchist doctrine from proletarian practice. Nonetheless, anarchism has proven to be a stubborn if self-conscious minority posture. Modern life has created its own standards of success and failure. And there are enough failures to fill any 10 mass movements, much less the anarchist posture. The rebirth of anarchism in the 20th century has been due to a general disaffiliation of intellectuals and professionals from the general celebration of the affluent society. This portion of society, while enlarged as a consequence of the growing need for expertise and exact knowledge, has also been the most defeated victim of overdevelopment. The man of knowledge has been on tap but rarely on top. Knowledge has been effectively separated from power, just as clarification has been isolated from manipulation. Point 4 In consequence of this very bifurcation, modern society has created the first collectivity of natural anarchists, people who are resistant to absorption within the establishment and whose anti-political rejection of affiliation is part of the self-definition of an intellectual. The basis of intellectual activity requires spontaneity in a world of precision and order, individuality in a universe of collective responses, risk-taking in an organizational arrangement geared to line and staff. Because of this polarization of social life, Anarchism has remained a factor in modern societies. The intellectual is anti-political by social training and personal habit. The anarchist is anti-political by intellectual conviction. The wedding of these two elements defines the scope of present-day anarchism. The great anarchist Peter Kropotkin anticipated this fusion of intellect and anarchy when he outlined the basis of scientific activity. There is one point on which anarchism is absolutely right. It is in considering the study of social institutions as a chapter of natural science, when it parts forever with metaphysics, and when it takes for its method of reasoning the method that has served to build up all modern science and natural philosophy. If this method be followed, errors into which anarchists may have fallen will be easily recognized. But to verify our conclusions is only possible by the scientific inductive-deductive method, on which every science is built, and by means of which every scientific conception of the universe has been developed. 6. Whatever its defects, anarchism has attempted to adhere to the canons of scientific method. And whether by conscious decision or by indirection, intellectual activity has become increasingly anarchist in posture. Thus, however ambiguous the anarchist legacy may be, it remains a useful one and a needed one. 3. A typology of anarchist strategies and beliefs. However contemptuous contemporary anarchists may be concerning the ordinary standards of political success and failure, within its own frame of reference, anarchism reduplicates this general concern for political realities no less than political truths. This is expressed with admirable clarity by Kropotkin in his work on the French Revolution. He points out that anarchism is not only a series of brilliant ideas, but an historical entity as well. All through the Great Revolution the communist idea kept coming to the front. Fourierism descends in a direct line from L'Ange on one side and from Chalier on the other. Babeuf is the direct descendant of ideas which stirred the masses to enthusiasm in 1793, he, Buonarroti, and Sylvain Marechal have only systematized them a little or even merely put them into literary form. But the secret societies organized by Babeuf and Buonarroti were the origin of the communales materiales societies which Blanqui and Barbès conspired under the bourgeois monarchy of Louis Philippe. Later on in 1866, the International Workingmen's Association appeared in the direct line of descent from these societies. There is therefore a direct filiation from the enrages of 1793 and the Babeuf conspiracy of 1795 to the International Workingmen's Association of 1866 to 1878.1. In examining the basic forms of anarchism we do not mean to imply the existence of 8 distinct doctrines. What is at stake is not so much alternative models of the good society as distinctive strategies for getting there. Therefore the differences in forms of anarchism involve details of priority rather than programmatic rhetoric. Should the first step include or exclude violence? Should the state be liquidated as a consequence of workers' organization from below, or must the first stage in organizing a system of mutual aid be in terms of first liquidating the state? Should anarchism strive for victory through numbers or through conspiratorial techniques? It might appear strange that an ism that has generally never been in a position to muster any significant political support should be so preoccupied with principles and programs. Yet, historically, it is a characteristic feature of minority movements, unburdened as they are with problems of the exercise of political power, to be schismatic and factional in relation to their principles and precepts. The struggle for purity is as essential to political mechanism as the sacrifice of principles is characteristic of actual rule. Furthermore, it is evident that while anarchism has undergone integral transformations in terms of changing demands placed upon it by the inner dialogue, the converse is no less the case. Anarchism is subject to changes in terms of differing historical circumstances. The Godwinists' concern for universal justice was a direct outgrowth of the English bourgeois revolution with its exceptional concern for the juridical forms of change. The Bakuninist sanction of organizational terror was likewise framed in the spirit of Russian Narodniki, who saw no other possible means of toppling the autocracy. The impulse behind the doctrines of violence propounded by Malatesta and Sarl was clearly a disillusionment with organizations as such, with their oligarchical tendencies that Robert Michael so brilliantly summed up in Political Parties. Present pacifist varieties of anarchism likewise reveal a response to the concentration of armed power in the hands of the emissaries of government, and hence a need to fashion tactics that can circumvent this monumental fact without destroying anarchists as such. The rage to live that is witnessed in the writings of literary anarchists is just as true to the canon of rebellion to state tyranny as earlier forms. However, it sees individual acts of terror as hopelessly meaningless in an age that takes systematic extermination of populations for granted. Thus it is that the types of anarchism that have evolved represent a double response, to the internal tensions and strains of doctrine, and no less to the changing social circumstances in which anarchism found itself at given historical periods. What is revealed in the varieties of anarchism are different seats of social and class support, contrasting attitudes towards the utility of political combat, different psychological and philosophical supports, and contrasting organizational methods. This may not produce theoretical coherence or, for that matter, success in the public arena, but it does prevent the kind of doctrinal stultification and stagnation that has overcome a good many isms that at one time or another could claim a far larger number of adherents. And this very fact must appear as a central feature of the anarchist tradition. Utilitarian anarchism, the first conscious form of anarchism, represented a compound of nostalgia and utopianism, a natural enough consequence of a doctrine developed by an enlightened sector of the aristocracy and later employed by the sansculottes. Utilitarian anarchy ever remained an expression by the déclassé wealthy on behalf of the underprivileged of society. The poor had not yet learned to speak for themselves, so an element of surprise is ever present in the writings of Helvetius, Diderot, and Godwin, that there should be an ever-widening distinction between rich and poor, between social gain and social responsibility. The utilitarian anarchism even of a Saint Simon was not so much a form of rational consciousness as it was a form of embarrassment in search of guilt alleviation. The solution was to be reason, the manufacture of reasonable creatures from below, and the appeal to rational authorities from above. Self and society, private and public, ruler and ruled were all to be united under the banner of reason, in the path of which stood the accursed state. As befitted men of sensibility and good sense, not the direct action of masses, but the edict of rational rulers was to be the central agency for eliminating, first the iniquities of the state, and later the state itself. The equation was relatively simple: education plus legislation equals the good society. The present tendency is to offer a perfunctory dismissal of these earliest expressions of anarchist sentiment, and clearly modern experience offers sound reasons for this. Nonetheless, it should be recalled that utilitarian anarchism did a great deal to shape the modern vision of human nature as plastic and progressive. It understood, indeed, that men can be rendered happier by a more reasonable social order, and that they would be more orderly rather than less so, given a more equitable distribution of power and wealth. Still, this 18th-century form of anarchism suffered from the deformations and exaggerations of the aristocratic sector that gave it original shape and that remained present even when it was taken over by the conspiratorial elements within utilitarian anarchism. So volitional a creature was man, according to this view, that historical forces simply dissolved. Just as the slate could be wiped clean, so too was society to be cleansed of its repressive mechanisms. Cultural antecedents, malignant classes, vested interests, competition for power, each and all were to be eliminated in the wave of reasonableness that was to overtake rational and responsible men. From Helvetius to Godwin, the assumption was clearly that knowledge and truth could overcome ignorance and interests. What Kingsley Martin wrote of the utilitarians in general has a particular relevance in understanding the apocalyptic anti-historical basis of the early anarchists. They never dreamed that if men were offered the truth they would not leap for it, that if they were told ugly facts they would prefer pleasant lies, that if reasonable ideals were offered them they would continue to act as their fathers had done. They did not see that the follies of the past were not only imposed but ingrained, that men carried their history not only on their backs but in their heads. It might be added that when the recognition of these historical truths became manifest, the aristocracy that fashioned the early versions of anti-state chose to sacrifice its revolutionary awareness and to preserve its inherited privileges. The decline of utilitarian anarchism was a consequence of a double force: the rise of the consciousness of poverty by the propertyless, and the growth of compromise rather than criticism as the path chosen by the dwindling aristocracy to maintain its privileged place in the empire of capital. Peasant anarchism. The other major current in early anarchism had as its basis the gigantic European peasantry, which, despite the process of industrialization, remained the largest single class in Western society down through the 19th century. Indeed, the process of industrialization led to a celebration of the verities and the virtues of the land. From Thomas Müntzer to Charles Fourier, there was a pervasive and widespread sentiment that capitalism meant the growth of external authority and not the age of progress the bourgeois spokesmen were so fond of heralding. Unlike the utilitarian anarchists, the peasant anarchists put little faith in reform from above. Instead, they urged a withdrawal from the state as such and the setting up of informal communities based on principles of mutual assistance and social service. The anarchist communities represented an effort to escape the profanation of all values under capitalism, and to avoid the liberalist solutions put forth by capitalist apologists. The industrial process and the wealth it produced, far from being a liberating agent, was for the peasant anarchists the ultimate form of human degradation. In describing the individual and organization in utopian ideology, J. L. Tallman shows just what the peasant spirit held to be most sinful in the capitalist spirit. In it one can see the moral basis of later socialisms. The capitalist system, which claims to be wholly purposeful, encourages wasteful parasitism, and is in turn to a large extent fed on it. There are the throngs of innumerable middlemen, agents, lawyers, useless clerks, who eat at the expense of others, without producing anything useful. Their whole raison d'etre is to incite their begetters and bread-givers to greater and more refined acts of rapacity and fraud, and to stultify the victims thereof. The state machinery, gendarmes and army, tax collectors and magistrates, customs officers and civil servants, allegedly existing to protect society from commercial piracy and abuse, are in fact the accomplices and instruments of the fraudulent conspiracy. 3. In such a situation, any appeal to the reasonableness of the holders of power and wealth must appear absurd. The peasant anarchists had little regard for the philosophers and their liberal sophistication. They tended to emphasize the curative power of work, especially of productive cultural work. But in this emphasis on peasant verities they came upon the inherited concerns of the church and its interests in preserving and salvaging the souls of the poor. Thus, peasant anarchism was compelled to pay special attention not only to the bourgeois liberal enemy, but also to the religious and conservative enemy. In Fourier, it took the form of a critique of ascetic and repressive morality. Such an outlook only perverted the truly human gains of mutual aid in the communities of land by making man into a creature of insatiable cupidity. The goodly peasant must therefore avoid not only the lures of the city of man, but also the perversions of the city of God, or rather the construction of providential will given by corrupt, property-holding clerical forces. The high regard in which later anarchist spokesmen, such as Proudhon and Bakunin, held the peasantry, marks one of the great watersheds between anarchism and Bolshevism. 4. What is involved is nothing short of the difference between a theory of peasant revolution and a theory of proletarian revolution. The polemics of Lenin against Sismondi, and of Stalin against the Russian Narodniki, can only be appreciated in a context in which the peasantry remained the largest portion of backward imperial Russia, a portion that not a few socialists felt was being dangerously downgraded in the formation of a revolutionary movement. The peasant anarchist vision of the European peasant as an independent, hard-working, creative, and potentially radical creature, contrasted most sharply with the official socialist vision of this same creature as a troglodyte, a self-seeking petty bourgeois, whose vision of the world was restricted to the sight of his fields. Leaving aside the special features of the Western European peasantry, it remains a fact that most present-day revolutions in the Third World War have a very definite peasant character. The theory of proletarian revolution has had to be bent to a considerable extent to take account of this mass peasant force that, far from being a selfish and willing pawn of industrial capitalism, it has proven to be far more revolutionary than the Marxian tradition has ever officially acknowledged. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the anarchist view of the Western European peasant was far more rosy than the facts warrant. And even though anarchism may not have worshipped at the shrine of petty bourgeois life as such, through the medium of a bourgeoisified peasantry, it certainly did respond to petty bourgeois values: individualism, enterprise, dissociation, and anti-politics. The failure of the peasantry of Europe to respond to anarchist impulses was, after all, the definitive answer to those who saw the solution in a withdrawal from rather than combat with the state. Anarcho-syndicalism. If the anarchism of aristocratic utilitarians was often aggressive and intellectualist about the less vital questions of the day, such as vegetarianism, free love, and a universal language, and the anarchism of the peasants moved in a narrow and parochial circle, entailing negative attitudes toward the processes of industrialization and urbanization, the anarchism practiced and preached by radical trade unionism proved of a sounder variety. It was first and foremost based on the realities of 19th-century European life, and it drew its support from the struggles between classes that was at the center of the historic drama. As one writer put it, anarcho-syndicalism is par excellence the fighting doctrine of the organized working class, in which the spirit of enterprise and initiative, physical courage, and the taste for responsibility have always been highly esteemed. 5. The marriage of unionism and anarchism in Europe was a natural consequence of the fear and hostility the more late factory workers felt concerning the bourgeois state. The organizational apparatus of skilled workers in particular often developed in conscious opposition to the state. The Bourses du Travail in France became a state within a state, as did the Swiss watchmaking guilds. The expansion of union activities of working-class life contributed to a mass political awakening by virtue of its very emancipation from politics as such. Fernand Pelloutier in particular gave theoretical substance to anarcho-syndicalism by connecting the economic struggle of classes with the direct political struggle to emancipate mankind from the state. The new men of labor were to assume all positive state functions, from the protection of proletarian rights to education in the possible forms of mutual cooperation. Anarchy was to be made over into a social force first and an ideological force second. The proletariat was to replace the peasant and the ideologue alike as the central element in the struggle against the bourgeois state. 8. The growth of anarcho-syndicalism was greatly assisted by a new turn toward the problems of tactics in social revolution, something notable for its absence in older anarchist postures. The fusion of socialism and unionism was seen as functionally complete in the general strike. This was not viewed either as a strike for summer wages, or as a widespread attempt to garner political concessions from the state. While the possibilities of immediate gains were not denied, the essence of the general strike was to evoke the deepest class allegiances and obligations of the workers. As economic strife between classes would become more intense, the meaning of the general strike would become manifest. The anarcho-syndicalist strike would entail direct worker participation in a broad social and economic upheaval. It would become an instrument for compelling the state to abandon its place on the historical stage to the direct association of the wage-earning class. For the most part, revolutionary unionism, such as that practiced by the International Workers of the World in the United States and the General Confederation of Labor in France, did not view the general strike as a replacement of the traditional economic strike. Rather, it was to supersede all pragmatic short-run inspired strikes. Keynoting this approach was an intense disdain and a flat rejection of anything that the government or opposing politicians were willing to concede the workers. The general strike was anti-political, conceived of as part of the permanent social revolution. 7. The new wave of optimism that gripped anarchist circles in the late 19th century soon gave out. The workers cared less for political strikes than for economic strikes, less about the general strike and more about the wages of sin and the hours of leisure. The state proved quite as adept at absorbing proletarian interests as it earlier did bourgeois interests. The state as a mediative power obviated and blunted the sharp edge of anarchist criticism of the state as oppressor. The immense growth of an impersonal bureaucracy, the extension of the administrative aspects of state authority to cover worker interests, cut deeply into anarchist pretensions at forging a spontaneous mass movement of insurgency. It was not simply the continued vigor of the state that caused anarcho-syndicalism to be short-lived. Nor, for that matter, can the dismal failure of this form of proletarian anarchism be attributed to the moral corruption of the working class as such. The deeper answers are to be found in the faulty formulations of the anarcho-syndicalists themselves. Their problems ran along three pivotal paths. 1. They tended to approach socialism as a reality around the corner, rather than a long-range process of social reorganization. Beyond the general strike, no precepts or principles were enunciated. 2. Anarcho-syndicalism abandoned the tasks of organization, preferring ready-made agencies of working-class life that were essentially unprepared to engage in direct revolutionary action. Revolutions are not spontaneous events, they are made by men. And men in their turn either lead them to the promised land or turn them away from the implications of large-scale revolution. 3. Finally, anarcho-syndicalism failed to offer sound sociological or psychological reasons for getting men to act. It failed to distinguish between the ends of action and the stimuli to action. The simple announcement that a world without a state will be the outcome of a general strike neither proves that this will indeed be the result, nor is it likely to stimulate men to maintain and sustain a political act beyond the initial failures. Anarcho-syndicalism, which was itself a response to the disillusionment of appeals to monarchical rulers, and with parliamentary socialists, created its own forms of disillusionment as the workers increasingly turned toward the state as a mediative force in their conflict with the bourgeoisie. Anarcho-syndicalism sought to engage in mass politics while at the same time it wanted to escape the evils of political contamination. The paradox proved too great for the doctrine to resolve, and it was increasingly compelled to flee from the state, rather than defeat the state in a general contest of class wills. With the collapse of anarcho-syndicalism, anarchism as a class ideology increasingly gave way to anarchism as personal moral redemption. Anarchism became a form of conduct rather than an instrument of class politics. Collectivist anarchism. Anarchism had within itself one remaining burst of political energy, that with which the names of Bakunin, Kropotkin, and the First International are connected. It is to be distinguished from communist anarchism as preached by Malatesta. What it really hinges very much upon is freeing anarchism from a class base and placing it upon a mass base. The rhetoric of class is retained, but it is clear from the contents of the Bakuninist message that the concept of proletarian is more a matter of self-definition than of economic position in the factory system. In collectivist anarchism, the words proletariat, peasantry, rabble, people, and even lumpenproletariat are interchangeable. The battle line was drawn between the people and the state. Nationally replace the BRGEO is i.e. as the great het noir of the century. What was begun by the French Revolution of 1789 was to be completed by modem revolutions, such as the Paris Commune, the destruction of the nation-state. Collectivist anarchism took firm hold of the humanist aspect of socialism and accused the class theorists of violating the double purpose of socialism, the smashing of state power and the creation of voluntary associations along internationalist lines. The position of Bakunin is particularly emphatic in summing up collectivist anarchist sentiments. The central elements are that the poor already carry the germs of true collective life and that the social revolution is prefigured by the lifestyle of the very poor. The passage is worth quoting in full, since the differences between Bakunin and Marx were stated with full clarity. By the flower of the proletariat, I mean above all, that great mass, those millions of non-ceoriaized, disinherited, wretched and illiterates whom Messrs. Engels and Marx mean to subject to the paternal regime of a very strong government, to employ an expression used by Engels in a letter to our friend Cafiero. Without doubt, this will be for their own salvation, as of course all governments, as is well known, have been established solely in the interests of the masses themselves. By the flower of the proletariat I mean precisely that eternal meat for governments, that great rabble of the people ordinarily designated by Messrs. Marx and Engels by the phrase at once picturesque and contemptuous of lumpenproletariat, the riffraff, that rabble which, being very nearly unpolluted by all bourgeois civilization, carries in its heart, in its aspirations, in all the necessities and the miseries of its collectivist position, all the germs of the socialism of the future, and which alone is powerful enough today to inaugurate the social revolution and bring it to triumph. 8. At the core of collectivist anarchism lies the consideration that the state claims as its victim society as a whole, the exploited mass as a whole, and not just any particular class. To be sure, under certain conditions the factory workers may. 8. Michael Bakunin, Marxism, Freedom, and the State. Translated and edited by K. J. Kienefik. London, Freedom Press, 1950, p. 48. 39. Introduction. Receive the harshest treatment, but it is no less the case that historic conditions exist in which the factory worker may suffer far less as a result of the manipulative capacity of the state than other social factors. Therefore, the task of socialism is a collective one, since communism is a collective need. The purpose of the state is to break up the solidarity of all the oppressed from the lumpenproletariat to the peasantry, and hence the role of the anarchists is essentially to prevent this catastrophic process from gaining success. It can do this best by exposing the hoax of patriotism, the chauvinism inherent in the system of nations, the duplicity involved in doling out favors to one exploited group over another. Collectivist anarchism is thus seen as a continuation of the human as against the inhuman, a break with class theory and class solutions. The state principle is particularistic, favoring one group over another, exploiting the many on behalf of the few. The anarchist principle is its dialectical opposite. It is universalistic, favoring society as against the state, the great mass as against the very few. Collectivist anarchism is basically a midpoint between the class consciousness of the early pioneers and the humanistic consciousness of the present century. In Bakunin, one sees the constant swing of a pendulum, an attempt to retain the theory of the struggle of classes, but no less an attempt to broaden it so as to be universal in its inclusiveness. Here one also finds the effort to develop a broad-based politics, but no less an appeal to individual integrity and initiative as against politics in its profane practice. The moralization of politics takes place through the general application of the principle of freedom as the chief force opposed to the principle of authority. Unfortunately for collectivist anarchism, the appeal to every man had even less success than the appeal to class man. Its very universalism and moralism deprived it of any fighting core, of any advanced sector. A wish fulfillment element was clearly present. Collectivism was viewed not so much as a future condition of man as a present status assigned to the masses by the state. The powerless, designated as noble, good, true, and healthy, really had no need of further organization on such a theory. In their very wretchedness they were internally purified. Those furthest outside of civilization, those most deviant with respect to conventional norms of behavior, were good. In such a situation, the need for specific measures became unnecessary. The dissolution of Bakuninist organization in Spain and Italy was perhaps brought about as much by the celebration of the poor as by the damnation of the rich. In short, it lacked a theory of alienation, and hence the need for practical steps to overcome this condition. It remains important to note the insight of collectivist anarchism concerning the character of state power. If it was indeed a moralistic, and even petty bourgeois outcry against state authority, the fact was that political solutions did not resolve the paradox of authority by simply transferring coercive power from one class to another. The people's state or the proletarian dictatorship did not exactly mark a vast improvement over the aristocratic state or the bourgeois state. In terms of the reduction of public intervention over private lives, on this point Bakunin scored heavily. The widening of the state apparatus, whether through evolution or revolution, to include the proletariat and the displacement of one class by another class does indeed have significance of a libertine character. The French Revolution may have been aborted by the bourgeoisie, but it is hard to doubt that significant changes took place to better man's lot. Universal enfranchisement, a system of juridical checks on power, vast improvements in the services rendered by the state to its citizenry, may not constitute the perfect resolution of human ailments, but it did constitute real improvement. In this sense, collectivist anarchism missed the point of social revolution, which is that revolution is an adventure into new possibilities, and not an ultimate resolution. It continues historic processes, but does not resolve them in a final messianic burst of popular virtue. In opposing the cult of the state with the cult of freedom, collectivist anarchism sharpened the differences between behemoth and anarch, but it contributed little to maximize the area of human options and social reorganization. Ism to make an impression upon the population as a whole, and the corresponding growth in the centralization and bureaucratization of the nation-state, placed anarchism in a crisis condition. By the close of the 19th century, Sir. 4t introduction clear patterns had emerged. 1. Class membership no longer corresponded to CL's interests. The factory workers were not so much concerned with the acquisition of political power as they were with gaining a fair share of economic wealth. 2. Industrial technology undermined and outflanked anarchism by transferring the seat of power from the small artisan workshop to the big personal factory. What was increasingly required was counter organization and not withdrawal from politica society. Under such conditions as these, the anarchism of involvement received a new emphasis. Conspiratorial real anarchism acts on the premise that the state exists by force, by the actual or legal terrorization of the masses. The state is able to do this with small numbers, since it has the force of arms behind it. Conspiratorial anarchism thus sought to emulate and simulate the techniques of the ruling class. The force of the state would be met with the violence of the anarch. The conspirators hoped to speed up the collapse of state power by a process of systematic assassination of the rulers and stimulating widespread insurrection. The last part of the century saw the techniques of 6-0 raised to a principle throughout Europe and America. The United States has the distinction of having the most 6-0 and turbulent labor history in the Western world, and, at the same time, on of the least theory-involved publics in this situation, the United States offered fertile soil for conspiratorial anarchism. The arrival in the United States of Johann most provided just the sort of theoretical support necessary to inflame working-class violence. Most spoklet of 1885 has as its instructive and definitive title, Science of Revolutionary Warfare, a manual of instruction in the use and preparation of nitroglycerin, dynamite, guncotton, fulminating mercury, bombs, fuses, poisons, etc. etc. 1 Canonly wonder what the etceteras refer to. Johann Most was clearly infatuated with the direct response of force to the bourgeoisie. Li ste and to the following eulogy of Red Bymost. In giving dynamite to the DONTRODDEN, millions of the globe science has done its best work. The dear stuff can be carried in the pocket without danger, while it is a formid. 9 Richard Hofstadter, Anti-Intellectualism in American/New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1963. Irving L. Horowitz 42 Able weapon against any force of militia, police, or detectives that may want to stifle the cry for justice that goes forth from the plundered slaves. It is something not very ornamental, but exceedingly useful. It can be used against persons and things. It is better to use it against the former than against bricks and masonry. It is a genuine boon for the disinherited, while it brings terror and fear to the robbed bears. A pound of this good stuff beats a bushel of ballots all hollow, and don't you forget it. Our lawmakers might as well try to sit down on the crater of a volcano or on the point of a bayonet as to endeavor to stop the manufacture and use of dynamite. It takes more than justice and right than is contained in laws to quiet the spirit of unrest. 1. But the use of violence to counter the force of the state, wherever it occurred in the Haymarket affair, in Coxey's Army, the American Federation of Labor Dynamiters, Centralia Steel unionization, by the Wobblies of the West, all came to a frustrating and dismal end. The organizational power of the state could not be overwhelmed by the disorganized power of direct action. In America as in Europe, the conspiratorial anarchists were hunted as criminals and punished with a vengeance reserved for murderers and kidnappers. The state unleashed a steady stream of counter-violence that finally dissipated anarchist strength. The state, in the form of the legislative groupings, for its part began to respond to industrial violence by increasing the pressure on all sides for nonviolent methods of resolution. Laws protecting the rights of workingmen considerably mitigated the class war of the previous period. In addition, new forces of unification arose. Nationalism, engendered by the First World War, superseded labor strife. Class unity was restored. The Union was saved. A serious drawback to conspiratorial anarchism lies in the difficulty of establishing the difference between ordinary crime and a principal case of regicide. The bomb outrage of Emile Henry in 1894 was condemned by fellow conspirators as the act of an ordinary bandit. Confusion was always occasioned by a division of opinion on this or that assassination. The assassination of Princess Elizabeth was condemned by some as foolish and by others as necessary. Similarly, the assassination of President McKinley had the same effect in the United States. Violence simply has no definition of limits. As Masaryk reminds us, we must not forget that anarchism is a menace to the very anarchists themselves, that Kropotkin and Reckless were threatened with death by anarchists. The line between egoistic criminality and altruistic assassination was crossed so often that this type of conspiratorial approach degenerated into sheer chaos. The metaphysics of anarchism becomes indeterminist, miracle plays its ancient role in the anarchist chaos, anarchist philosophers become poets, anarchist politicians develop into utopians. 11. One might readily consider conspiratorial anarchism a short-lived failure. And measured in terms of the achievements it registered, this is so. The conspirators, however, raised to a new level of consciousness the plight of the lower depths of society. It produced extensive protective labor legislation. It implanted the juridical problem of the special quality of politically inspired coercion in contrast to the egoistic terror of the professional criminal. Above all, it accelerated a consideration of social and economic legislation relating to women, children, minority and immigrant groups. If this took place in an atmosphere of hostility to anarchism, it must also be said that anarchism for its part made a more radical political posture feasible throughout Europe and America. But for the anarchists themselves, conspiratorial techniques created yet an additional schismatic and factional element. The needs of the 20th century moved revolutionaries into a more concerted effort to connect strategies to general ideologies. This in turn led to an extended period of working-class political organization that had little to do with the anarchists. Drawn from déclassé elements in society, from students, intellectuals, semi-professionals, and artisans, conspiratorial anarchists never had the kind of connection to proletarian life that could produce any kind of direct impact that might allow for a socialist renaissance. Violence gave way to organization. In the United States, Eugene Victor Debs' socialism took a commanding post. In France, Jean Jaurès became the acknowledged leader of proletarian. 11. Thomas Garrigue Masaryk won the spirit of Russia, studies in history, literature, and philosophy. New York, The Macmillan Co., 1955, Volume 2, pages 393-9. Irving L. Horowitz 44. Action. In Russia, the Narodniki gave way to the Marxism of Plekhanov, Martov, and Leni Nto Organizational Socialism. What he further ensured the abandonment of conspirato real anarchism is that the organizational socialists absorbed, are then cancelled, non-parliamentary methods. The tactic of illegality, while rarely resorted to in European socialism, was never abandoned as a possible ploy. The rhetoric, if not the content, of violence was thus made part of the general program of contemporary socialism of Marxism. Communist anarchism. The cross-fertilization of radical ideas produced a form of anarchism that was at once a theoretical response to the extreme anti-intellectualism of the conspiratorial factions, and no less a practical response to the extreme intellectualism of the First International. The leading exponent of communist anarchism is unquestionably Enrico Malatesta. Malatesta attempted to apply the principles of direct action early in his career. In a movement characteristic of Francisco Juliao's peasant leagues in Brazil, he headed a small group of armed men in 1874 that had the explicit purpose of liberare the peasantry of southern Italy from the domination of state and church. He encouraged the peasantry to seize the land and set up workers' collectives. This experiment in political independence through direct action was a constant theme in Malatesta's life. The fact that the insurrectionary movement was suppressed and overwhelmed each time it was attempted did not descoraggi Malatesta, or, for that matter, lead him to revise his positive estimate of the possibilities of revolution. The main point in the principles of communist anarchism is that violence should be intrinsic and organic to the goals of t. First, if force was to be used, it should not be a hit-and-run affair, but a concerted effort by the entire social class or sector of that class that had achieved revolutionary consciousness. Second, Malatesta sought to eschew the heavy premium on parliamentarism that was ever characteristic of the First International. Third, there was a rejection of the anti-Marxism of Bakunin and Kropotkin. While no criticisms were made directly, a large gulf existed between the collectivism of Bakunin and the communism of Malatesta. The fact is that Bakunin hardly could be said to have escaped the 45 hierarchic on leadership cult that gripped most anarchist factions in the First International. Malatesta and his allies Sergei Stepniak and Carlo Cafiero saw themselves as activists first, and as leaders last. It was to be an activism conditioned by scientific socialism, by the laws of historical evolution, and by the exacting labors necessary to forge a revolutionary apparatus, in short by Marxism rather than Bakuninism. Communist anarchism was not opposed to violence on principle, but it was opposed to a form of violence that was not at the same time educative and instrumental in gaining lasting advantages for the oppressed. Certainly, in the present state of mankind, oppressed by misery, stupefied by superstition and sunk in degradation, the human lot depends upon a relatively small number of individuals. Of course, not all men will be able to rise in a moment to the height of perceiving their duty, or even the enjoyment of so regulating their own action that others will also derive the greatest possible benefit from it. But because the thoughtful and guiding forces at work in society are few, that is no reason for paralyzing them still more, and for the subjection of many individuals to the direction of a few. 12. If Bakunin sought to be the Marx of anarchism, so in like manner Malatesta can be considered the Saint Simon of anarchism. The focus of communist anarchism was on organizing the mass of exploited for a general assault on the capitalist feudal bastions. And to do this, armchair techniques were no better than violent techniques. Both had to be subsumed in a socio-logical appreciation of the general struggle between classes. Communist anarchism comes close to urging some form of political organization if anarchism is not to be dissolved by parliamentary maneuvers. When Malatesta asks rhetorically how to solve the problem of self-government and self-regulation, he inquires bitingly, to elect a government of geniuses by the votes of a mass of fools. While this is a sword intended to cut through the arguments of parliamentary socialists, it also reflects his belief in political action, which is at the same time organized action. The main energies theoretically of communist anarchism is in proving that human nature is plastic enough for self-regulation without the need of state authority. As such, he anticipated Lenin's distinction between techniques of command and techniques of administration. Unlike many of his fellow anarchists, Malatesta distinguished between legitimate authority and illicit power. And as such, communist anarchism gave special priorities to separating those who have a functional role in society and those who have an exploitive role. A governor is a privileged person, because he has the right to command others, and to avail himself of the force of others to fulfill his own ideas and desires. An administrator or technical director is a worker like others, in a society where all have equal opportunities of development, and all can be at the same time intellectual and manual workers, when there are no other differences between men than those derived from diversity of talents, and all work and all social functions give an equal right to the enjoyment of social advantages. The functions of government are, in short, not to be confounded with administrative functions, as they are essentially different. That they are today so often confused is entirely on account of the existence of economic and political privilege. Point 13. Communist anarchism distinguishes itself from collectivist anarchism by urging the abolition of government by the proletarians in the name of all mankind. Malatesta felt that it would be better to use the expression abolition of the state as little as possible, since the state is only the federal expression of governmental rule. And what anarchism ought to strive for is the elimination of external coercion at any level, local, regional, or national, and hence, for the elimination of government of men and its displacement by the regulation of things. The arguments adduced against those who maintain that men are selfish by nature, that regulation inadvertently spills over into rule, and that the state may be manipulated to workers' demands, are treated in the customary anarchist way. Psychological plasticity, social altruism, and self-consciousness are all bastions against the corruption of anarchy. There is an interesting anticipation of Durkheim's ideas on the division of labor in Malatesta's work. Anarchism is to be guaranteed in the first place by each person's performing a useful function, in the second place, by elimination of all distinctions between town and country, and in the third place, by what Durkheim called the collective conscience, that form of social solidarity guaranteed by a consensus of interests and sentiments. Underlying communist anarchism is the same sort of philosophical telos operative in mercantile capitalism. Since each man knows that his own interests are directly plugged into social interests, he will himself assure accord with the principle of the greatest happiness for the greatest numbers. But it is precisely the factual dubiousness of utilitarianism that casts a long shadow over anarchism on the left no less than mercantilism on the right. It was difficult enough to cast a net and catch one good man, as the encyclopedists sought to do. But for a net to be large enough to catch all good men was more than doctrine could support. The equation of all society with the common search for happiness leaves out of the reckoning the alternative definitions of happiness that men harbor. As a result, the theoretical collapse of communist anarchism was inevitable. What held it in its course for any length of time proved to be the saintly charismatic qualities of its leaders, the rational behavior of its followers had little importance. The irony of communist anarchism is that in practice it rested so heavily for its support on the strength of its leaders, and so little on the revolutionary mass of the poor. The advantages of Leninism, of communism without anarchism, is that it made no such felicitous assumptions about the goodness of men, the spontaneity of social revolution, or the capacity of a quick conversion from one social system to another without strife. That such advantages dissolved with the emergence of Stalinist absolutism may show just why Malatesta mistrusted any form of state community. But in the course of events, this has to be reckoned a small comfort to one who made such great sacrifices for his convictions. Individualist anarchism. At the same time that European anarchism was undergoing a steady ramification, with an emphasis on mass strikes, general revolutionary violence, and developing some of the organizational features of political life, there arose a highly personalistic anarchism in America. Inspired more by Max Stirner than by Bakunin, Kropotkin, or the Latin wing of anarchism, this variety of anarchism is distinguished by viewing the ego or the person as the repository of all that is human and self-determining, and the state as the repository of all that is inhuman and oppressive. While it shares with utilitarian anarchism a reliance on utilitarian philosophy, the extremely personalistic turn it gave to utility theory marked it decisively apart from this early form, as utilitarianism in general is marked by two distinct stages, the French sociological variety and the English psychological variety. And like the English school of utilitarianism, the point of crossover between individualist anarchism and extreme conservatism was not always easy to define. Indeed, if Stimmer provided individualist anarchism with its original rationale, it was the conservative critique of the state made by Jeremy Bentham and later Herbert Spencer that provided the strain of anarchism with its sense of righteousness. Individualist anarchism shared a vocabulary of sentiments and a theory of natural law with the classical conservatives. A cataloging of what this form of anarchism involved is not unlike a reckoning of the features one encounters in reading Lord Acton, Alexis de Tocqueville, or Brooks Adams. Rather than recount the separate achievements of the leading figures of individualist anarchism, let us see what such disparate figures as Max Stimmer and his American exponents, Josiah Warren, Lysander Spooner, and Benjamin R. Tucker, have in common. The individualist anarchists believed that a collective society in any form was impossible without leading to an authoritarian system. They thus adhered to the concept of private property or individual proprietorship, insofar as this embraced no more than the total product of individual labor. 2. The purpose of society is to preserve the sovereignty of every individual without exception. Thus, all human associations based on limit in G sovereignty, particularly the state, must be curbed and eventually eliminated. 3. The principle of mutualism was to be arrived at on a voluntary basis, and in this way, through a withdrawal from. For a most useful compendium, see James J. Martin, Men Against the State. DeKalb, The Adrian Allen Associates, 1953, also see Eunice Minet's Spuster. Native American Anarchism, A Study of Left-Wing American Individualism, Northampton, Smith College Studies in History, 1932. 49 Introduction. All agencies and institutions of an involuntary kind undermine all juridical and legislative authority. 4. The principle of individuality requires the absolute equality of the sexes, the absolute equality of the races, and the absolute equality of labor for its success. Thus, anarchism must seek the extinction of interest, rent, dividends, profits, except as represented by work done. 5. The system of democracy, of majority decision, is held null and void. Any impingement upon the natural rights of the person is unjust and a symbol of majority tyranny. No rightful authority can be external to individual consent, and all such authority legitimizes civil disobedience, resistance, and even destruction. 6. Any definition of liberty begins and concludes with the liberty of the weaker party in a nation. Since the majority always appropriates the right to legislate and enforce legislation, the true and basic test of liberty is always the right to disobey and violate such legislation. In many ways, individualist anarchism found its natural home in the frontier spirit of America. It was the perfect embodiment of worldly asceticism and represented a secularization of the Protestant ethos and the capitalist spirit of thrift and trust. In Europe, the anarchists found themselves involved increasingly in socialist politics and adopting a class position. It was the socialists, especially the Marxists, who attempted to purge the anarchists from the radical ranks. In America, the situation was reversed. The anarchist found himself increasingly espousing petty bourgeois causes, the rights of individual proprietorship. As such, the anarchists became the first consistent critics of socialism in America. William Bradford Greene expressed the anti-socialist bias most directly. In socialism, there is but one master, which is the state, but the state is not a living person, capable of suffering and happiness. Socialism benefits none but the demagogues, and is emphatically, the organization of universal misery. Socialism gives us but one class, a class of slaves. This passage might as easily have been written by William Lecky. And indeed, The history of European moray contains not a few phrases of such an order. Benjamin Tucker, perhaps the best known and certainly the most prolific of individualist anarchists, said of Marx at the time of his death that he was the most bitter of all enemies of anarchism. And in turn Tucker pledged anything that would combat Marxism, which represented the principle of authority which we live to combat. 1.6 Nor were the differences between individualist anarchism and all forms of collectivism matters of principle alone. The tactic of violence propaganda by the deed was vehemently opposed by men like Tucker. Speaking of the violent wing of American anarchism, of Spies, Parsons, Fisher, and Berkman, he wrote that if the revolution comes by violence, and in advance of light, the old struggle will have to be begun anew. 1.7 Individualist anarchism sought to preserve the principle of rights over law, and hence supported, at least passively, the anarchists indicted by the law courts for their acts of violence. But it also sought to make anarchism a respectable doctrine. And so it opposed the principles of violence and the acts defined as criminal that the European wave of collectivist and conspiratorial anarchists brought with them to the New World. Anarchism thus carried within itself a microscopic reflection of the general struggle going on throughout the 19th century in America between nativism and foreignism. Tucker went to rather desperate lengths to show anarchism in the most respectable light. He presented an analysis of the subscription list of his publication Liberty, according to occupational and professional ranking to show that anarchists are not criminal either in fact or in theory. The anarchism of Tucker, Spooner, and Josiah Warren disintegrated for many reasons. Among the most immediate was the loss of nativism as a progressive value. Increasingly, it became subject to chauvinistic and conservative leanings, and correspondingly, it came to fear and loathe the introduction of unionism and political organization of the Vereinborn as the direct consequence of mass democracy. Individualist anarchism thus joined intellectual bonds with know-nothingism with that variety of anti-intellectualism, which soon lost the need for intellectualist postures as such. Second, the very individualism of the American nativist anarchists made the establishment of a central clearinghouse out of the question. Pockets of anarchism soon became transformed into small literary clubs. The championing of private enterprise as the bulwark of state monopoly, made by near-anarchists like Karl Heinzen, rendered anarchism useless for the advancement of working-class interests, and superfluous, even absurd, as a rationalization of the ideology of laissez-faire capitalism. Ts. If individualist anarchism made sense in 1870, with the rise of political boss rule, the collapse of Reconstruction, the centralization of authority through the liquidation of local self-government, it lost all meaning in an era of uncontrolled big business. In the early 1930s, with the country in a catharsis over the Depression and with mass unemployment on an unparalleled scale, the last voice of individual anarchism, that of Charles Erskine Scott Wood, was being raised in an outcry, too much government. This at a point where even corporate barons were ready to support federal legislation for the amelioration of the crisis in the American economy. The conclusion of Wood's work makes plain the pathetic outcome of individualist anarchism. We are interfered with and accustomed to control and dictation from the cradle to the grave in thought, speech, and act, in work and play, in morals and manners, in habits and costumes. If in anything we seem free, it is only because our despot is indifferent and has not yet chosen to dictate. Always there was that much freedom to the most servile peoples. The soul of freedom, the understanding of what is the true sphere of government, the aroused defiance against all tyranny, the resentful, angry resistance of free men to every invasion of their God-given rights, is dead. We do not fight that others may have freedom in the opinions we hate. We reverence the policeman's club because it is law when in fact it is generally only the policeman's will, conscious of the brutal power of the state back of him, and every instinct should teach us that most law is oligarchic despotism, and no law is entitled to blind obedience. 9. But pathetic or not, this kind of minority report cuts two ways. If it resists the encroachments of government in such matters of welfare as social security legislation and federal health insurance, it no less stands as a constant reminder that the state has no right to tyrannize minority opinion under any conditions since, in fact, the state has no rights per se that are not surrendered by or expropriated from individuals. Libertarianism and conservatism are the paradoxical consequences of individualist anarchism. Roger Baldwin and Barry Goldwater are both products of its ideology to one degree or another. And if no doctrine could possibly survive such dichotomous results, it remains true that individualist anarchism put the case against behemoth most starkly. The aberration and absurdity it yielded is hence nothing but the logical outcome of the arguments it put forth. Pacifist anarchism. While most anarchists did not avail themselves of terrorist tactics, few spokesmen of classical anarchism cared to deny its efficiency. But with the historical collapse of anarchism and its complete separation from political involvement, it became possible for their remaining number to return to a more pristine, if pietistic, view, all the more so since the absence of any fruitful intercourse with the socialists limited the range of their dialogue and still further the range of their influence. Those among the anarchists whose position rested on persuasion attempted to create models of community action to prove that the vision is attainable. Indeed, in the work of Gandhi, the idea of pacifism as the essential way to a truthful life is casually related to the view that a truthful life must itself exclude proprietary and monetary claims of any type. The view of the state found in anarchist pacifism corresponds to that of most traditional varieties of anarchism. In Gandhi's view, the state has three functions. In the exploitative process, first, it serves as a mechanism for the distribution of goods and services, second, as a mechanism for the resolution of conflict among its members, and third, as unto CES would, too much government. New York, The Vanguard Press, 1931, p. 266. 53 Introduction. Instrument for safeguarding the national interest in a world of competitive and conflicting petty interests. But it was also his view that these functions which the state performs are corrupted by the very nature of the state as sovereign. Nation-states rest on coercion, not reason, or humanity. Constantly even the positive ambitions of the state are being thwarted by the means it must employ, by force and violence. The problems of a society are no different than the problems of the individuals a society contains. Since the very nature of state authority is the enrichment of private wealth and not the public good, the only legitimate task of the state is its self-liquidation. In place of state power there is to be a world federation established by agreement. A similar viewpoint emerged in the work of Tolstoy. Tolstoy was confronted by a holy Russia in which the collective conscience of the wealthy classes was reserved for Sunday sermons, while during the rest of the week they were concocting ways to exploit further the nominally emancipate peasantry. But in the bosom of this growing Leviathan, a popular anarchistic ethos emerges. For Tolstoy, it takes the form of pure Christianity, a religion that substitutes for the irrational and the violent a new comprehension of life in which no person will employ violence against anyone, and under no consideration. But anarchist pacifism is aware that this new comprehension of life is none too audibly appreciated by state power, by those benefiting from coercion. This is the basis of political terror. The governments and the ruling classes do not now lean on the right, not even on the semblance of justice, but on an artificial organization, which with the aid of the perfections of science, encloses all men in the circle of violence, from which there is no possibility of tearing themselves away. This circle of violence is made possible by the use of several means. The first is the massive intimidation of the people by falsely representing the state as inalienable and so inflicting the severest penalties for any attempt at changing it. Second is the bribery by the state of civil bureaucracy and military officialdom. These bribes are ultimately paid for in the heavy taxation of the populace. Third is the hypnotic effect of the state, its concerted effort to distort and deprive common men of cultural and scientific knowledge. The circle of violence is completed by the brutalization of a certain segment of the people into unthinking beasts, willing to do the bidding of any master. Given these new idols of the cave, any attempt to change social systems through violence ends in the abyss of a bloodbath. The world of the state is one in which virtue is made synonymous with force and irrationality. For both Tolstoy and Gandhi, The history of class society bears witness to the fact that violence has never established its opposite, a consensual society. It only intensifies and institutionalizes the uses of violence. The impasse of violence can only be broken in the triumph of conscience, in the release of the natural propensities of people to cooperate with one another and to love each other. The anarchist element emerges in pacifism as a direct confrontation of man and the state. Obedience to a government is considered a negation of religious principles. As Tolstoy put it, a man who unconditionally promises in advance to submit to laws which are made and will be made by men, by this very promise renounces Christianity. 2-3 The individualism inherent in the pacifist reply to violence becomes a pronounced renunciation of the social contract and of state authority as such. In this way, anarchism and pacifism were wedded in history and in theory. At the basis of anarchist pacifism is the idea that as long as sovereign nation-states exist, the possibility of resolving the dilemma of egoism and altruism, force and harmony, war and peace, remains nil. The very existence of separate states implies the use of force to resolve every major issue. Just as individuals must strive to go beyond the passions of the ego, Tolstoy and Gandhi implore men, as political beings, to move beyond the confines of the state and its byproducts force and aggression. Universal man can be fulfilled only in universal society. The difficulty with pacific anarchism is that it can no more escape the commitments to a specific milieu in which the state exists than can other forms of the doctrine. Whatever its subjective intentions, it is clear that pacific anarchism is a politically involved position. Historically, it was the basic instrument for achieving national liberation in India. But in that very act, emerged the Indian state. Pacifism, while a call to nonviolent action, was no less an instrument of large-scale social conflict. And to ensure the success of the revolutionary movement meant the consecration and sanctioning of the coercive state after the revolution. The use of armies, policemen, and agents of the state had to be given a large priority. Hence, pacifism in the state of political victory involved itself in the betrayal of its anarchist premises. The problem of anarchist pacifism is not simply that the anarchist aspect tended to be submerged in the hue and cry of nationalistic passions, but no less in its assumptions about the fixed goodness of man. The pacifist techniques, elevated as they were to innate principles of human nature, came into the conflict with the fact that pacifism is a learned technique. It no more demonstrates the superiority of pacifism's gaining its victory than conspiratorial anarchism demonstrated the superiority of violence. The argument from human nature always comes upon the possibility of being contravened by the facts of human behavior. Thus it is that the anarchist position as a pure doctrine gave way to a series of tactical preferences: violence, pacifism, conspiracy, collectivism, communism, etc., that only further emphasized the contradictions between anarchy as a way of life and as a goal of men. The very victories of pacifist techniques only further exposed the anarchist dilemmas. It is perhaps in the nature of anarchism that it can never have any real victory without sacrificing its principles. By the same token, it can never suffer any ultimate defeats either. For the revolutionary deed and the redemptive spirit. If, as Santayana says, anarchy is a momentary sporadic enjoyment of change underlying a paradise of order, it is. Irving L. Horowitz 58. Equally true that for the anarchist the Leviathan is but a celebration of order underlying a world of change. Basic to anarchism is a general theory of action. And the test of significant action is the rejuvenation of personal existence. Significant change occurs only through the direct confrontation of class actors. The dialogue is determined by social interests, the stage setting provided by the state, and the resolution guaranteed by the absurdities of the present. The necessity for participation, for direct action, is a modus operandi of anarchism. Action may not guarantee the successful conclusion of a conflict, and long-range prediction is out of the question for most anarchists. What is guaranteed is personal redemption. Social equilibrium tends to be viewed with a certain suspicion and alarm, not because of political factors so much as personal factors. Equilibrium resolves itself in terms of rationalized authority. The rules of a society tend to become deified into the rights of society. The very perpetuation of formalistic rules thus comes to depend upon the willingness of men to become alienated with respect to work processes and anomic with respect to social interaction. The anarchist demand for action is at its source an insistence on the psychological values of spontaneity. The revolutionary deed is useful in its nature, over and above political success or failure, precisely because action with a moral purpose is redemptive. What should not be confused are the terms action and conflict. The existence of conflict is a consequence of incompatibilities of class and power. The existence of action is a volitional response to conflict. As such, humanism d man, active man, dedicates himself to the removal of sources of conflict. What underlies the anarchist faith is indeed a residential touration of or Delaware R. It is a holistic view in which the desirability of voluntary association provides the ground of social action. The host of anarchist little societies from agricultural associations in Catalonia to proletarian bourses in France was an attempt to put into practice the idea of moral redemption through the release of natural impulses. The socialization process is held essential to personal liberty. The concept of personal redemptio and a counter-process of withdrawal is alien to the anarchist tradition. The belief that the closer one is to natural behavior, the more proximate man is to the good society, is a common theme of 19th century Romanticism. The anarchists, along with the utopians, simply sought to put the strain of Romanticism to the test. The secretary of the Social Freedom Community of Chesterfield, Virginia, filed the following report in 1874. We hold to the unity of interests, and political, religious, and social freedom, and believe that every individual should have absolute control of herself or himself, and that, so long as they respect the same freedom in others, no one has the right to infringe on that individuality. We have no constitution or bylaws, ignore the idea of man's total depravity, and believe that all who are actuated by a love of truth and a desire to progress, can be better governed by love and moral suasion than by any arbitrary laws. Our government consists in free criticism. We have a unitary home.l. Nor should it be thought that such principles can have no application to industrial society. The argument from the inherent egoism of human nature is clearly the weakest link in the critique of anarchism. The Council of Aragon was an illustration in pre-Franco Spain of anarchist organization along natural lines. Libertarian principles were attempted in the field of money and wages. Wages were paid by a system of coupons exchangeable for goods in the cooperatives. Wages were based on the family unit. A single producer was paid the equivalent of 25 pesetas, a married couple with only one working, 35 pesetas, and 4 pesetas weekly additional for each child. This system had a serious weakness, particularly while the rest of Spain operated on a system of great disparity in wages between manual and professional workers, since that prompted trained technicians to migrate from Aragon. For the time being, however, ideological conviction, inspiring the many technicians and professionals in the libertarian organizations, more than made up for this weakness. It is undoubtedly the case that such social and economic equalization runs counter to the general tendency toward differential reward for differential work. But it must likewise be noted that it is precisely this general tendency toward status factors that anarchism sought to challenge. The idea of a natural man continues to inform the heirs of anarchism. There is a considerable body of European social scientists, especially the Franco-Italian group gathered about the center of the sociology of cooperation, who have made the concept of voluntary association a cornerstone of its researches. The problems of getting people to make sound use of their time, the task of overcoming the anomic characteristic of industrial society, the forms of stimulating the spontaneous action of small groups in a world of bureaucratic manipulation, planning to overcome the gaps between peasant and city dwellers, all of these, while now stripped of apocalyptic trappings and ideological baggage, remain central tasks of social theory and social practice alike. Point 3. Most anarchists would question the possibility of successfully reconciling the impulse to voluntary association with a society increasingly determined by impersonal mechanisms of persuasion and coercion. The continuing preeminence of associations guaranteed by coercive measures by either the force of arms or the symbolic power of law and contract only intensifies the alienation of industrial man from his natural inclinations. Supporting this anarchist line of reasoning is the steady decline of the influence and nuclear membership in voluntary associations. The town council has given way to the urban planner, the political party has given way to the policy maker, and the voluntary association as such has given way to centralized bureaucracy. Impersonalism and professionalism, essential features of a developed industrial society, have perhaps done more to deprive anarchism of any contemporary vigor than all of the repressive measures of all of the modern garrison states. In this situation the anarchist appeal might appear helpless were it not for a singular fact of our times. The very weight of modern industrial organization reveals a series of dysfunctional elements. Work becomes routinized. Bureaucracy tends to dull initiative. Automation intensifies the difference between effort expended and results achieved. And leisure tends to be enemy, tending toward excitation without meaning, to a breakdown in long-range goals as such. The large problem that comes into focus at the sociological end of the spectrum is therefore the possibilities of rejuvenation. What is the effective scope of change? Is change possible at the purely individual level? Can a voluntary basis of agreement be reached at the national or international level? Traditionally, anarchism has been a failure, in part because it was never able to see the practice of men as extending beyond face-to-face relations. Organizationally, it never got beyond immediate primary group associations. And when it did foster and formulate an organizational network, it then became subject to the structural features of a social system that it ostensibly set about to overturn. When anarchism became large-scale, as it did in Italy in the 19th century and in Spain during the 20th century, it employed the techniques of mass persuasion, which made it subject to Michael's iron law of oligarchy. Part of the dilemma is built into the anarchist ethos of voluntarism. The scope of rejuvenation is always highly restrictive and restricted. It was restricted to that level of primary associations which would allow for the interplay of forces without the creation of a bureaucracy or a rationalized hierarchy. On the other hand, it was also restrictive in the sense that whatever its aims of becoming a national movement managed to gain in terms of support, it laid itself open to the charges of exercising the known pressures of the existing social order for its own ends. Interestingly enough, a movement of such vast scope and anarchist potential as Guntheism, in a period when it became a consolidated political force, when it had the responsibility of running the society, at that point the ideal of a cottage society gave way to the clamor of industrial society, and pacifism itself gave way to a new form of benevolent statism. The whole purpose of anarchistic pacifism became subverted in the practical everyday needs of manning borders, training an army, developing a bureaucratic force, becoming a world power. Anarchism seems to have intrinsic to itself a contradiction between a sociological view of personal redemption and a belief in the ultimate subversion of individuality by a society. The anarchist concept of internationalism was never made clear. Rather it developed the notion of the breakup of nationalisms. The shape of international order or the idea of international cooperation is held to be a consequence of the absence of competition between dictatorial involuntary associations. In contradistinction to bourgeois notions of internationalism, such as protective associations on a multinational level or the Marxist-socialist view of national self-determination of proletarian states, the anarchists juxtapose the idea of internationalism as a necessary consequence of voluntary life. The liquidation of involuntary activity means the liquidation of nationalism and the maturation of the true community of man. But you do not have an anarchist scheme as in most varieties of universalism or federalism. Such instruments of peace as a world court are themselves held to be agencies of supercoercion. And supercoercion is not a realized internationalism because competition between nations would remain. Class exploitation is a form of superordination but not the exclusive form. The anarchist idea of revolution has two phases. The first phase is the abolition of social classes and the second is the rising force of voluntary association between men, bringing about a rejuvenation. The anarchists were among the first to be critical of industrialism in its capitalist forms. They were the first to explore the weaknesses in Bolshevik revolution. There is a theoretical soundness to most anarchist criticism of existing social orders. If one reads Berkman or Goldman on the repressive character of Bolshevism, one cannot help but admire their predictive acumen. On the other hand, one is always left a bit discontented by the type of criticism that can never be wrong because it is always dealing in the realm of what ought to be. Anarchism is an argument of perfection against an imperfect world. It scoffs at attempts to make an imperfect world a little less so. Its very totality gives it a rightness in the abstract. But this totality deprives it of concreteness. Anarchists are right in their critique of existing social orders. But the issues are not quite joined. How do you get from an oppressive social system to one a little less so? The victories of industrialism and urbanism led to considerable changes in anarchist doctrine. The Proudhonian critique of property had an appeal to propertyless peasants. 61 Introduction. Whereas the later Kropotkin emphasis on an anarchism of social need both universalized it and served to reorient it toward proletarian aims. Withdrawal from harsh bourgeois realities into Stirner's Germanska/T paradise of total egoism, the community of fate which sustained the early anarchist belief in the natural goodness of man gave way to increased involvement in Gesellschaft imperfections, to the society of interests based on mistrust of this natural goodness, to a contractual relationship. And it must be said that the only time anarchism became a world historic force coincided precisely with this new emphasis on class exploitation and class redemption. But this historic period proved as ineffectual in general as the wranglings of Bakunin in the International. The anarchist doctrine of smashing state power never admitted of a strategy and theory for the maintenance of power. The purpose of involvement was continually beclouded by a strong moralizing belief in the dangers of contamination that stem from such involvement. Liberation in the anarchist lexicon always retained a negative quality. It remained liberation from rather than liberation through. Tolstoy wanted to be liberated from all national governments. Sorel wanted to be liberated from all political parties. Stirner wanted to be liberated from all social requirements. In this way, anarchism ensured its marginality, which was not unlike the marginality of coffee-house European intellectuals. Both preferred the underground to the firing line of politics. Redemption was to be personal. Like the intellectuals, immortality was ensured by moral rightness rather than by political victory. The ideology of negation is not an adequate tool for class rebellion. It is a fact of the age that no class, qua class, can exist without the action generated by ideological thinking. For that reason, intellectuals as a class can never be galvanized into a form of independent activity. On the other hand, it is the only class that can survive strictly on the unmasking tradition, on the tradition of uncovering the weaknesses in political myth and social ideology as such. Given the anarchist propensity to this kind of expose, an alliance of anarchism and intellectualism might have been expected to materialize. What prevented an association of intellectuals and anarchists is therefore a complex question. Two processes in particular seem to attract attention. In the first place, the historic tendencies of intellectuals were to cancel themselves in the direction of academicism and professionalism. That is, the intellectuals were the historic forerunners of the present-day teachers, welfare workers, researchers, etc. And while a tension remains between the intellectual and the academic, the process of cross-fertilization between them served to enhance the status of both. And more, it tended to make the intellectual increasingly cautious and responsible in the types of criticism he offered. His view of life became separated from his work performance, with the latter increasingly defining his role set. The slogan of the modern intellectual became the separation of fact and value. More and more, the search for facts gave the intellectual the kind of special information and special consciousness that made professionalism possible. And from professionalism to respectability is a short hop indeed, especially since the striving for professionalism is itself partially motivated by precisely the impuli to respectability to a high status ranking. The second master trend that prevented too close an association with anarchism is the historic apathy, indeed antipathy, for deeds, and certainly for the propaganda of the deed. Anarchist and socialist shibboleths about the unity of theory and practice remain largely mythical. The intellectual sees political action as corrupting thought. Indeed, the whole of the sociology of knowledge from Dilthey to Mannheim can be seen against a background that believed that action is the fundamental basis for the distortion of truth. Intellectualism developed its own ideology, the guardianship of the truth over and against political ideologies. The anarchist celebration of social myths, political slogans, and propaganda of destruction were viewed as techniques for manipulating the rebellion of the oppressed. Anarchist martyrdom always seemed to carry with it infliction of suffering upon others, particularly men of learning. As such, the anarchist was viewed as a slave of his own activism. Violence always threatened to spill over into regi, kulta, and self-sacrifice into the sacrifice of others. Anarchism was viewed as a labyrinth of tactics and terror which it was the job of intellectuals to transcend, if not actually to eliminate. Thus, the process of redemption for intellectuals came to be defined as the politics of exposure rather than liberation from politics as such. On the other side, the anarchists were undergoing certain sociological processes that similarly moved them away from any informal concordat with intellectuals. We have already spoken of the marginality and negative definitions of freedom that anarchists are bound by. These definitions, when translated into action, made the anarchists arch-norm breakers. They became the foes of organized society and the friends of social deviance. As such, they were hardly distinguishable from criminals. Certain non-utilitarian theories of crime committed not to secure the direct objects of theft and vandalism but as a reaction against bourgeois society share with anarchism a principal attitude toward crime. Even if we accept Émile Durkheim's brilliant commentaries on the necessity of crime for social change, and the definition by a given society of what a crime is, it is clear that anarchists can hardly accept the indecisiveness of intellectuals of a portion of society that remains relatively low on any risk-taking scale. Anarchists thus rationalized the gap between themselves and intellectuals by indicating that the indecisive nature of intellectual behavior stemmed from their hazy interests as a social subclass. Therefore, even their sanctimonious doctrine of separating facts from values was held to be a reflection of weakness rather than of principle. This directly feeds the plaint of anarchists that intellectuals are betrayed by their own quest for knowledge. When Dostoevsky noted that the direct, legitimate fruit of consciousness is inertia, that is, conscious sitting with the hands folded, he gave expression to this antagonism of the anarchist for men who could never be direct. The consequence of reflection is ultimately self-reflection, and this soon leads to an academic narcissism. The whole force of anarchist anti-intellectualism is not so much a critique of ideas as it is a condemnation of the man of ideas. The deed was after all what stimulated new ideas, and so the deed was held paramount. There was a peculiar, if rather esoteric, dialogue that went on between the intellectuals and anarchists of the fin de siècle. For in this dialogue was forged the sophisticated anarchism that made distinctions between myth-making and truth-gathering, between the credo of revolution and the results of revolution, and between mechanisms of persuasion and instruments of discovery. And in this dialogue the anarchist, by a peculiar dialectic of history, gave rise to its own form of superintellectualism. For in the hands of Michels, Sarl, Griffiules, and Lagardelle, Merlino, and Labriola, the Franco-Italian school of anarchism gave rise, out of its very search for a rational revolution that could engage irrational man, to a new form of sociological intellectualism, i.e., to the Franco-Italian school of social and political science, sometimes referred to as the Neo-Machiavellian tradition. This cross-fertilization of anarchy and intellect attests to how close, in point of origin and inspiration, anarchism and social science once were. I might here venture bold and suggest that the history of 19th-century social science has as one of its master threads its critical dialogue with anarchism. The golden mean of Spence-Ryan sociology, the social solidarity of Durkheim. The iron law of oligarchy of Michaels, these and many more can have little meaning until an accounting of the spectre of anarchism, at least as the most extreme consequence of socialism, is fully made. The redemptive spirit of anarchism was absorbed in intellectually inspired reform. The revolutionary spectre was absorbed in the general sweep of modem liberalism and trade unionism, parliamentary democracy, and rapid mobility through the open social system. Between them, less than little was left for the anarchist to do battle against. Withdrawal once again became the leitmotif of anarchism. While the social sources of intellectualism are profoundly anti-moralistic in contrast to anarchism, they turn a full circle, moving in opposite directions, and meet. The meeting place is their shared critical view of the present, a common need to see the present as a moment in history rather than as the moment of history, and a common need to make the better serve as the critic of the good. Section 1: Anarchism as a Critique of Society. Denis Diderot, The Fall of Natural Man 1. Denis Diderot Malatesta gave some 60 years to One from Anarchy, by Enrico Malatesta, London, Freedom Press, 1907. 71 Anarchism and Lament the Anarchist Movements of Europe. As a medical student at the University of Naples, he embraced republicanism and shortly thereafter became a socialist and member of the First International. It was in this association that he befriended and came under the influence of Bakunin. He pressed constantly for the principles of direct action, land seizure, and the general strike. He organized a number of insurrections and workers' revolts. He delivered anti-state speeches at many anarchist gatherings at an international level. He thus laid down important features of communist anarchism and anarchist tactics that had a great impact on the movement. Malatesta was a wealthy man who put his entire fortune at the disposal of the cause. He won the militant support of broad sections of his countrymen. Whose demonstrations and strikes on his behalf saved him from death and imprisonment a number of times. In Argentine exile and again in the United States, he published radical newspapers. He took part in the Zaris insurrection in Spain, in the general strike of 1895 in Belgium, spent years of exile and imprisonment in England, France, and Switzerland. It was in 1907 that he attended the Anarchist Congress at Amsterdam and made speeches on anarchist organization that were to shape the anarchist movement. Kropotkin left us a picture of his life in exile. Without even so much as a room that he could call his own, he would sell sherbet in the streets of London to get his living, and in the evening write brilliant articles for the Italian papers. Imprisoned in France, released, expelled, recondemned in Italy, confined to an island, escaped, and again in Italy in disguise, always in the hottest of the struggle. THIRD the systematic destruction of its finest radical leadership, Italy moved on to the eventual victory of fascism. Malatesta remained in Italy, under house arrest, until he died. The authorities ordered his body thrown into a common grave. His best-known political statement in English is his pamphlet Anarchy. Anarchy is a word that comes from the Greek, and signifies, strictly speaking, without government, the state of a people without any constituted authority. Before such an organization had begun to be considered possible and desirable by a whole class of thinkers, so as to be taken as the aim of a movement, the word anarchy was used universally in the sense of disorder and confusion, and it is still adopted in that sense by the ignorant and by adversaries interested in distorting the truth. We shall not enter into philological discussions. For the question is not philological but historical. The common interpretation of the word does not misconceive its true etymological signification, but is derived from it, owing to the prejudice that government must be a necessity of the organization of social life, and that consequently a society without government must be given up to disorder, and oscillate between the unbridled dominion of some and the blind vengeance of others. The existence of this prejudice and its influence on the meaning that the public has given to the word is easily explained. Man, like all living beings, adapts himself to the conditions in which he lives, and transmits by inheritance his acquired habits. Thus, being born and having lived in bondage, being the descendant of a long line of slaves, man, when he began to think, believed that slavery was an essential condition of life, and liberty seemed to him impossible. In like manner, the workman, forced for centuries to depend upon the goodwill of his employer for work, that is, for bread, and accused home to see his own life at the disposal of those who possess the land and capital, has ended in believing that it is his master who gives him food, and asks ingenuously how it would be possible to live, if there were no master over him. In the same way, a man whose limbs had been bound from birth, but who had nevertheless found out how to hobble about, might attribute to the very bands that bound him his ability to move, while, on the contrary, they would diminish and paralyze the muscular energy of his limbs. If then we add to the natural effect of habit the education given him by his master, the parson, the teacher, etc., who are all interested in teaching that the employer and the government are necessary, if we add the judge and the policeman to force those who think differently and might try to propagate their opinions to keep silence, we shall understand how the prejudice as to the utility and necessity of masters and governments has become established. Suppose a doctor brought forward a complete theory, with the thou. 73 Anarchism and avament. Sand ably invented illustrations, to persuade the man with bound limbs that, if his limbs were freed, he could not walk, or even live. The man would defend his bands furiously and consider anyone his enemy who tried to tear them off. Thus, if it is believed that government is necessary and that without government there must be disorder and confusion, it is natural and logical to suppose that anarchy, which signifies absence of government, must also mean absence of order. Nor is this fact without parallel in the history of words. In those epochs and countries where people have considered government by one man necessary, the word republic has been used precisely like anarchy, to imply disorder and confusion. Traces of this meaning of the word are still to be found in the popular languages of almost all countries. When this opinion is changed, and the public are convinced that government is not necessary, but extremely harmful, the word anarchy, precisely because it signifies without government, will become equal to saying natural order, harmony of the needs and interests of all, complete liberty with complete solidarity. Therefore, those are wrong who say that anarchists have chosen their name badly, because it is erroneously understood by the masses and leads to a false interpretation. The error does not come from the word, but from the thing. The difficulty which anarchists meet in spreading their views does not depend upon the name they have given themselves, but upon the fact that their conceptions strike at all the inveterate prejudices which people have about the function of government, or the state, as it is called. Before proceeding further, it will be well to explain this last word which, in our opinion, is the real cause of much misunderstanding. Anarchists generally make use of the word state to mean all that collection of institutions, political, legislative, judicial, military, financial, etc., by means of which the management of their own affairs, the guidance of their personal conduct, and the care of ensuring their own safety are taken from the people and confided to certain individuals, and these, whether by usurpation or delegation, are invested with Errico Malatesta 74. The right to make laws over and for all, and to constrain the public to respect them, making use of the collective force of the community to this end. In this case the word state means government, or, if you like, it is the abstract expression of which government is the personification. Then such expressions as abolition of the state, or society without the state, agree perfectly with the conception which anarchists wish to express of the destruction of every political institution based on authority, and of the constitution of a free and equal society, based upon harmony of interests, and the voluntary contribution of all to the satisfaction of social needs. However, the word state has many other meanings, and among these some that lend themselves to misconstruction, particularly when used among men whose sad social position has not afforded them leisure to become accustomed to the subtle distinctions of scientific language, or, still worse, when adopted treacherously by adversaries, who are interested in confounding the sense, or do not wish to comprehend it. Thus the word state is often used to indicate any given society, or collection of human beings, united on a given territory and constituting what is called a social unit, independently of the way in which the members of the said body are grouped, or of the relations existing between them. State is used also simply as a synonym for society. Owing to these meanings of the word, our adversaries believe, or rather profess to believe, that anarchists wish to abolish every social relation and all collective work, and to reduce man to a condition of isolation, that is, to a state worse than savagery. By state again is meant only the supreme administration of a country, the central power, as distinct from provincial or communal power, and therefore others think that anarchists wish merely for a territorial decentralization, leaving the principle of government intact, and thus confounding anarchy with cantonal or communal government. Finally, state signifies condition, mode of living, the order of social life, etc., and therefore we say, for example, that it is necessary to change the economic state of the working classes, or that the anarchical state is the only state founded on the principles of solidarity, and other similar phrases. So that if we say also in another sense that we wish to abolish the state, we may at once appear absurd or contradictory. For these reasons, we believe that it would be better to use the expression abolition of the state as little as possible, and to substitute for it another, clearer and more concrete abolition of government. The latter will be the expression used in the course of this essay. We have said that anarchy is society without government, but is the suppression of government possible, desirable, or wise? Let us see. What is the government? There is a disease of the human mind, called the metaphysical tendency, that causes man, after he has biological process abstracted the quality from an object, to be subject to a kind of hallucination that makes him take the abstraction for the real thing. This metaphysical tendency, in spite of the blows of positive science, has still strong root in the minds of the majority of our contemporary fellow men. It has such influence that many consider government an actual entity, with certain given attributes of reason, justice, equity, independent of the people who compose the government. For those who think in this way, government, or the state, is the abstract social power, and it represents, always in the abstract, the general interest. It is the expression of the rights of all and is considered as limited by the rights of each. This way of understanding government is supported by those interested, to whom it is an urgent necessity that the principle of authority should be maintained and should always survive the faults and errors of the persons who exercise power. For us, the government is the aggregate of the governors. And the governors kings, presidents, ministers, members of parliament, and what not are those who have the power to make laws regulating the relations between men, and to force obedience to these laws. They are those who decide upon and claim the taxes, enforce military service, judge and punish transgressors of the laws. They subject men to regulations, and supervise and sanction private contracts. They monopolize certain branches of production and public services, or, if they wish, all production and public service. They promote or hinder the exchange of goods. They make war or peace with the governments of other countries. They concede or Erico Malidum 11 withhold free trade and many things else. In short, the governors are those who have the power, in a greater or lesser degree, to make use of the collective force of society, that is, of the physical, intellectual, and economic force of all, to oblige each to their wish. And this power constitutes, in our opinion, the very principle of government and authority. But what reason is there for the existence of government? Why abdicate one's own liberty, one's own initiative in favor of other individuals? Why give them the power to be the masters, with or against the wish of each, to dispose of the forces of all in their own way? Are the governors such exceptionally gifted men as to enable them, with some show of reason, to represent the masses and act in the interests of all men better than all men would be able to act for themselves? Are they so infallible and incorruptible that one can confide to them, with any semblance of prudence, the fate of each and all, trusting to their knowledge and goodness? And even if there existed men of infinite goodness and knowledge, even if we assume what has never happened in history and what we believe could never happen, namely, that the government might devolve upon the ablest and best, would the possession of government power add anything to their beneficent influence? Would it not rather paralyze or destroy it? For those who govern find it necessary to occupy themselves with things which they do not understand, and, above all, to waste the greater part of their energy in keeping themselves in power, striving to satisfy their friends, holding the discontented in check, and mastering the rebellious. Again, be the governors good or bad, wise or ignorant, how do they gain power? Do they impose themselves by right of war, conquest, or revolution? If so, what guarantees have the public that their rules have the general good at heart? In this case it is simply a question of usurpation, and if the subjects are discontented, nothing is left to them but to throw off the yoke by an appeal to arms. Are the governors chosen from a certain class or party? Then inevitably the ideas and interests of that class or party will triumph, and the wishes and interests of the others will be sacrificed. Are they elected by universal suffrage? Now numbers are the sole criterion, and numbers are clearly no proof of reason, justice, or capacity. Under universal suffrage the elected are those who know best how to take in the masses. The minority, which may happen to be the half-1, is sacrificed. Moreover, experience has shown it is impossible to hit upon an electoral system that really ensures election by the actual majority. Many and various are the theories by which men have sought to justify the existence of government. All, however, are founded, confessedly or not, on the assumption that the individuals of a society have contrary interests, and that an external superior power is necessary to oblige some to respect the interests of others, by prescribing and imposing a rule of conduct, according to which the interests at strife may be harmonized as much as possible, and according to which each may obtain the maximum of satisfaction with the minimum of sacrifice. If, say the theorists of the authoritarian school, the interests, tendencies, and desires of an individual are in opposition to those of another individual, or perhaps all society, who will have the right and the power to oblige the one to respect the interests of the other or others? Who will be able to prevent the individual citizen from offending the general will? The liberty of each, they say, has for its limit the liberty of others, but who will establish those limits, and who will cause them to be respected? The natural antagonism of interests and passions creates the necessity for government, and justifies authority. Authority intervenes as moderator of the social strife and defines the limits of the rights and duties of each. This is the theory, but to be sound the theory should be based upon an explanation of facts. We know well how in social economy theories are too often invented to justify facts, that is, to defend privilege and cause it to be accepted tranquilly by those who are its victims. Let us here look at the facts themselves. In all the course of history, as in the present epoch, government is either brutal, violent, arbitrary domination of the few over the many, or it is an instrument devised to secure domination and privilege to those who, by force, or cunning, or inheritance, have taken to themselves all the means of life, and first and foremost the soil, whereof they hold the people in servitude, making them work for their advantage. Governments oppress mankind in two ways, either directly, by brute force, that is physical violence, or indirectly. Errico Malatesta 78 by depriving them of the means of subsistence and thus reducing them to helplessness. Political power originated in the first method, economic privilege arose from the second. Governments can also oppress man by acting on his emotional nature, and in this way constitute religious authority. There is no reason for the propagation of religious superstitions but that they defend and consolidate political and economic privileges. In primitive society, when the world was not so densely populated as now and social relations were less complicated, if any circumstance prevented the formation of habits and customs of solidarity, or destroyed those which already existed and established the domination of man over man, the two powers, political and economic, were united in the same hands, often in those of a single individual. Those who by force had conquered and impoverished the others, constrained them to become their servants and to perform all things for them according to their caprice. The victors were at once proprietors, legislators, kings, judges, and executioners. But with the increase of population, with the growth of needs, with the complication of social relationships, the prolonged continuance of such despotism became impossible. For their own security the rulers, often much against their will, were obliged to depend upon a privileged class, that is, a certain number of cointerest individuals, and were also obliged to let each of these individuals provide for his own sustenance. Nevertheless they reserved to themselves the supreme or ultimate control. In other words, the rulers reserved to themselves the right to exploit all at their own convenience, and so to satisfy their kingly vanity. Thus private wealth was developed under the shadow of the ruling power, for its protection and often unconsciously as its accomplice. The class of proprietors arose, and, concentrating little by little into their own hands all the means of production, the very fountains of life, agriculture, industry, and exchange, ended by becoming a power in themselves. This power, by the superiority of its means of action and the great mass of interests it embraces, always ends by subjugating more or less openly the political power, that is, the government, which it makes its policeman. This phenomenon has been repeated often in history. Every time that, by military enterprise, physical brute force, 79 anarchism and government has taken the upper hand in society, the conquerors have shown the tendency to concentrate government and property in their own hands. In every case, however, because the government cannot attend to the production of wealth and overlook and direct everything, it finds it necessary to conciliate a powerful class, and private property is again established. With it comes the division of the two sorts of power, that of the persons who control the collective force of society, and that of the proprietors, upon whom these governors become essentially dependent, because the proprietors command the sources of the said collective force. Never has the state of affairs been so accentuated as in modern times. The development of production, the immense extension of commerce, the extensive power that money has acquired, and all the economic results flowing from the discovery of America, the invention of machinery, etc., have secured such supremacy to the capitalist class that it is no longer content to trust to the support of the government and has come to wish that the government shall emanate from itself, a government composed of members from its own class, continually under its control and specially organized to defend it against the possible revenge of the disinherited, hence the origin of the modern parliamentary system. Today the government is composed of proprietors, or people of their class so entirely under their influence that the richest do not find it necessary to take an active part themselves. Rothschild, for instance, does not need to be either MP or minister, it is enough for him to keep M.Ps and ministers dependent upon him. In many countries, the proletariat participates nominally in the election of the government. This is a concession which the bourgeois class have made, either to avail themselves of popular support in the strife against royal or aristocratic power, or to divert the attention of the people from their own emancipation by giving them an apparent share in political power. However, whether the bourgeoisie foresaw it or not, when first they conceded to the people the right to vote, the fact is that the right has proved in reality a mockery, serving only to consolidate the power of the bourgeoisie, while giving to the most energetic only of the proletariat the illusory hope of arriving at power. So also with universal suffrage we might say, especially. Errico malatesta with universal suffrage the government has remained the servant and police of the bourgeois class. How could it be otherwise? If the government should reach the point of becoming hostile, if the hope of democracy should ever be more than a delusion deceiving the people, the proprietary class, menaced in its interests, would at once rebel and would use all the force and influence that come from the possession of wealth, to reduce the government to the simple function of acting as policemen. In alley times and in all places, whatever may be the name that the government takes, whatever has been its origin, or its organization, its essential function is always that of oppressing and exploiting the masses, and of defending the oppressors and exploiters. Its principal characteristic and indispensable instruments are the policeman and the tax collector, the soldier and the prison. And to these are necessarily added the time-serving priest or teacher, as the case may be, supported and protected by the government, to render the spirit of the people servile and make them docile under the yoke. Certainly, in addition to this primary business, to this essential department of governmental action other departments have been added. In the course of time, we even admit that never, or hardly ever, has a government been able to exist in a country that was at all civilized without adding to its pressing and exploiting functions others useful and indispensable to social life. But this fact makes it nonetheless true that government is in its nature a means of exploitation, and that its origin and position doom it to be the defense of a dominant class, thus confirming and increasing the evils of domination. The government assumes the business of protecting, more or less vigilantly, the life of citizens against direct and brutal attacks, acknowledges and legalizes a certain number of rights and primitive usages and customs, without which it is impossible to live in society. It organizes and directs certain public services, such as the post, preservation and construction of roads, care of the public health, benevolent institutions, workhouses, etc., and poses as the protector and benefactor of the poor and weak. But to prove our point it is sufficient to notice how and why it fulfills these functions. The fact is that everything the government undertakes is always inspired with the spirit of domination and indeed to defend, enlarge, and perpetuate the privileges of property and of those classes of which government is the representative and defender. A government cannot rule for any length of time without hiding its true nature behind the pretense of general utility. It cannot respect the lives of the privileged without assuming the air of wishing to respect the lives of all. It cannot cause the privileges of some to be tolerated without appearing as the custodian of the rights of everybody. The law has utilized, says Kropotkin, the social sentiments of man, working into them those precepts of morality, which man has accepted, together with arrangements useful to the minority the exploiters and opposed to the interests of those who might have rebelled, had it not been for this show of a moral ground. A government cannot wish the destruction of the community, for then it and the dominant class could not claim their wealth from exploitation, nor could the government leave the community to manage its own affairs, for then the people would soon discover that it was necessary for no other end than to defend the proprietary class who impoverish them, and would hasten to rid themselves of both government and proprietary class. Today, in the face of the persistent and menacing demands of T proletariat, governments show a tendency to interfere in the relations between employers and work people. Thus they try to arrest the labor movement and to impede with delusive reforms the attempts of the poor to take to themselves what is due to them, namely, an equal share of the good things of life that others enjoy. We must also remember that on one hand the bourgeoisie, that is, the proprietary class, make war among themselves and destroy one another continually, and that, on the other hand, the government, although composed of the bourgeoisie and, acting as their servant and protector, is still, like every servant or protector, continually striving to emancipate itself and to domineer over its charge. Thus, this seesaw game, this swaying between conceding and withdrawing, this seeking allies among the people and against the classes, and among the classes against the masses, forms the science of 3. See this subject more copiously treated in the following chapter. 111 Results of man and the principles of society. Who can tell what would be the effects of such a plan of conduct universally adopted? There seems to be more truth in the argument, derived chiefly from the unequal distribution of property, in favor of my providing in ordinary cases for my wife and children, my brothers and relations before I provide for strangers. As long as providing for individuals belongs to individuals, it seems as if there must be a certain distribution of the class needing superintendence and supply among the class affording it, that each man may have his claim and resource. But this argument, if admitted at all, is to be admitted with great caution. It belongs only to ordinary cases, and cases of a higher order or a more urgent necessity will perpetually occur, in competition with which these will be altogether impotent. We must be severely scrupulous in measuring out the quantity of supply, and with respect to money in particular, must remember how little is yet understood of the true mode of employing it for the public benefit. Having considered the persons with whom justice is conversant, let us next inquire into the degree in which we are obliged to consult the good of others. And here I say that it is just that I should do all the good in my power. Does any person in distress apply to me for relief? It is my duty to grant it, and I commit a breach of duty in refusing. If this principle be not of universal application, it is because in conferring a benefit upon an individual I may in some instances inflict an injury of superior magnitude upon myself or society. Now the same justice that binds me to any individual of my fellow men binds me to the whole. If, while I confer a benefit upon one man, it appear, in striking an equitable balance, that I am injuring the whole, my action ceases to be right and becomes absolutely wrong. But how much am I bound to do for the general will, that is, for the benefit of the individuals of whom the whole is composed? Everything in my power. What, to the neglect of the means of my own existence? No, for I am myself a part of the whole. Besides, it will rarely happen but that the project of doing for others everything in my power will demand for its execution the preservation of my own existence, or in other words, it will rarely happen but that I can do more good in 20 years than in one. If the extraordinary case should occur in which I can promote the general good by my death more than by my life, justice requires that I should be content to die. In all other cases it is just that I should be careful to maintain my body and my mind in the utmost vigor and in the best condition for service. I will suppose, for example, that it is right for one man to possess a greater portion of property than another, either as the fruit of his industry or the inheritance of his ancestors. Justice obliges him to regard this property as a trust and calls upon him maturely to consider in what manner it may best be employed for the increase of liberty, knowledge, and virtues. He has no right to dispose of a shilling of it at the will of his caprice. So far from being entitled to well-earned applause for having employed some scanty pittance in the service of philanthropy, he is in the eye of justice a delinquent if he withhold any portion from that service. Nothing can be more incontrovertible. Could that portion have been better or more worthily employed? That it could is implied in the very terms of the proposition. Then it was just it should have been so employed in the same manner as my property. I hold my person as a trust in behalf of mankind. I am bound to employ my talents, my understanding, my strength, and my time for the production of the greatest quantity of general good. Such are the declarations of justice, so great is the extent of my duty. But justice is reciprocal. If it be just that I should confer a benefit, it is just that another man should receive it, and if I withhold from him that to which he is entitled, he may justly complain. My neighbor is in want of £10 that I can spare. There is no law of political institution that has been made to reach this case and to transfer this property from me to him. But in the eye of simple justice, unless it can be shown that the money can be more beneficently employed, his claim is as complete as if he had my bond in his posses Zion or had supplied me with goods to the amount. 4 To this it has sometimes been answered that there is more than one person that stands in need of the money I have to spare, and of consequence I must be at liberty to bestow it as I please. I answer, if only one person offer himself to my knowledge or search, to me there is but one. Those others that I cannot find belong to other rich men to assist and not to me. If more than one person offer, I am obliged to balance their fitness and conduct myself accordingly. It is scarcely possible to happen that two men shall be of exactly equal fitness, or that I shall be equally certain of the fitness of the one as of the other. It is therefore impossible for me to confer upon any man a favor. I can only do him a right. Whatever deviates from the law of justice, even I will suppose in the too much done in favor of some individual or some part of the general whole, is so much subtracted from the general stock, is so much of absolute injustice. The inference most clearly afforded by the preceding reasonings is the competence of justice as a principle of deduction in all cases of moral inquiry. The reasonings themselves are rather of the nature of illustration and example, and any error that may be imputed to them in particulars will not invalidate the general conclusion, the propriety of applying moral justice as a criterion in the investigation of political truth. Society is nothing more than an aggregation of individuals. Its claims and its duties must be the aggregate of their claims and duties, the one no more precarious and arbitrary than the other. What has the society a right to require from me? The question is already answered: everything that it is my duty to do. Anything more? Certainly not. Can they change eternal truth or subvert the nature of men and their actions? Can they make it my duty to commit intemperance, to maltreat or assassinate my neighbor? Again, what is it that the society is bound to do for its members? Everything that can contribute to their welfare. But the nature of their welfare is defined by the nature of mind. That will most contribute to it which enlarges the understanding, supplies incitements to virtue, fills us with a generous consciousness of our independence, and carefully removes whatever can impede our exertions. Should it be affirmed that it is not in the power of any political system to secure to us these advantages, the conclusion I am drawing will still be incontrovertible. It is bound to contribute everything it is able to these purposes, and no man was ever yet found hardy enough to affirm that it could do nothing. Suppose its influence in the utmost degree limited, there must be one method approaching nearer than any other to the desired object, and that method ought to be universally adopted. There is one thing that political institutions can assuredly do: they can avoid positively counteracting the true interests of their subjects. But all capricious rules and arbitrary distinctions do positively counteract them. There is scarcely any modification of society but has in it some degree of moral tendency. So far as it produces neither mischief nor benefit, it is good for nothing. So far as it tends to the improvement of the community, it ought to be universally adopted. There is a difficulty of considerable magnitude as to the subject of the preceding chapter, founded upon the difference which may exist between abstract justice and my apprehensions of justice. When I do an act wrong in itself, but which as to all the materials of judging extant to my understanding appears to be right, is my conduct virtuous or vicious? Certain moralists have introduced a distinction upon this head between absolute and practical virtue. There is one species of virtue, they say, which rises out of the nature of things and is immutable, and another which rises out of the views extant to my understanding. Thus, for example, suppose I ought to worship Jesus Christ, but having been bred in the religion of Mahomet, I ought to adhere to that religion as long as its evidences shall appear to me conclusive. I am impaneled upon a jury to try a man arraigned for murder, and who is really innocent. Abstractly considered, I ought to acquit him. But I am unacquainted with his innocence, and evidence is adduced such as to form the strongest presumption of his guilt. Demonstration in such cases is not to be attained. I am obliged in every concern of human life to act upon presumption. I ought therefore to convict him. It may be doubted, however, whether any good purpose is likely to be answered by employing the terms of abstract science in this versatile and uncertain manner. Morality is, if anything can be, fixed and immutable, and there must surely be some strange deception that should induce us to give to an action eternally and unchangeably wrong the epithets of rectitude, duty, and virtue. Nor have these moralists been thoroughly aware to what extent this admission would carry them. The human mind is incredibly subtle in inventing an apology for that to which its inclination leads. Nothing is so rare as pure and unmingled hypocrisy. There is no action of our lives which we were not ready at the time of adopting it to justify, unless so far as we were prevented by mere indolence and unconcern. There is scarcely any justification which we endeavor to pass upon others which we do not with tolerable success pass upon ourselves. The distinction therefore which is here set up would go near to prove that every action of every human being is entitled to the appellation of virtuous. There is perhaps no man that cannot recollect the time when he secretly called in question the arbitrary division of property established in human society and felt inclined to appropriate to his use anything the possession of which appeared to him desirable. It is probably in some such way that men are usually influenced in the perpetration of robbery. they persuade themselves of the comparative inutility of the property to its present possessor and the inestimable advantage that would attend it in their hands. They believe that the transfer ought to be made. It is of no consequence that they are not consistent in these views, that the impraised scions of education speedily recur to their minds, and that in a season of adversity they readily confess the wickedness of their proceeding. It is not less true that they did what at the moment they thought to be right. But there is another consideration that seems still more decisive of the subject before us. The worst actions, the most contrary to abstract justice and utility, have frequently been done from the most conscientious motives. Clement, Ravaillac, Damiens, and Gerard had their minds deeply penetrated with anxiety for the eternal welfare of mankind. For these objects they sacrificed their ease, and cheerfully exposed themselves to tortures and death. It was benevolence probably that contributed to light the fires of Smithfield and point the daggers of St. Bartholomew. The inventors of the gunpowder treason were in general men remarkable for the sanctity of their lives and the severity of their manners. It is probable, indeed, that some ambitious views and some sentiments of hatred and abhorrence mixed with the benevolence and integrity of these persons. It is probable. William Godwin 116. That no wrong action was ever committed from views entirely pure. But the deception they put upon themselves might nevertheless be complete. At all events their opinions upon the subject could not alter the real nature of the action. The true solution of the question lies in observing that the disposition with which an action is adopted is one thing, and the action itself another. A right action may be done from a wrong disposition, in that case we approve the action but condemn the actor. A wrong action may be done from a right disposition, in that case we condemn the action but approve the actor. If the disposition by which a man is governed has a systematical tendency to the benefit of his species, he cannot fail to obtain our esteem, however mistaken he may be in his conduct. But what shall we say to the duty of a man under these circumstances? Calvin, we will suppose, was clearly and conscientiously persuaded that he ought to burn Servetus. Ought he to have burned him or not? If he burned him, he did an action detestable in its own nature; if he refrained, he acted in opposition to the best judgment of his own understanding as to a point of moral obligation. It is absurd, however, to say that it was in any sense his duty to burn him. The most that can be admitted is that his disposition was virtuous, and that in the circumstances in which he was placed an action greatly to be deplored flowed from that disposition by invincible necessity. Shall we say, then, that it was the duty of Calvin, who did not understand the principles of toleration, to act upon a truth of which he was ignorant? Suppose that a person is to be tried at York next week for murder and that my evidence would acquit him. Shall we say that it was my duty to go to York, though I knew nothing of the matter? Upon the same principles we might affirm that it is my duty to go from London to York in half an hour, as the trial will corn on within that time, the impossibility not being more real in one case than in the other. Upon the same principles we might affirm that it is my duty to be impeccable, omniscient, and almighty. Duty is a term the use of which seems to be to describe the mode in which any being may best be employed for the general good. It is limited in its extent by the extent of the capacity of that being. Now capacity varies in its idea in proportion as we vary the view of the subject to which it belongs. What I am capable of if you consider me merely as a man is anything, what I am capable of as a man of a deformed figure, of weak understanding, of superstitious prejudices, or as the case may happen is another. So much cannot be expected of me under these disadvantages as if they were absent. But if this be the true definition of duty, it is absurd to suppose in any case that an action injurious to the general welfare can be classed in the rank of duties. To apply these observations to the cases that have been stated. Ignorance, so far as it goes, completely annihilates capacity. As I was uninformed of the trial at York, I could not be influenced by any consideration respecting it. But it is absurd to say that it was my duty to neglect a motive with which I was unacquainted. If you allege that Calvin was ignorant of the principles of toleration and had no proper opportunity to learn them, It follows that in burning Servetus he did not 608 his duty, but it does not follow that it was his duty to burn him. Upon the supposition here stated, duty is silent. Calvin was unacquainted with the principles of justice, and therefore could not practice them. The duty of no man can exceed his capacity, but then neither can in any case an act of injustice be of the nature of duty. There are certain inferences that flow from this view of the subject which it may be proper to mention. Nothing is more common than for individuals and societies of men to allege that they have acted to the best of their judgment, that they have done their duty, and therefore that their conduct, even should it prove to be mistaken, is nevertheless virtuous. This appears to be an error. An action, though done with the best intention in the world, may have nothing in it of the nature of virtue. In reality, the most essential part of virtue consists in the incessantly seeking to inform ourselves more accurately upon the subject of utility and right. Whoever is greatly misinformed respecting them is indebted for his error to a defect in his philanthropy and zeal. Secondly, since absolute virtue may be out of the power of a human being, it becomes us in the meantime to lay the greatest stress upon a virtuous disposition, which is not attended with the same ambiguity. A virtuous disposition is of the utmost consequence, since it will in the majority of instances be productive of virtuous actions, since it tends, in exact proportion to the quantity of virtue, to increase our William Godwin 118. Discernment and improve our understanding, and since, if it were universally propagated, it would immediately lead to the great end of virtuous actions, the purest and most exquisite happiness of intelligent beings. But a virtuous disposition is principally generated by the uncontrolled exercise of private judgment and the rigid conformity of every man to the dictates of his conscience. Of the equality of mankind. The equality of mankind is either physical or moral. Their physical equality may be considered either as it relates to the strength of the body or the faculties of the mind. This part of the subject has been exposed to cavil and objection. It has been said that the reverse of this equality is the result of our experience. Among the individuals of our species we actually find that there are not two alike. One man is strong and another weak. One man is wise and another foolish. All that exists in the world of the inequality of conditions is to be traced to this as their source. The strong man possesses power to subdue, and the weak stands in need of an ally to protect. The consequence is inevitable. The equality of conditions is a chimerical assumption, neither possible to be reduced into practice nor desirable if it could be so reduced. Upon this statement two observations are to be made. First, this inequality was in its origin infinitely less than it is at present. In the uncultivated state of man diseases, effeminacy, and luxury were little known, and of consequence the strength of every one much more nearly approached to the strength of his neighbor. In the uncultivated state of man the understandings of all were limited, their wants, their ideas and their views nearly upon a level. It was to be expected that in their first departure from this state great irregularities would introduce themselves, and it is the object of subsequent wisdom and improvement to mitigate these irregularities. Secondly, notwithstanding the encroachments that have been made upon the equality of mankind, a great and substantial equality remains. There is no such disparity among the human race as to enable one man to hold several other men in subjection, except so far as they are willing to be. 118 The rights of man and the principles of société. Subject. All government is founded in opinion. Men at present live under any particular form because they conceive it their interest to do so. One part indeed of a community or empire may be held in subjection by force, but this cannot be the personal force of their despot, it must be the force of another part of the community, who are of the opinion that it is their interest to support his authority. Destroy this opinion, and the fabric which is built upon it falls to the ground. It follows therefore that all men are essentially independent. So much for the physical equality. The moral equality is still less open to reasonable exception. By moral equality I understand the propriety of applying one unalterable rule of justice to every case that may arise. This cannot be questioned but upon arguments that would subvert the very nature of virtue. Equality, it has been affirmed, will always be an unintelligible fiction so long as the capacities of men shall be unequal and their pretended claims have neither guarantee nor engine by which they can be enforced. But surely justice is sufficiently intelligible in its own nature, abstracted from the consideration whether it be or be not reduced into practice. Justice has relation to beings endowed with perception and capable of pleasure and pain. Now it immediately results from the nature of such beings, independently of any arbitrary constitution, that pleasure is agreeable and pain odious, pleasure to be desired and pain to be obviated. It is therefore just and reasonable that such beings should contribute, so far as it lies in their power, to the pleasure and benefit of each other. Among pleasures some are more exquisite, more unalloyed, and less precarious than others. It is just that these should be preferred. From these simple principles we may deduce the moral equality of mankind. We are partakers of a common nature, and the same causes that contribute to the benefit of one contribute to the benefit of another. Our senses and faculties are of the same denomination. Our pleasures and pains will therefore be the same. We are all of us endowed with reason, able to compare, to judge, and to infer. The improvement, therefore, which is to be desired for the one is to be desired for the other. We shall be provident for ourselves and useful to each other in proportion as we rise above the atmosphere. 6 Raynal, Revolution d'Amérique. p. 34. William Godwin 1. Of prejudice. The same independence, the same freedom from any such restraint as should prevent us from giving the reins to our own understanding or from uttering upon all occasions whatever we think to be true will conduce to the improvement of all. There are certain opportunities and a certain situation most advantageous to every human being, and it is just that these should be communicated to all, as nearly at least as the general economy will permit. There is indeed one species of moral inequality parallel to the physical inequality that has been already described. The treatment to which men are entitled is to be measured by their merits and their virtues. That country would not be the seat of wisdom and reason where the benefactor of his species was considered in the same point of view as their enemy. But in reality this distinction, so far from being adverse to equality in any tenable sense, is friendly to it and is accordingly known by the appellation of equity, a term derived from the same origin. Though in some sense an exception, it tends to the same purpose to which the principle itself is indebted for its value. It is calculated to infuse into every bosom an emulation of excellence. The thing really to be desired is the removing as much as possible arbitrary distinctions and leaving to talents and virtue the field of exertion unimpaired. We should endeavor to afford to all the same opportunities and the same encouragement, and to render justice the common interest and choice. Michael Bakunin. Social and Economic Bases of Anarchism 1. Michael Alexandrovich Bakunin, the eldest son of an aristocratic family, he spent his youth on the family estate, which educated him to peasant ways through his association with the serfs. He renounced a military career to pursue philosophic studies at the universities of Moscow and Berlin. In 1843, in Switzerland, he befriended Weitling, whose imprisonment attracted the attention of the Russian authorities, and he was summoned to return. He refused and made his way to Paris, where he learned greatly from Marx and Proudhon, although a dislike of Marx prevented any closeness between them. In 1849, in Dresden, he was arrested and returned to Russia as a fugitive, where he spent 8 years in solitary confinement. After 4 more years in Siberia and a marriage to a young woman strangely distant from his political concerns, he made his way to London, where he worked for a time with Herzen. Making his way to Italy, Bakunin organized in 1864 a secret international brotherhood known later as the International Alliance of Social Democracy. In 1868 he joined the First International, where his doctrines were strongly opposed by the Marxists. After the resulting split in 1872, the Bakuninists continued as a separate organization. He retired from the movement in 1874 after the abortive Bologna insurrection. He died and was buried in Rome. He had no faith in parliamentary politics and joined Proudhon in saying that universal suffrage was counter-revolution. He believed in mass organization, collectivism, and was above all anti-state. He held that in place of the state, there would arise a free federation of autonomous associations enjoying the right of secession and guaranteeing complete personal freedom. Max Nettelo and E. H. Carr have written authoritative biographies of him. His writings were widely scattered and he never organized any of them into finished books. A useful compilation is that of G. P. Maximoff, published by the Free Press, although this is a partial collection. A project is now underway for the publication of Bakunin's papers in France. Underlying all historic problems, national, religious, and political, there has always been the economic problem, the most important and essential problem not only for the drudge people but likewise for all the estates, for the state, and for the church. Wealth has always been and still is the indispensable condition for the realization of everything human: authority, power, intelligence, knowledge, freedom. This is true to such a degree that the most ideal church in the world, the Christian which preaches contempt for worldly blessings, no sooner had it succeeded in Michael Bakunin T22 vanquishing paganism and set up its own power upon the ruins of the latter than it directed all its energy toward acquiring wealth. Political power and wealth are inseparable. Those who have power have the means to gain wealth and must center all their efforts upon acquiring it, for without it they will not be able to retain their power. Those who are wealthy must become strong, for, lacking power, they run the risk of being deprived of their wealth. The drudge people have always been powerless because they were poverty-stricken, and they were poverty-stricken because they lacked organized power. In view of this, it is no wonder that among all the problems confronting them, they saw and see first and chiefly the economic problem, the problem of obtaining bread. The drudge people, the perpetual victims of civilization, the martyrs of history, did not always see and understand this problem as they do now, but they have always felt it strongly, and one may say that among all the historic problems that evoked their passive sympathy, in all their instinctive strivings and efforts in the religious and political fields, they always felt more intensely the economic problem, always aiming at solving it. Every people, taken in its totality, and every toiler who is of the people, is a socialist by virtue of his position. And this manner of being a socialist is incomparably more serious than the manner of those socialists who, belonging to the ruling classes by virtue of the advantageous conditions of their lives, arrived at socialist convictions only via science and thinking. I am by no means inclined to underestimate science or thought. I realize that it is those two factors which mainly distinguish man from other animals. I acknowledge them as the guiding stars of any human prosperity. But at the same time I realize that theirs is only a cold light, that is, whenever they do not go hand in hand with life, and that their truth becomes powerless and sterile when it does not rest upon the truth of life. Whenever they contradict life, science, and thought, degenerate into sophistry, into the service of untruth, or at least into shameful cowardice and inactivity. For neither science nor thought exists in isolation, in abstraction, they manifest themselves only in the real man, and every real man is an integral being who cannot at the same time seek rigorous truth and theory and enjoy the fruits of untruth in practice. In every man, even the most sincere socialist, belonging, not by birth but through accidental circumstances in his life, to the ruling classes, that is, one who is exploiting others, you can detect this contradiction between thought and life, and this contradiction invariably paralyzes him, renders him impotent. That is why he can become a wholly sincere socialist only when he has broken all ties binding him to the privileged world and has renounced all its advantages. The drudge people have nothing to renounce and nothing to break away from, they are socialists by virtue of their position. Poverty-stricken, injured, downtrodden, the toiler becomes by instinct the representative of all indigent people, all the injured and downtrodden. And what is this social problem if not the problem of the ultimate and integral emancipation of all downtrodden people? The essential difference between the educated socialist belonging, even though it be only by virtue of his education, to the ruling classes, and the unconscious socialist of the toiling people, lies in the fact that the former, while desiring to be a socialist, can never become one to the full extent, whereas the latter, while being a socialist, is not aware of it, does not know there is a social science in this world, and has never even heard the name of socialism. One knows all about socialism, but he is not a socialist, the other is a socialist, yet does not know about it. Which is preferable? In my opinion, it is preferable to be a socialist. It is almost impossible to pass, so to speak, from abstract thought into life, from thought unaccompanied by life and tacking the driving power of life necessity. But the reverse, the possibility of passing from being to thought, has been proven by the whole history of mankind. And it is now finding its additional substantiation in the history of the drudge people. The entire social problem is now reduced to a very simple question. The great multitudes of people have been and still are doomed to poverty and slavery. They have always constituted a vast majority in comparison to the oppressing and exploiting minority. It means that the power of numbers was always on their side. Then why have they not used it until now in order to throw off the ruinous and hateful yoke? Can one really conceive that there ever was a time when the masses of people loved oppression, when they did not feel that distressing yoke? That would be contrary to sound sense, to nature itself. Every living being strives for prosperity and freedom, and in order to hate an oppressor, it is not necessary even to be a man, it is enough to be an animal. So the long-suffering patience of the masses is to be counted for by other reasons. One of the principal causes no doubt lies in the people's ignorance. Because of that ignorance they do not conceive of themselves as an all-powerful mass bound by the ties of solidarity. They are disunited in their conception of themselves as much as they are disunited in life, as a result of the oppressing circumstances. This twofold disunion is the chief source of the daily impotence of the people. Because of that, among ignorant people, or people standing on the lowest level of education or possessing a meager historic and collective experience, every person, every community, views the troubles and oppressions that they suffer as a personal or particular phenomenon, and not as a general phenomenon affecting all in the same measure and one that therefore should bind all in one common venture, in resistance or in work. What happens is just the contrary. Every region, commune, family, and individual regard the others as enemies ready to impose their yoke upon and despoil the other party, and while this mutual alienation continues, every concerted party, even one that is hardly organized, every caste or state power that may represent a comparatively small number of people, can easily bamboozle, terrorize, and oppress millions of toilers. The second reason, also a direct sequel of the very same ignorance, consists in the fact that the people do not see and do not know the principal sources of their misery, often hating only the manifestation of the cause and not the cause itself, just as a dog may bite the stick with which a man is hitting it but not the man who does the hitting. Therefore the governments, castes, and parties that until now have based their existence upon the mental aberrations of the people, could easily cheat the latter. Ignorant of the real causes of their woes, the people, of course, could not have any idea of the ways and means of their emancipation, letting themselves be shunted from one false road to another, seeking salvation where there could be none, and lending themselves as tools to be used against their own numbers by the exploiters and oppressors. Thus the masses of the people, impelled by the same social need of improving their lives and freeing themselves of intolerable oppression, let themselves be carried from one form of religious nonsense to another, from one political form designed for the oppression of the people into another form, just as oppressive, if not even worse, like a man tormented by illness, and tossing from one side to the other, but actually feeling worse with every turn. Such has been the history of the drudge people in all countries, throughout the world. A hopeless, odious, horrible story capable of driving to despair anyone seeking human justice. And still one should not let himself be carried away by this feeling. Disgusting as that history has been until now, one cannot say that it was in vain or that it did not result in some benefits. What can one do if by his very nature man is condemned to work his way, Through all kinds of abominations and torments, from pitch darkness to reason, from a brutish state to humanity. The historic errors, and the woes going hand in hand with them, have produced multitudes of illiterate people. And those people have paid with their sweat and blood, with poverty, hunger, slave drudgery, with torment and death for every new movement into which they were drawn by the minorities exploiting them. Instead of books, which they could not read, history registered those lessons upon their hides. Such lessons cannot be easily forgotten. By paying dearly for every new faith, hope, and error, the masses of people attain reason via historic stupidities. Through bitter experience they have come to realize the vanity of all religious beliefs, of all national and political movements, as a result of which the social problem came to be posed for the first time with sufficient clarity. This problem corresponds to the original and century-long instinct, but through centuries of development, from the beginning of the history of the state, it was obscured by religious, political, and patriotic mists. Those mists have now rolled away, and Europe is astir with the social problem. Everywhere the masses are beginning to perceive the real cause of their misery, are becoming aware of the power of solidarity, and are beginning to compare their immense numbers with the insignificant number of their age-long despoilers. But if they have attained such consciousness, what prevents them from liberating themselves now? The answer is, lack of organization, and the difficulty of bringing them into mutual agreement. We have seen that in every historically developed society, present-day European society, for instance, the mass of people is divided into three main categories. 1. The vast majority, utterly unorganized, exploited but not exploiting others. 2. A considerable majority embracing all the estates of the realm, a minority exploiting and exploited in the same measure, oppressed and oppressing others. 3. And finally, the smallest minority of exploiters and oppressors, pure and simple, conscious of their function and fully agreed as to a common plan of action among themselves, the supreme governing estate. We have seen also that in the measure in which it grows and develops, the majority of those who make up the estates of the realm becomes in itself a semi-instinctive mass, if you like, state organized but lacking mutual understanding or conscious direction in its mass movements and actions. In relation to the drudge masses, who are not organized at all, they, the members of the state estates, of course, play the role of exploiters, continuing to exploit them not by means of a deliberate, mutually agreed upon plan, but through force of habit, and traditional and juridical right, mostly believing in the lawfulness and sacredness of that right. But at the same time, in regard to the minority in control of the government, the group that has explicit mutual understanding as to its course of action, this middle group, plays the more or less passive role of an exploited victim. And since this middle class, although insufficiently organized, still has more wealth, education, greater freedom of movement and action, and more of other means necessary to organize conspiracies and to set up an organization more so than the drudge people have, it frequently happens that rebellions break forth from among this middle class, rebel lions often ending in victory over the government and the replacing of the latter with another government. Such has been the nature of all the internal political upheavals of which history tells us. Out of these upheavals and rebellions nothing good could come for the people. For the estate rebellions are waged because of injuries to the estates of the realm, and not because of injuries to the people. They have as an object the interests of the estates, and not the interests of the people. No matter how much the estates fight among themselves, no matter how much they may rebel against the existing government, none of their revolutions has had, or ever could have, for their purpose the overthrow of the economic and political foundations of the state that make possible the exploitation of the toiling masses, that is, the very existence of classes and the class principle. No matter how revolutionary in spirit those privileged classes might be, and much as they might hate a particular form of the state itself is sacred to them, its integrity, power, and interests are unanimously held up as supreme interests. Patriotism, that is, the sacrifice of oneself, of one's person and property. For the purposes of the state, always has been and still is deemed the highest virtue by them. Therefore no revolution, bold and violent though it may be in its manifestations, has ever dared to put its sacrilegious hand upon the holy ark of the state. And since no state is possible without organization, administration, an army, and a considerable number of men invested with authority, that is, it is impossible without a government. The overthrow of one government is necessarily followed by the setting up of another, more sympathetic government, one that is of greater use to the classes that triumphed in the struggle. But useful though it may be, the new government, after its honeymoon, begins to incur the indignation of the same classes that brought it into power. Such is the nature of any authority, it is doomed to work evil. I am not referring to evil from the point of view of the people's interests, the state as the fortress of the estates and the government as the guardian of the state's interests always constitute an absolute evil so far as the people are concerned. No, I am referring to the evil felt as such by the estates for the exclusive benefit of which the existence of the state and the government is necessary. I say that notwithstanding this necessity, the state always falls as a heavy burden upon these classes, and, while serving their essential interests, it nevertheless fleeces and oppresses them, though to a lesser extent than it does the masses. A government that does not abuse its power, and that is not oppressive, an impartial and honest government acting only for the interests of all classes and not ignoring such interests in exclusive concern for the person standing at its head, such a government is, like squaring the circle, an unattainable ideal because it runs counter to human nature. And human nature, the nature of every man, is such that, given power over others, he will invariably oppress them. Placed in an exceptional position and withdrawn from human equality, he becomes a scoundrel at quality, and the absence of authority the only conditions essential to the morality of every man. Take the most radical revolutionist and place him upon the all-Russian throne, or give him dictatorial power, of which so many of our green revolutionists daydream, and within a year he will have become worse than the emperor himself. The estates of the realm long ago convinced themselves of it, and gave currency to an adage proclaiming that government is a necessary evil, necessary of course for them but by no means for the people, to whom the state, and the government necessitated by it, is not a necessary but a fatal evil. If the ruling classes could get along without a government, retaining only the state, that is, the possibility and the right of exploiting the labor of the people, they would not set up one government instead of another. But historic experience, for instance, the sorry fate that befell the Polish gentry-ridden republic, showed them that it would be impossible to maintain a state without a government. The lack of a government begets anarchy, and anarchy leads to the destruction of the state, that is, to the enslavement of the country by another state, as was the case with the unfortunate Poland, or the full emancipation of the toiling people and the abolition of classes, which, we hope, will soon take place all over Europe. In order to minimize the evil worked by every government, the ruling classes of the state devised various constitutional orders and forms that now have doomed the existing European states to oscillate between class anarchy and government despotism, and that have shaken the governmental edifice to such an extent that even we, though old men, may hope to become witnesses and contributing agents of its final destruction. There is no doubt that when the time of the smash-up arrives, the vast majority of the persons belonging to the ruling classes in the state, will close their ranks around the latter, irrespective of their hatred toward existing governments, and will defend it against the enraged toiling people in order to save the state, save the cornerstone of their existence as a class. But why is a government necessary for the maintenance of the state? Because no state can exist without a permanent conspiracy, a conspiracy directed, of course, against the masses of drudge people, for the enslavement and fleecing of which all states exist. And in every state the government is nothing but a permanent conspiracy on the part of the minority against the majority that it enslaves and fleeces. It follows clearly from the very essence of the state that there never has been and could not be such a state organization that did not run counter to the interests of the people and that was not deeply hated by the latter. Because of the backwardness of the people, it often happens that, far from rising against the state, they show a sort of respect and affection toward it, expecting justice from it and the avenging of the people's wrongs, and therefore they seem to be imbued with patriotic feelings. But when we look more closely into the real attitude of any of them, of even the most patriotic people, toward the state, we find that they love and revere in it only the ideal conception thereof and not the actual manifestation. The people hate the essence of the state insofar as they come in touch with it, and are always ready to destroy it insofar as they are not restrained by the organized force of the government. We have already seen that the larger the exploiting minority in the state grows, the less it becomes capable of directly governing the state's affairs. The many-sidedness and heterogeneity of the interests of the governing classes give rise in turn to disorder, anarchy, and the weakening of the state regime necessary to keep the exploited people in requisite obedience. Therefore the interests of all the ruling classes necessarily demand that an even more compact governmental minority crystallize from their midst, one that is capable, on account of being few in number, of agreeing between themselves to organize their own group and all the forces of the state for the benefit of the estates and against the people. Every government has a twofold aim. 1. The chief and avowed aim consists in preserving and strengthening the state, civilization, and civil order, that is, the systematic and legalized dominance of the ruling class over the exploited people. The other aim is just as important in the eyes of the government, though less willingly avowed in the open, and that is the preservation of its exclusive governmental advantages and its personnel. The first aim is pertinent to the general interests of the ruling classes, the second to the vanity and the exceptional advantages of the individuals in the government. By its first aim the government places itself in a hostile attitude toward the people, by its second aim toward both the people and the privileged classes, there being moments in history when the government seemingly becomes even more hostile toward the possessing classes than toward the people. This happens whenever the former, growing dissatisfied with it, try to overthrow it or curtail its power. Then the feeling of self-preservation impels the government to forget its chief aim constituting the whole meaning of its existence, the preservation of the state or class rule and class welfare as against the people. But those moments cannot last long because the government, of whatever nature it may be, cannot exist without the estates, just as the latter cannot exist without a government. For the lack of any other class, the government creates a bureaucratic class of its own, like our nobility in Russia. The whole problem of the government consists in the following: how, by the use of the smallest possible but best organized forces taken from the people, to keep them obedient or in civil order, and at the same time preserve the independence, not of the people, which of course is out of the question, but of its state, against the ambitious designs of the neighboring powers, and, on the other hand, to increase its possessions at the expense of those same powers. In a word, war within and war without, such is the life of the government. It must be armed and ceaselessly on guard against both domestic and foreign enemies. Though itself breathing oppression and deceit, it is bound to regard all within and outside of its borders as enemies, and must be in a state of conspiracy against all of them. However, the mutual enmity of the states and the governments ruling them cannot compare with the enmity of every one of them toward their own toiling people, and just as two ruling classes engaged in fierce warfare are ready to forget their most intransigent hatreds whenever a rebellion of the drudge people looms up, so are two states and governments ready to forsake their enmities and their open warfare as soon as the threat of a social revolution appears on the horizon. The principal and most essential problem for all governments, states, and ruling classes, whatever form, name, or pretext they may use to disguise their nature, is to subdue the people and keep them in thraldom, because this is a problem of life and death for everything now called civilization or civil state. All means are permitted to a government to attain those aims. What in private life is called infamy, vileness, crime, assumes with governments the character of valor, virtue, and duty. Machiavelli was 1,000 times right in maintaining that the existence, prosperity, and power of every state, monarchic as well as republican, must be based upon crime. The life of every government is necessarily a series of mean, foul, and criminal acts against all alien peoples, and also to a much larger extent against its own toiling people. It is a never-ending conspiracy against their prosperity and freedom. Governmental science has been worked out and improved for centuries. I do not believe that anyone will accuse me of overstating the case if I call this science the highest form of state knavery evolved amid the constant struggle of, and by the experience of all past and present states. This is the science of fleecing the people in the way that they will feel least but that should not leave any surpluses with them, for any such surplus would give the people additional power, and that at the same time should not deprive them of the bare minimum necessary to sustain their wretched lives and for the further production of wealth. It is the science of taking soldiers from the people and organizing them by means of skillful discipline, and of building up a regular army, the principal force of the state. A. Michael Bakunin 132. Repressive force, maintained for the purpose of keeping the people in subjection. It is the science of distributing, cleverly and expeditiously, a few tens of thousands of soldiers and placing them in the most important spots of a specific region so as to keep the population in fear and obedience. It is the science of covering whole countries with the finest net of bureaucratic organization, and, by means of regulations, decrees, and other measures, shackling, disuniting, and enfeebling the working people so that they shall not be able to get together, unite, or advance, so that they shall always remain in the salutary condition of relative ignorance, that is, salutary for the government, for the state, and for the ruled classes, a condition rendering it difficult for the people to become influenced by new ideas and dynamic personalities. This is the sole aim of any governmental organization, of the permanent conspiracy of the government against the people. And this conspiracy, openly avowed as such, embraces the entire diplomacy, the internal administration, military, civil, police, courts, finances, and education, and the church. And it is against this huge organization, armed with all means, mental and material, lawful and lawless, and which in an extremity can always count on the cooperation of all or nearly all the ruling classes, that the poor people have to struggle. The people, though having an overwhelming preponderance in numbers, are unarmed, ignorant, and deprived of any organization. Is victory possible? Has the struggle any chance of success? It is not enough that the people wake up, that they finally become aware of their misery and the causes thereof. True, there is a great deal of elemental power, more power indeed than in the government, taken together with all the ruling classes, but an elemental force lacking organization is not a real power. It is upon this uncontestable advantage of organized force over the elemental force of the people that the might of the state is based. Consequently, the question is not whether they have the capacity to rebel, but whether they are capable of building up an organization enabling them to bring the rebellion to a victorious end, not just to a casual victory but to a prolonged and ultimate triumph. It is herein, and exclusively so, one may say, that this whole urgent problem is centered. Therefore the first condition of victory by the people is agreement among the people, or organization of the people's forces. The negation of God and the principle of authority, divine and human, and also of any tutelage by a man over men, even when such tutelage is attempted upon adult persons wholly deprived of education, or the ignorant masses, and whether that tutelage is exercised in the name of higher considerations, or even of scientific reasons presented by a group of individuals of generally recognized intellectual standing, or by some other class. In either case it would lead to the formation of a sort of intellectual aristocracy, exceedingly odious and harmful to the cause of freedom. Note 1. Positive and rational knowledge is the only torch lighting up man's road toward the recognition of truth and the regulation of his behavior and his relation to the society surrounding him. But this knowledge is subject to errors, and even were this not the case, it would still be presumed knowledge against their will. A genuinely free society can grant to knowledge only a twofold right, enjoyment of which constitutes at the same time a duty: first, the upbringing and education of persons of both sexes, equally accessible to and compulsory upon children and adolescents until they become of age, after which all tutelage is to cease; and, second, the spreading of ideas and systems of ideas based upon exact science, and the endeavor, with the aid of absolutely free propaganda, to have those ideas deeply permeate the universal convictions of mankind. Note 2. While definitely rejecting us to claim to govern men in the name of Susi tutelage which the intellect developed by knowledge and experience by business, worldly, and human experience may attempt to set up over the ignorant masses, we are far from denying the natural and beneficial influence of knowledge and experience upon the masses, provided that that influence asserts itself very simply, by way of the natural incidence of higher intellects upon the lower intellects, and provided also that that influence is not invested with any official authority or endowed with any privileges, either political or social. For both these things necessarily produce upon one hand the enslavement of the masses, and on the other hand corruption, disintegration, and stupefaction of those who are invested and endowed with such powers. 2. The negation of free will and the right of society to punish, since every human individual, with no exception whatever, is but an involuntary product of natural and social environment. There are 4 basic causes of man's immorality: 1. Lack of rational hygiene and upbringing; 2. Inequality of economic and social conditions; 3. The ignorance of the masses flowing naturally from this situation; 4. And the unavoidable consequence of those conditions, slavery. Rational upbringing, education, and the organization of society upon a basis of freedom and justice, are to take the place of punishment. During the more or less prolonged transitional period which is bound to follow the social revolution, society, having to defend itself against insurrigible individuals not criminal, but dangerous, shall never apply to them any other form of punishment except that of placing them beyond the pale of its guarantees and solidarity, that is, of having them expelled. 3. The negation of free will does not connote the negation of freedom. On the contrary, freedom represents the corollary, the direct result of natural and social necessity. Note 1. Man is not free in relation to the laws of nature, which constitute the first basis and the necessary condition of his existence. They pervade and dominate him, just as they pervade and dominate everything that exists. Nothing is capable of saving him from their fateful omnipotence. Any attempt to revolt on his part would simply lead to suicide. But thanks to the faculty inherent in his nature, by virtue of which he becomes conscious of his environment and learns to master it, man can gradually free himself from the natural and crushing hostility of the external world, physical as well as social, with the aid of thought, knowledge, and the application of thought to the conative instinct, that is with the aid of his rational will. Note 2. Man represents the last link, the highest level in the continuous scale of beings who, beginning with the 135 social and economic bases of anarchism, simplest elements, and ending with man, constitute the world known to us. Man is an animal who, thanks to the higher development of his organism, especially the brain, possesses the faculty of thought and speech. Therein lie all the difference separating him from all other animal species, his brothers, older in point of time and younger in point of mental faculties. That difference, however, is vast. It is the sole cause of WJ1 at we call our history, the meaning of which can be briefly expressed in the following words: man starts with animality in order to arrive at humanity, that is, the organization of society with the aid of science, conscious thought, rational work, and freedom. Note 3. Man is a social animal, like many other animals that appeared upon the earth before he did. He does not create society by means of a free agreement. He is born in the midst of nature, and apart from it he could not live as a human being. He could not even become one, nor speak, think, will, or act in a rational manner. In view of the fact that society shapes and determines his human essence, man is dependent upon it as completely as upon physical nature, and there is no great genius who is exempt from its domination. 4. Social solidarity is the first human law, freedom is the second law. Both laws interpenetrate and are inseparable from each other, thus constituting the very essence of humanity. Thus freedom is not the negation of solidarity, on the contrary, it represents the development of, and so to speak, the humanization of the latter. v. Freedom does not connote man's independence in relation to the immutable laws of nature and society. It is first of all man's ability gradually to emancipate himself from the oppression of the external physical world with the aid of knowledge and rational labor, and, further, it signifies man's right to dispose of himself and to act in conformity with his own views and convictions, a right opposed to the despotic and authoritarian claims of another man, a group or class of people, or society as a whole. Note 1. One should not confuse sociological laws, otherwise called the laws of social physiology, and which are just as immutable and necessary for every man as the laws of physical nature, for in substance they also are physical laws. One should not confuse those laws with political, criminal, and civil laws, which to a greater or lesser extent express the morals, customs, interests, and views dominant in a given epoch, society, or section of that society. A separate class of society. It stands to reason that, being recognized by the majority of people, or even by one ruling class, they exert a powerful influence upon every individual. That influence is beneficial or harmful, depending upon its character, but so far as society is concerned, it is neither right nor useful to have these laws imposed upon anyone by force, by the exercise of authority, and contrary to the convictions of the individual. Such a method of imposing laws would imply an attempted infringement of freedom, of personal dignity, of the very human essence of the members of society. 6. A natural society, in the midst otwhh every man is born, and outside otwhh he could never become a rational and true being, becomes humanized only in the measure that all men comprising it become, individually and collectively, free to an ever greater extent. Note 1. To be personally true means for every man living in a social milieu not to surrender his thought or will to any authority but his own reason and his own understanding of justice, in a word, not to recognize any other truth but the one which he himself has arrived at, and not to submit to any other law but the one accepted by his own conscience. Such is the indispensable condition for the observance of human dignity, the incontestable right of man, the sign of his humanity. To be free collectively means to live among free people and to be free by virtue of their freedom. As we have already pointed out, man cannot become a rational being, possessing a rational will, apart from society and without its aid. Thus the freedom of everyone is the result of universal solidarity. But if we recognize this solidarity as the basis and condition of every individual freedom, it becomes evident that a man living among slaves, even in the capacity of their master, will necessarily become the slave of that state of slavery, and that only by emancipating himself from such slavery will he become free himself. Thus, too, the freedom of all is essential to my freedom. And it follows that it would be fallacious to maintain that the freedom of all constitutes a limit for a limitation upon 137 social and economic bases of anarchism. My freedom, for that would be tantamount to the denial of such freedom. On the contrary, universal freedom represents the necessary affirmation and boundless expansion of individual freedom. 7. Individual freedom of every man becomes actual and possible only through the collective freedom of society, of which man constitutes a part by virtue of a natural and immutable law. Note 1. Like humanity, of which it is the purest expression, freedom presents not the beginning but the final moment of history. Human society, as we have indicated, begins with animality. Primitive people and savages hold their humanity and their human rights in so little esteem that they begin by devouring one another, which unfortunately still continues at full speed. The second stage in the course of human development is slavery. The third, in the midst of which we now live, is the period of economic exploitation, of wage labor. The fourth period, toward which we are aiming and which, it is to be hoped, we are approaching, is the epoch of justice, of freedom and equality, the epoch of mutual solidarity. 8. The primitive, natural man becomes a free man, becomes humanized, a free and moral agent, in other words, he becomes aware of his humanity and realizes within himself and for himself his own human aspect and the rights of his fellow beings. Consequently, man should wish the freedom, morality, and humanity of all men in the interest of his own humanity, his own morality, and his personal freedom. 9. Thus respect for the freedom of others is the highest duty of man. To love this freedom and to serve it, such is the only virtue. That is the basis of all morality, and there can be no other. Since freedom is the result and the clearest expression of solidarity, that is, of mutuality of interest, it can be realized only under conditions of equality. Political equality can be based only upon economic and social equality. And realization of freedom through equality constitutes justice. 11. Since labor is the only source of all values, utilities, and wealth in general, man, who is primarily a social being, must work in order to live. 12. Only associated labor, that is, labor organized upon the principles of reciprocity and cooperation, is adequate to the task of maintaining the existence of a large and somewhat civilized society. Whatever stands for civilization could be created only by labor organized and associated in this manner. The whole secret of the boundless productivity of human labor consists first of all in applying to a greater or lesser extent scientifically developed reason, which in turn is the product of the already organized labor, and then in the division of that labor, but under the necessary condition of simultaneously combining or associating this divided labor. 13. The basis and the main content of all historic iniquities, of all political and social privileges, is the enslavement and exploitation of organized labor for the benefit of the strongest, for conquering nations, classes, or individuals. Such is the true historic cause of slavery, serfdom, and wage labor, and that is, by way of a summary, the basis of the so-called right of private and inherited property. 14. From the moment that property rights became generally accepted, society had to split into two parts: on the one hand the property-owning, privileged minority, exploiting organized and forced labor, and on the other hand millions of proletarians, enthralled as slaves, serfs, or wage workers. Some, thanks to leisure based upon the satisfaction of needs and material comfort, have at their disposal the highest blessings of civilization, education, and upbringing, and others, the millions of people, are condemned to forced labor, ignorance, and perpetual want. 15. Thus the civilization of the minority is based upon the forced barbarism of the vast majority. Consequently, the individuals who by virtue of their social position enjoy all sorts of political and social privileges, and all men of property, are in reality the natural enemies, the exploiters and oppressors of the great masses of the people. 16. Because leisure, the precious advantage of the ruling classes, is necessary for the development of the mind, and because the development of character and personality likewise demands a certain degree of well-being and freedom in one's movements and activity, it was therefore quite natural that the ruling classes have proved to be more civilized, more intelligent, more human, and to a certain extent more moral than the great masses of people. But in view of the fact that, on the other hand, inactivity and the enjoyment of all sorts of privileges weaken the body, dry up one's affections, and misdirect the mind, it is evident that sooner or later the privileged classes are bound to sink into corruption, mental torpor, and servility. We see this happening right now. 17. On the other hand, forced labor and utter lack of leisure doom the great masses of the people to barbarism. By themselves they cannot foster and maintain their own mental development, since, because of their inherited burden of ignorance, the rational elements of their toil, the application of science, the combining and managing of productive forces, are left exclusively to the representatives of the bourgeois class. Only the muscular, irrational, mechanical elements of work, which become even more stupefying as a result of the division of labor, have been apportioned to the masses, who are stunned, in the full sense of the word, by their daily, galley slave drudgery. But despite all that, thanks to the prodigious moral power inherent in labor, because in demanding justice, freedom, and equality for themselves, the workers therewith demand the same for all, there being no other social group who are getting a rougher deal in life than the workers, because they have enjoyed life very little and therefore have not abused it, which means that they have not become satiated with it, and also because, lacking edu cation, they, however, possess the enormous advantage of not having been corrupted and distorted by egoistic interests and falsehoods prompted by acquisitiveness, and thus have retained their natural energy of character while the privy-legged classes sink ever deeper, become debilitated, and rot away. It is due to all this that only the workers believe in life, that only the workers love and desire truth, freedom, equality, and justice, and that it is only the workers to whom the future belongs. 18. Our socialist program demands and should unmittingly demand 1. Political, economic, and social equalization of all classes and all people living on the earth. 2. Abolition of inheritance of property. 3. Appropriation of land by agricultural associations, and of capital and the means of production by the industrial associations. 4. Abolition of the patriarchal family law, based exclusively upon the right to inherit property and also upon the equalization of man and woman in point of political, economic, and social rights. 5. The upkeep, upbringing, and educating of the children of both sexes until they become of age, it being understood that scientific and technical training, including the branches of higher teaching, is to be both equal for and compulsory for all. The school is to replace the church and to render unnecessary criminal codes, gendarmes, punishments, prisons, and executioners. Children do not constitute anyone's property, they are not the property of their parents nor even of society. They belong only to their own future freedom. But in children this freedom is not yet real. It is only potential, for real freedom, that is, the full awareness and the realization thereof in every individual, preeminently based upon the feeling of one's dignity and upon genuine respect for the freedom and dignity of others, that is, upon justice. Such freedom can develop in children only by virtue of the rational development of their minds, character, and rational will. Hence it follows that society, the whole future of which depends upon the adequate education and upbringing of children, and which therefore has not only the right but also the duty to watch over them, is the only natural guardian of children of both sexes. And since, as a result of the forthcoming abolition of the right of inheritance, society is to become the only heir, it will then deem it as one of its primary duties to furnish all the necessary means for the upkeep, upbringing, and education of children of both sexes, irrespective of their origin and of their parents. The rights of the parents shall reduce themselves to loving their children and exercising over them the only authority compatible with that, inasmuch as such authority does not run counter to their morality, their mental development, and their future freedom. 141 Social and economic basis of anarchism. Marriage, in the sense of being a civil and political act, like any intervention of society in questions of love, is bound to disappear. The children will be entrusted naturally and not by right, to themother, as her prerogative under rational supervision of society. In view of the fact that minors, especially children, are largely incapable of reasoning and consciously governing their acts, the principle of tutelage and authority, which is to be eliminated from the life of society, will still find a natural sphere of application in the upbringing and education of children. However, such authority and tutelage should be truly humane and rational, and altogether alien to all the refrains of theology, metaphysics, and jurisprudence. They should start from the premise that from his birth not a single human being is either bad or good, and that good, that is, the love of freedom, the consciousness of justice and solidarity, the cult of or rather the respect for truth, reason, and labor, can be developed in men only through rational upbringing and education. Thus, we emphasize here, the sole aim of this authority should be to prepare all children for the utmost freedom. This aim can be achieved only by gradual self-effacement on the part of authority, and its giving place to self-activity on the part of the children, in the measure that they approach maturity. Education should embrace all the branches of science, technique, and knowledge of crafts. It should be at once scientific and professional, general, compulsory for all children, and special conforming to the tastes and proclivities of every one of them, so that every young boy and girl, upon leaving school and becoming of age, would be fit for either mental or manual work. Freed from the tutelage of society, they are at liberty to enter or not to enter any of the labor associations. However, they will necessarily want to enter such associations, for with the abolition of the right of inheritance and the passing of the land, capital, and means of production into the hands of the International Federation of Free Workers' Associations, there will be no more room nor opportunity for competition, that is, for the existence of isolated labor. No one will be able to exploit the labor of others, everyone will have to work in order to live. And anyone who does not want to work will have the alternative of starving if he cannot find an association or commune that will feed him out of considerations of pity. But then it also will be found just not to grant him any political rights, since, though being an able-bodied man, he prefers the shameful state of living at the expense of someone else, for social and political rights will have only one basis: the labor contributed by everyone. During the transitional period, however, society will be confronted with the problem of individuals who grew up under the prevailing system of organized injustice and special privileges and who were not brought up with a realization of the need for justice and true human dignity, and likewise with respect for and the habit of work. In regard to those individuals, revolutionary or revolutionized society will find itself facing a distressing dilemma: it will either have to force them to work, which would be despotism, or let itself be exploited by idlers, and that would be a new slavery and the source of a new corruption of society. In a society organized upon the principles of equality and justice, which serve as the basis of true freedom, given a rational organization of education and upbringing and likewise the pressure of public opinion, which, being based upon respect for labor, must despise idlers, in such a society idleness and parasites will be impossible. Having become exceedingly rare exceptions, those cases of idleness shall be regarded as special maladies to be subjected to clinical treatment. Only children until they reach a certain degree of strength, and afterward only inasmuch as it is necessary to give them time to acquire knowledge and not to overload them with work, invalids, old people, and sick persons can be exempted from labor without resulting in the loss of anyone's dignity or the impairment of the rights of free men. 19. In the interests of their radical and full economic emancipation, workers should demand the complete and resolute abolition of the state with all of its institutions. Note 1. What is the state? It is the historic organization of authority and tutelage, divine and human, extended to the masses of people in the name of some religion, or in the name of the alleged exceptional and privileged ability of one or sundry property-owning classes, to the detriment of the great mass of workers whose forced labor is cruelly exploited by those classes. Conquest, which became the foundation of property right and of the right of inheritance, is also the basis of every state. The legitimized exploitation of the labor of the masses for the benefit of a certain number of property owners consecrated by the Church in the name of a fictitious divinity that has always been made to side with the strongest and severest, that is what is called right. The development of prosperity, comfort, luxury, and the subtle and distorted intellect of the privileged is a development necessarily rooted in the misery and ignorance of the vast majority of the population, is called civilization, and the organization guaranteeing the existence of this complex of historic iniquities is called the state. So the workers must wish for the destruction of the state. Note 2. The state, necessarily reposing upon the exploitation and enslavement of the masses, and as such oppressing and trampling upon all the liberties of the people, and upon any form of justice, is bound to be brutal, conquering, predatory, and rapacious in its foreign relations. The state, any state, whether monarchy or republic, is the negation of humanity. It is the negation of humanity because, while setting as its highest or absolute aim the patriotism of its citizens, and placing, in accordance with its principles, above all other interests in the world the interests of its own self-preservation, of its own might within its own borders and its outward expansion, the state negates all particular interests and the human rights of its subjects as well as the rights of aliens. And thereby the state violates international solidarity among peoples and individuals, placing them outside of justice, and outside of humanity. Note 3. The state is the younger brother of the Church. It can find no other reason for its existence apart from the theological or metaphysical idea. Being by its nature contrary to human justice, it has to seek its rationale in the theological or metaphysical fiction of divine justice. The ancient world lacked entirely the concept of nation or society, that is, the latter was completely enslaved and absorbed by the state, and every state deduced its origin and its special right of existence and domination from some god or system of gods deemed to be the exclusive patron of that state. In the ancient world, man as an individual was unknown, the very idea of humanity was lacking. There were only citizens. That is why in that civilization slavery was a natural phenomenon and the necessary basis for the fruits of citizens. When Christianity destroyed polytheism and proclaimed the only God, the states had to revert to the saints from the Christian paradise, and every Catholic state had one or several patron saints, its defenders and intercessors before the Lord God, who on that occasion may well have found himself in an embarrassing position. Besides, every state still finds it necessary to declare that the Lord God patrons it in some special manner. Metaphysics and the science of law, based in its idea upon metaphysics but in reality upon the class interests of the propertied classes, also sought to discover a rational basis for the fact of the existence of the state. They reverted to the fiction of the general and tacit agreement or contract, or to the fiction of objective justice and the general good of the people allegedly represented by the state. According to the Jacobin Democrats, the state has the task of making possible the triumph of the general and collective interests of all citizens over the egoistic interests of separate individuals, communes, and regions. The state is universal justice and cohective reason triumphing over the egoism and stupidity of individuals. It is the declaration of the worthlessness and the unreasonableness of every individual in the name of the wisdom and the virtue of all. It is the negation of fact, or, which is the same thing, infinite limitation of all particular liberties, individual and collective, in the name of freedom for all, the collective and general freedom that in reality is only a depressing abstraction, deduced from the negation or the limitation of the rights of separate individuals and based upon the factual slavery of everyone. In view of the fact that every abstraction can exist only inasmuch as it is backed up by the positive interests of a real being, the abstraction state in reality represents the positive interests of the ruling and property-owning, exploiting, and so-called intelligent classes, and also the systematic immolation for the benefit of the interests and freedom of the enslaved masses. 2. According to Max Nettolo, this summation by Bakunin was written Mary 25-30, 1871. Peter Kropotkin. Modern Science and Anarchism 1. Peter Alexeyevich Kropotkin 1842-1921, born in Moscow to an aristocratic family, Kropotkin was originally destined for a military career. After his education at a select military school where his interests in Russian politics and natural science became firm, he chose service with the Siberian regiment where his experiences in studying reform were to shape his thought. As an official in Siberia, in 1862, he made important geographical and anthropological investigations that yielded valuable results in correcting distortions in map representation. At the social level, he concluded that state action was ineffective while mutual aid was of great importance in the struggle for existence. He made a reputation in science and in his 30th year was faced with the decision of proceeding with his career or indulging politica impulses. He renounced a scientific career. He joined the International in 1872 but was soon disappointed with its limitations. The well-known events that led to a split brought the International to two opposite paths. The federative and libertarian wing drew Kropotkin's loyalties. Returning to Russia, after having fully worked out his theories and in order to propagate them, he was there arrested. After a dramatic escape in 1876, he made his way to England and then to Switzerland to rejoin the Jura Federation, to Paris and back to Switzerland to edit Le Revolt. The assassination of the Tsar led to his expulsion. He fled to England and resumed his researches on the French Revolution. Discouraged by the political atmosphere, he and his wife returned to Paris. With others they were arrested in 1882 and tried in a spectacular public trial in which the accused conduct a brilliant defense enabling them to preach anarchism to Europe. Returning to Russia after the 1905 revolution, the remainder of his life was devoted to his writings. Among the best known of his works are, The Conquest of Bread, Fields, Factories and Workshops, Mutual Aid, and The Unfinished Ethics. Anarchy does not draw its origin from any scientific researcher, or from any system of philosophy. Sociological sciences are still far from having acquired the same degree of accuracy as physics or chemistry. Even in the study of climate and weather, we are not yet able to predict a month or even a week beforehand what weather we are going to have. Consequently, it would be foolish to pretend that with the aid of such a young science as sociology is, dealing moreover with infinitely more complicated things than wind and rain, we could scientifically predict events. We must not forget either that scientific men are but ordinary men, and that the majority of them belong to the leisured class and consequently share the prejudices of this class. Most of them are even in the pay of the state. It is, therefore, quite evident that anarchy does not come from universities. Like socialism in general, and like all other social movements, anarchism originated among the people, and it will preserve its vitality and creative force so long only as it remains a movement of the people. From all times two currents of thought and action have been in conflict in the midst of human societies. On the one hand, the masses, the people, worked out, by their way of life, a number of necessary institutions in order to make social existence possible, to maintain peace, to settle quarrels, and to practice mutual aid in all circumstances that required combined effort. Tribal customs among savages, the village communities, later on industrial guilds in the cities of the Middle Ages, the first elements of international law that these cities elaborated to settle their mutual relations, these and many other institutions were developed and worked out, not by legislation, but by the creative spirit of the masses. On the other hand, there have always flourished among men, magi, shamans, wizards, rainmakers, oracles, and priests, who were the founders and the keepers of a rudimentary knowledge of nature, and of the first elements of worship. Knowledge and superstition went then hand in hand, the first rudiments of science and the beginnings of all arts and crafts being thoroughly interwoven with magic, the formula and rites of which were carefully concealed from the uninitiated. By the side of these earliest representatives of religion and science, there were also the experts in ancient customs, those men, like the Brehons of 147 modern science and Anafil Ireland, who kept in their memories the precedents of law. And there were also the chiefs of the military bands, who were supposed to possess the magic secrets of success in warfare. These three groups of men formed among themselves secret societies for the keeping and transmission of the secrets of their knowledge and crafts, and if at times they opposed each other, they generally agreed in the long run. They leagued together and upheld one another in different ways, in order to be able to command the masses, to reduce them to obedience, to govern them, and to make them work for them. It is evident that anarchy represents the first of these two currents, that is to say, the creative constructive force of the masses, who elaborated common law institutions in order to defend themselves against a domineering minority. It is also by the creative and constructive force of the people, aided by the whole strength of modern science and technique, that today anarchy strives to set up institutions that are indispensable to the free development of society, in opposition to those who put their hope in laws made by governing minorities. We can therefore say that from all times there have been anarchists and statists. Moreover, we always find that institutions, even the best of them, that were built up to maintain equality, peace, and mutual aid, become petrified as they grow old. They lose their original purpose, they fall under the domination of an ambitious minority, and gradually they become an obstacle to the ulterior development of society. Then individuals, more or less isolated, rebel against these institutions. But while some of these discontented, who rebel against an institution that has become irksome, strive to modify it for the common welfare, and above all to overthrow an authority not only alien to the institution, but grown to be more powerful even than the institution itself. Others endeavor to emancipate themselves from the mutual aid institutions altogether. They reject the tribal customs, the village community, the guilds, etc., only to set themselves outside and above the social institutions altogether, in order to dominate the other members of society and to enrich themselves at society's expense. All really serious political, religious, economic reformers have belonged to the first of the two categories, and among them there have always been individuals who, without waiting for all their fellow citizens, or even a minority of them, to be imbued with similar ideas, strove to incite more or less numerous groups against oppression, or advanced alone if they had no following. There were revolutionists in all times known to history. However, these revolutionists appeared under two different aspects. Some of them, while rebelling against the authority that oppressed society, in no wise tried to destroy this authority, they simply strove to secure it for themselves. Instead of a power that had grown oppressive, they sought to constitute a new power, of which they would be the holders, and they promised, often in good faith, that the new authority handed over to them would have the welfare of the people at heart and would be their true representative, a promise that later on was inevitably forgotten or betrayed. Thus were constituted imperial authority in the Rome of the Caesars, ecclesiastical authority in the first centuries of our era, dictatorial power in the decaying cities of the Middle Ages, and so forth. The same line of thought brought about royal authority in Europe at the end of feudal times. Faith in an emperor for the people, a Caesar, is not yet dead, even in the present day, but side by side with this authoritarian current, another current asserted itself every time the necessity was felt of revising the established institutions. At all times, from ancient Greece till nowadays, there were individuals and currents of thought and action that sought, not to replace any particular authority by another, but to destroy the authority that had grafted itself on popular institutions, without creating a new one to take its place. They proclaimed the sovereignty of both the individual and the people, and they tried to free the popular institutions from authoritarian overgrowths. They worked to give back full liberty to the collective spirit of the masses, so that popular genius might freely reconstruct institutions of mutual aid and protection, in harmony with new needs and new conditions of existence. In the cities of ancient Greece, and especially in those of the Middle Ages, Florence, Pskov, etc., we find many examples of this kind of conflict. We may therefore say that Jacobins and anarchists have existed at all times among reformers and revolutionists. 149. Modern Science and Anarchism. Formidable popular movements, stamped with the character of anarchism, took place several times in the past. Villages and cities rose against the principle of government, against the supporters of the state, its tribunals, its laws, and they proclaimed the sovereignty of the rights of man. They denied all written law, and asserted that every man should govern himself according to his conscience. They thus tried to found a new society, based on the principles of equality, full liberty, and work. In the Christian movement in Judea, under Augustus, against the Roman law, the Roman state, and the morality, or rather the immorality, of that epoch, there was unquestionably much anarchism. Little by little this movement degenerated into a church movement, fashioned after the Hebrew Church and Imperial Rome itself, which naturally killed all that Christianity possessed of anarchism at its outset, gave the Christian teachings a Roman form, and soon made of it the mainstay of authority, state, slavery, and oppression. The first seeds of opportunism introduced into Christianity are already strong in the four Gospels and the Acts of the Apostles, or, at least, in the versions of the same that are incorporated in the New Testament. The Anabaptist movement of the 16th century, which in the main inaugurated and brought about the Reformation, also had an anarchist basis. But, crushed by those reformers who, under Luther's rule, leagued with princes against the rebellious peasants, the movement was suppressed by a great massacre of peasants and the poorer citizens of the towns. Then the right wing of the reformers degenerated little by little, till it became the compromise between its own conscience and the state that exists today under the name of Protestantism. Thus, to summarize, anarchism had its origin in the same creative, constructive activity of the masses that has worked out in times past all the social institutions of mankind, and in the revolts of both the individuals and the nations against the representatives of force, external to these social institutions, who had laid their hands upon these institutions and used them for their own advantage. Those of the rebels whose aim was to restore to the creative genius of the masses the necessary freedom for its creative activity, so that it might work out the required new institutions, were imbued with the anarchist spirit. In our times, anarchy was brought forth by the same critical and revolutionary protest which gave rise to socialism in general. However, one portion of the socialists, after having reached the negation of capitalism and of society based on the subjection of labor to capital, stopped in its development at this point. They did not declare themselves against what constitutes the real strength of capitalism. The state and its principle supports centralization of authority, law, always made by a minority for its own profit, and a form of justice whose chief aim is to protect authority and capitalism. As to anarchism, it did not stop in its criticism before these institutions. It lifted its sacrilegious arm not only against capitalism, but also against these pillars of capitalism, law, authority, and the state. Such being the leading ideas of anarchism, let us take now a few concrete illustrations, to show the place that our ideas occupy in the scientific and social movement of our own times. When we are told that we must respect law, because law is truth expressed in an objective form, or because the leading steps in the evolution of law are the same as those of the evolution of mind, or again, because law and morality are identical, and only differ from each other in form, we listen to such high-flown assertions with as little reverence as Mephistopheles did in Goethe's Faust. We know, of course, that those who wrote them spent much effort of mind before they thus worded their thoughts, imagining them to be extremely deep, but we know also that these were nothing but unconscious attempts at broad generalizations, founded, however, on an altogether insufficient basis and obscured by words so chosen as to hypnotize men by their high-style obscurity. In fact, in ancient times men endeavored to give a discrete origin to law. Later on, they strove to give it a metaphysical basis, but today we are able to study the origin of the conceptions of law, and their anthropological development, just as we are able to study the evolution of weaving or of the ways of honey making by the bees. Having now at our disposal the work of the anthropological school, we study the appearance of social customs and conceptions of law amongst the most primitive savages, and we follow their gradual development through the codes of different historical periods, down to our own times. In so doing, we come to the conclusion, already mentioned on one of the preceding pages: all laws have a double origin, and it is precisely this double origin which distinguishes them from customs established by usage and representing the principles of morality existing in a particular society at a particular epoch. Law confirms these customs, it crystallizes them, but at the same time it takes advantage of these generally approved customs, in order to introduce in disguise, under their sanction, some new institution that is entirely to the advantage of the military and governing minorities. For instance, law introduces, or gives sanction to, slavery, caste, paternal, priestly, and military authority, or else it smuggles in serfdom, and, later on, subjection to the state. By this means, law has always succeeded in imposing a yoke on man without his perceiving it, a yoke that he has never been able to throw off save by means of revolutions. Things came to pass in this way from the earliest time till our own, and we see the same going on now, even in the advanced legislation of our own days, in the so-called labor legislation, because, side by side with the protection of the worker, which represents their acknowledged aim, these laws surreptitiously insert the idea of compulsory arbitration by the state in case of a strike, or they interpolate the principle of a compulsory working day of so many hours. They open the door to the military working of railways in case of a strike, they give legal sanction to the oppression of peasants in Ireland, by imposing high prices for the redemption of the land, and so on. And such a system will flourish as long as part of society will make laws for the whole of society, and by this means they further extend the power of the state, which constitutes the principal prop of capitalism. As long as laws are made and enforced, the result necessarily will be the same. We understand, therefore, why anarchism, since Godwin, has disowned all written laws, although the anarchists, more Peter Kropotkin 152 than any legislators, aspire to justice, which, let us repeat it, is equivalent to equality, and impossible without it. When the objection is raised against us that in repudiating law we repudiate morality, why, as we do not recognize the categorical imperative about which Kant spoke to us, we answer that the language of this objection is in itself strange and incomprehensible to our mind. It is just as strange and incomprehensible as it would be to a naturalist who studied morality. Before entering into the discussion, we therefore ask our interlocutors this question: what do you mean by this categorical imperative? Cannot you translate your assertion into comprehensible language, as, for example, Laplace used to do when he found the means of expressing the formulae of higher mathematics in words that everyone understood? All great scientists do that. Why do not you do as much? In fact, what is meant when the words universal law or categorical imperative are used? Is it that all men accept the idea, do not do to others what you do not want them to do to you? If so, very well. Let us begin to study whence came this moral conception, and how did it develop. Let us then study in what degree this idea of justice implies equality. A very important question, because only those who consider others as their equals can obey the rule, do not do to others what you do not wish them to do to you. A serf owner and a slave merchant can evidently not recognize the universal law or the categorical imperative as regards serfs and Negroes, because they do not look upon them as equals. And if our remark be correct, let us see whether it is possible to inculcate morality while inculcating ideas of inequality. Let us analyze next, as Gaio did, the sacrifice of self, and, having done that, let us see what were the causes and the conditions that have most contributed in history to the development of moral sentiment, both of that sentiment which is expressed in the commandment concerning our neighbor, and of that other feeling which leads to self-sacrifice. Then we shall be able to deduce which social conditions and institutions promise the best results in the future. We shall learn how much religion contributed to it, and how far the economic and political inequalities established by law hamper it. What is the part contributed towards the development of these feelings by law, punishments, prisons, judges, jailers, and executioners? Let us study all this in detail, separately, and then we shall be able to talk, with some practical result, of social morality and of moralization by law, by tribunals, and by superintendents of police. But high-flown words, which only serve to hide from us the superficiality of our would-be knowledge, had better be left alone. They may have been unavoidable at a certain period of history, though even then their having been useful is very doubtful, but now, fit as we are to undertake the study of the most arduous social questions in exactly the same way as the gardener on the one hand and the physiologist on the other hand, study the most favorable conditions for the growth of a plant, let us do so. Again, when an economist comes and says to us, in an absolutely open market the value of goods is measured by the quantity of work socially necessary to produce those goods, we do not accept this assertion as an article of faith for the reason that it was put forth by a particular authority, or that it may seem to us devilishly socialistic. It is possible, we say, that it is true. But do you not see that, in making this assertion, you maintain that the value and quantity of work necessary are proportional, just as the rapidity of a failing body is proportional to the number of seconds that the fall lasts? You thus affirm a certain quantitative relation between labor and market value. Very well, but have you, then, made mensurations, observations, quantitative measures that alone could confirm a quantitative assertion? You can say that, broadly speaking, the exchange value of goods grows if the quantity of necessary work is greater. This is how Adam Smith expressed himself, but then he was wise enough to add that under capitalist production the proportionality between exchange value and the amount of necessary labor exists no more. But to jump to the conclusion that consequently the two quantities are proportional, that one is the measure of the other, and that this is a law of economics. Peter, I increase every day after March 22. The recoil of a gun increases when we increase the quantity of powder in the cartridge. And so on. But where is the man of science who, after having noticed these relations, would conclude that consequently the rapidity of growth of the plant and the quantity of heat it receives, the height of the sun above the horizon and the average daily temperature, the recoil of the gun and the quantity of powder in the cartridge are proportional? That, if one of the two increases twice, or thrice, the other will increase at the same ratio? In other words, that the one is the measure of the other? A man of science knows that thousands of other relations, besides that of proportionality, may exist between the two quantities, and unless he has made a number of measurements that prove that such a relation of simple proportionality exists, nobody will ever dare to make such an affirmation. Yet this is what economists do, when they say that labor is the measure of value. Worse than that, they even do not see that they only make a mere suggestion, a guess. They boldly affirm that their affirmation is a law, they even do not understand the need of verifying it by measurements. In reality, the relations between such quantities as the growth of a plant and the heat it receives, the quantity of powder burned and the recoil of a gun, etc., are too complicate to be expressed by a mere arithmetical proportion. And this is also the case with the relation between labor and value. Value in exchange and the necessary labor are not proportional to each other. Labor is not the measure of value, and Adam Smith had already noticed it. After having begun by stating it was, he soon noticed that this was true only in the tribal stage of mankind. Under the capitalist system, value in exchange is measured no more by the amount of necessary labor. Many other factors come in a capitalist society, so as to alter the simple relation that may have existed once between labor and exchange value. But modern economists take no heed of that, they go on repeating what Ricardo wrote in the first half of the 19th century. The same remark which we make concerning value applies to most of the assertions that are made by the economists and the so-called scientific socialists, who continually represent their guesses as natural laws. Not only do we maintain that most of these would-be laws are not correct, but we are certain that those who believe in such laws would themselves recognize their mistake as soon as they would realize, as naturalists do, the necessity of submitting every numerical, quantitative statement to a numerical, quantitative test. Peter Kropotkin, 1 foot 58 inches. All political economy takes, in an anarchist's view, an aspect quite different from the aspect given to it by the economists, who, being unaccustomed to use the scientific, inductive method, even do not realize what a natural law is, although they very much like to use this expression. They even do not notice the conditional character of all so-called natural laws. In fact, every natural law always means this, if such and such conditions are at work, the result will be this and that. If a straight line crosses another line, so as to make equal angles on both its sides at the crossing point, the consequences will be such and such. If those movements only which go on in the interstellar space act upon two bodies, and there is not, at a distance that is not infinitely great, a third, or a fourth body acting upon the two, then the centers of gravity of these two bodies will begin to move towards each other at such a speed. And so on. Always, there is an if a condition to be fulfilled. Consequently, all the so-called laws and theories of political economy are nothing but assertions of the following line. Supposing that there always are in a G4N country a considerable number of people who cannot exist 1 month, or even 1 fortnight, without earning a salary and accepting for that purpose the conditions that the state will impose upon them, or those which will be offered to them by those whom the state recognizes as owners of the soil, the factories, the railways, etc. Such and such consequences will follow. Up till now, the academic economists have always simply enumerated what happens under such conditions, without specifying and analyzing the conditions themselves. Even if they were mentioned, they were forgotten immediately, to be spoken of no more. This is bad enough, but there is in their teaching something worse than that. The economists represent the facts that result from these conditions as laws, as fatal, immutably laws. And they call that science. As to the socialist political economists, they criticize, it is true, some of the conclusions of the academical economists, or they explain differently certain facts, but all the time they also forget the just mentioned conditions and give to the economic facts of a given epoch too much stability, by representing them as natural laws. None of them has yet traced his own way in economic science. The most that was done was to take the metaphysical definitions of the academical economists, like Ricardo, and to say, you see, even if we take your own definitions, we can prove that the capitalist exploits the worker. Which sounds very nice in a pamphlet, but is very far from being economic science. Altogether, we think that to become a science, political economy has to be built up in a different way. It must be treated as a natural science and use the methods used in all exact, empirical sciences, and it must trace for itself a different aim. It must take, with regard to human societies, a position analogous to that which is occupied by physiology with regard to plants and animals. It must be a physiology of society. Its aim must be the study of the ever-growing sum of needs of society, and the means used both formerly and nowadays for satisfying them. It must see how far these means were, and are now, suitable for the aims that are kept in view. And then the purpose of each science being prediction and application to the demands of practical life, political economy must study the means of best satisfying the present and future needs with the least expenditure of energy, and with the best results for mankind altogether. It is thus evident why our conclusions are so different in many respects from those arrived at by the economists, both academic and social democratic, why we do not consider as laws certain correlations indicated by them, why our exposition of socialism is so different from theirs, and why we draw from the study of the tendencies of modern economic life conclusions so different from their conclusions as regards what is desirable and possible, in other words, why we come to free communism, while they come to state capitalism and the collectivist wage system. It is possible that we are wrong and they are right. But the question as to which of us is right, and which wrong, cannot be settled by means of Byzantine commentaries as to what Peter Kropotkin 158. Such or such a writer intended to say, or by talking about what agrees with the trilogy of Hegel, most certainly not by continuing to use the dialectic method. It can be done only by studying the facts of economics in the same way and by the same methods as we study natural sciences. By using still the same method, the anarchist comes to his own conclusions as regards the different political forms of society, and especially the state. We are not impressed in the least by assertions such as the following: the state is the affirmation of the idea of supreme justice in society, or 3. The following rue abstracts from the letter of a well-known biologist, a Belgian professor, which I received while I was reading the proofs of the French edition of this work, will better explain what is meant by the above lines. The passages in straight brackets, ill sure to become one of the cornerstones of economic science. There is a mass of biological facts which are in accordance with the above underlined idea, which show that this is a law of nature, scope of a law in nature. They are blinded by the mere word law, and they imagine that a law, like that of Adam Smith, a fatal force from which it is impossible to escape. When they are shown the other side of this law, its deplorable results from the point of view of individual development and happiness, they reply, this law is inexorable / and very often this reply is given with a sharp intonation which shows a feeling of infallibility. But the naturalist knows very well that science knows how to annul the bad effects of a natural law, that very often the man who tries to go against nature achieves his aim. Gravity makes physical bodies fall, but the same gravity makes a balloon rise. For us it is so simply, but the economists of the classical school seem to have the greatest trouble in understanding the scope of such an observation. The law of division of labor in time will be someday the counterpart of the law of Adam Smith, and it will permit us to obtain the integration of work in the individual. 159 Mode Science and Articles DL. The state is the instrument and the bearer of progress, or without state no society. True to our method, we study the state with the same disposition of mind as if we studied a society of ants or bees, or of birds which have come to nest on the shores of an Arctic lake or sea. To repeat here the conclusions we have come to in consequence of such studies, would be needless. We would have to repeat what has been said by anarchists from the times of Godwin till the present day, and which can be found with all necessary developments in a number of books and pamphlets. Suffice it for our purpose to say that for our European civilization the state is a form of society that was developed only since the 16th century, and this under the influence of a series of causes that one will find mentioned, for instance, in my essay, The State, its historic role. Before that, and since the fall of the Roman Empire, the state in its Roman form did not exist. If we find it, nevertheless, in historical school books, even at the outset of the barbarian period, it is a product of the imagination of historians who will draw the genealogical trees of kings in France, up to the heads of the Merovingian bands, and in Russia, up to Rurik in 862. Real historians know that the state was constituted only upon the ruins of the medieval free cities. On the other side, the state, considered as a political power, state justice, the church, and capitalism are facts and conceptions that we cannot separate from each other. In the course of history these institutions have developed, supporting and reinforcing each other. They are connected with each other as mere accidental coincidences. They are linked together by the links of cause and effect. The state is, for us, a society of mutual insurance between the landlord, the military commander, the judge, the priest, and later on the capitalist, in order to support each other's authority over the people, and for exploiting the poverty of the masses and getting rich themselves. Such was the origin of the state, such was its history, and such is its present essence. Peter Kropotkin 160. Consequently, to imagine that capitalism may be abolished while the state is maintained, and with the aid of the state while the latter was founded for forwarding the development of capitalism and was always growing in power and solidity, in proportion as the power of capitalism grew up, to cherish such an illusion is as unreasonable, in our opinion, as it was to expect the emancipation of labor from the church, or from Cressarism or imperialism. Certainly, in the first half of the 19th century, there have been many socialists who had such dreams, but to live in the same dreamland now that we enter in the 20th century, is really too childish. A new form of economic organization will necessarily require a new form or political structure. And, whether the change be accomplished suddenly, by a revolution, or slowly, by the way of a gradual evolution, the two changes, political and economic, must go on abreast, hand in hand. Each step towards economic freedom, each victory won over capitalism will be at the same time a step towards political liberty, towards liberation from the yoke of the state by means of free agreement, territorial, professional, and functional. And each step made towards taking from the state any one of its powers and attributes will be helping the masses to win a victory over capitalism. The means of action. It is self-evident that if the anarchists differ so much in their methods of investigation and in their fundamental principles, both from the academic men of science and from their social democratic colleagues, they must equally differ from them in their means of action. Holding the opinions we do about law and the state, we evidently cannot see a source of progress, and still less an approach to the required social changes, in an ever-growing submission of the individual to the state. We cannot either go on saying, as superficial critics of present society often say when they require the state management of industries, that modern capitalism has its origin in an anarchy of production due to the non-intervention of the state and to the liberal doctrine of let things alone. This would amount to saying, 161 Modem science and anarchism that the state has practiced this doctrine, while in reality it never has practiced it. We know, on the contrary, that while all governments have given the capitalists and monopolists full liberty to enrich themselves with the underpaid labor of working men reduced to misery, they have never, nowhere given the working men the liberty of opposing that exploitation. Never has any government applied the leave things alone principle to the exploited masses. It reserved it for the exploiters only. In France, even under the terrible Revolutionary Convention, strikes were treated as a coalition, as a conspiracy to form a state within the state, and punished with death. So we need not speak after that of the anti-labor legislation of the Napoleonic Empire, the monarchic restoration, or even the present middle-class republic. In England, workingmen were hanged for striking, under the pretext of intimidation, as late as in 1813, and in 1834 workingmen were transported to Australia for having dared to found, with Robert Owen, a national trades union. In the 60s strikers were sent to hard labor for picketing, under the pretext of thus defending freedom of labor, and not further back than 1903, as a result of the Taft Vale decision, the Amalgamated Society of Railway Servants had to pay £2,600 to a railway company for having declared a strike. Need we speak after that of France, where the right of constituting labor unions and peasant syndicates was obtained only in T884, after the anarchist agitation that broke out at Lyons and among the miners in 1883, or of Switzerland, where strikers were shot at Arello during the boring of the St. Gothard Tunnel, to say nothing of Germany, Spain, Russia, and the United States, where state intervention in favor of capitalist misrule was still worse. On the other side, we have only to remember how every state reduces the peasants and the industrial workers to a life of misery, by means of taxes and through the monopolies it creates in favor of the landlords, the cotton lords, the railway magnates, the publicans, and the like. We have only to think how the communal possession of the land was destroyed in this country by enclosure acts, or how at this very moment. Peter Kropotkin 1112. It is destroyed in Russia, in order to supply hands to the landlords and the great factories. And we need only to look round, to see how everywhere in Europe and America the states are constituting monopolies in favor of capitalists at home, and still more in conquered lands, such as Egypt, Tonkin, the Transvaal, and so on. What, then, is the use of talking, with Marx, about the primitive accumulation as if this push given to capitalists were a thing of the past? In reality, new monopolies have been granted every year till now by the parliaments of all nations to railway, tramway, gas, water, and maritime transport companies, schools, institutions, and so on. The state's push is, and has ever been, the first foundation of all great capitalist fortunes. In short, nowhere has the system of non-intervention of the state ever existed. Everywhere the state has been, and still is, the main pillar and the creator, direct and indirect, of capitalism and its powers over the masses. Nowhere, since states have grown up, have the masses had the freedom of resisting the oppression by capitalists. The few rights the why have now they have gained only by determination and endless sacrifice. To speak therefore of non-intervention of the state may be all right for middle-class economists, who try to persuade the workers that their misery is a law of nature. But how can socialists use such language? The state has always interfered in the economic life in favor of the capitalist exploiter. It has always granted him protection in robbery, given aid and support for further enrichment. And it could not be otherwise. To do so was one of the functions, the chief mission of the state. The state was established for the precise purpose of imposing the rule of the landowners, the employers of industry, the warrior class, and the clergy upon the peasants on the land and the artisans in the city. And the rich perfectly well know that if the machinery of the state ceased to protect them, their power over the laboring classes would be gone immediately. Socialism, we have said, whatever form it may take in its evolution towards communism, must find its own form of political organization. Serfdom and absolute monarchy have 163 Modern science and anarchism always marched hand in hand. The one rendered the other a necessity. The same is true of capitalist rule, whose political form is representative government, either in a republic or in a monarchy. This is why socialism cannot utilize representative government as a weapon for liberating labor, just as it cannot utilize the church and its theory of divine right, or imperialism and Caesarism, with its theory of hierarchy of functionaries, for the same purpose. A new form of political organization has to be worked out the moment that socialist principles shall enter into our life. And it is self-evident that this new form will have to be more popular, more decentralized, and nearer to the folk mode self-government than representative government can ever be. This is also the tendency which begins to prevail in the conception of men, the moment they free themselves from the prejudice of authority. If we carefully observe life in this country, in France, and in the States, we see, indeed, a decided tendency towards constituting independent communes, municipal and rural, associations, societies, federations, etc., assuming wide social and economic functions, and connected with each other by free agreement, independent of state intervention. Of course, it is not the German emperor, or the English imperialists, or even the Swiss Jacobin radicals who pursue such aims. These people have their eyes turned backwards. But there is a progressive fraction of society, chiefly among the working men, both in Europe and America, who work hard to create such new channels of common life and work, independent of and quite outside the state. Knowing all this, we obviously cannot see an element of progress in an ever-increasing submission to the state. On the contrary, we represent ourselves a forward movement of society as an approach to the abolition of all the authority of government, as a development of free agreement for all that formerly was a function of church and state, and as a development of free initiative in every individual and every group. And these are the tendencies which determine the tactics of the anarchists in the life of both the individual and our circles. Finally, being a revolutionary party, what we study in history is chiefly the genesis and the gradual development of previous revolutions. In these studies we try to free history from the state interpretation which has been given to it by state historians. We try to reconstitute in it the true role of the people, the advantages it obtained from a revolution, the ideas it launched into circulation, and the faults of tactics it committed. Studying the beginnings of a revolution, we are not yet satisfied when we have read how miserable were the masses before the revolution. We want to know, how did they pass from their condition of inactivity and despair to their revolutionary activity? How did they wake up? What did they do after the awakening? We understand, for instance, the great French Revolution quite differently from a Louis Blanc, who saw in it a political movement directed by the Jacobinist Club. We see in it a great popular movement, which took place especially in the villages, among the peasants, for the abolition of feudal servitude and the return to the villages of the land seized since 1669 in virtue of enclosure acts, and in the towns for getting rid of the misery of the town proletariat by means of a national organization of exchange and socialization of production. We study the movement towards communism that began to develop amongst the poorest part of the population in 1793–94, and the admirable forms of voluntary popular organization for a variety of functions, economic and political, that they worked out in the sections of the great cities and some of the small municipalities. On the other side, we carefully study the growth of the power of the middle classes, who worked with energy and knowledge at constituting their own authority, in lieu of the broken authority of the king and his camarilla. We see how they labored to build up a powerful centralized state, and thus to consolidate the property they acquired during or through the revolution, as well as their full right to enrich themselves with the underpaid work of the poorer classes. We study the development and the struggle of these two powers, and try to find out why the latter gained the upper hand over the former. And then we see how the centralized state, created by the Jacobinist middle classes, prepared the way for the autocratic empire of Napoleon I. We see how, half a century later, Napoleon III found in the dreams of those who meant to create a centralized republic the necessary elements for his second empire. And we understand how this centralized authority, which for 70 years in succession killed in France every local effort and every personal effort made outside the state hierarchy, remains till now the curse of the country. The first effort to be free from it was only made in 1871 by the Paris communalist proletarians. It is thus seen how in this domain, too, our comprehension of history and the conclusions we draw therefrom are quite different from the comprehension and the historical conclusions of both the middle class and the socialist political parties. Without entering here into an analysis of the different revolutionary movements, it is sufficient to say that our conception of the coming social revolution is quite different from that of a Jacobin dictatorship, or the transformation of social institutions effected by a convention, a parliament, or a dictator. Never has a revolution been brought about on those lines, and if the present working class movement takes this form, it will be doomed to have no lasting result. On the contrary, we believe that if a revolution begins, it must take the form of a widely spread popular movement, during which movement, in every town and village invaded by the insurrectionary spirit, the masses set themselves to the work of reconstructing society on new lines. The people, both the peasants and the town workers, must themselves begin the constructive work, on more or less communist principles, without waiting for schemes and orders from above. From the very beginning of the movement they must contrive to house and to feed everyone, and then set to work to produce what is necessary to feed, i.e., and clothe all of them. They may not be, they are sure not to be, the majority of the nation. But if they are a respectably numerous minority of cities and villages scattered over the country, starting life on their own new socialist lines, they will be able to win the right to pursue their own course. In all probability they will draw towards them a notable portion of the land, as was the case in France in 1793–94. As to the government, whether it be constituted by force only or by election, be it the dictatorship of the prole. Peter Kropotkin 188. Tariot, as they used to say in France in the 40s, and as they still say in Germany, or else an elected provisional government, or a convention, we put no faith in it. We know beforehand that it will be able to do nothing to accomplish the revolution, so long as the people themselves do not accomplish the change by working out on the spot the necessary new institutions. We say so, not because we have a personal dislike of governments, but because the whole of history shows us that men thrown into a government by a revolutionary wave have never been able to accomplish what was expected from them. And this is unavoidable. Because in the task of reconstructing society on new principles, separate men, however intelligent and devoted they may be, are sure to fail. The collective spirit of the masses is necessary for this purpose. Isolated men can sometimes find a legal expression to sum up the destruction of old social forms when the destruction is already proceeding. At the utmost, they may widen, perhaps, the sphere of the reconstructive work, extending what is being done in a part of the country, over a larger part of the territory. But to impose the reconstruction by law is absolutely impossible, as was proved, among other examples, by the whole history of the French Revolution. Many thousands of the laws passed by the Revolutionary Convention had not even been put into force when reaction came and flung those laws into the waste paper basket. During a revolution, new forms of life will always germinate on the ruins of the old forms, but no government will ever be able to find their expression so long as these forms will not have taken a definite shape during the work itself of reconstruction, which must be going on in thousands of spots at the same time. Who guessed who, in fact, could have guessed before 1789 the role going to be played by the municipalities and the Commune of Paris in the revolutionary events of 1789–931? It is impossible to legislate for the future. All we can do is to vaguely guess its essential tendencies and clear the road for it. It is evident that in understanding the problem of the social revolution in this way, anarchism cannot let itself be seduced by a program that offers as its aim the conquest of the power now in the hands of the state. 167 Madame Science and Anarchism. We know that this conquest is not possible by peaceful means. The middle class will not give up its power without a struggle. It will resist. And in proportion as socialists will become part of the government, and share power with the middle class, their socialism will grow paler and paler. This is, indeed, what socialism is rapidly doing. Were this not so, the middle classes, who are very much more powerful numerically and intellectually than most socialists imagine them to be, would not share their power with the socialists. On the other hand, we also know that if an insurrection succeeded in giving to France, to England, or to Germany a provisional socialist government, such a government, without the spontaneous constructive activity of the people, would be absolutely powerless, and it would soon become a hindrance and a check to the revolution. In studying the preparatory periods of revolutions, we come to the conclusion that no revolution has had its origin in the power of resistance or the power of attack of a parliament or any other representative body. All resolutions began among the people. None has ever appeared armed from head to foot, like Minerva rising from the brain of Jupiter. All had, besides their period of incubation, their period of evolution, during which the masses, after having formulated very modest demands in the beginning, gradually began to conceive the necessity of more and more thorough and deeper changes. They grew more bold and daring in their conceptions of the problems of the moment, they gained confidence, and, having emerged from the lethargy of despair, they widened their program. The humble remonstrances they formulated at the outset, grew step by step to be truly revolutionary demands. In fact, it took France 4 years, from 1789 to 1793, to create a republican minority that would be strong enough to impose itself. As to the period of incubation, this is how we understand it. To begin with, isolated individuals, profoundly disgusted by what they saw around them, rebelled separately. Many of them perished without any apparent result, but the indifference of society was shaken. Even those who were most satisfied with existing conditions and the most ignorant were brought by these separate acts of rebellion to ask themselves. Peter Kropotkin 168. For what cause did these people, honest and full of energy, rebel and prove ready to give their lives? Gradually it became impossible to remain indifferent, people were compelled to declare themselves for or against the aims pursued by these individuals. Social thought woke up. Little by little, small groups of men were imbued with the same spirit of revolt. They also rebelled sometimes with the hope of a partial success, for example, that of winning a strike and of obtaining bread for their children, or of getting rid of some hated functionary, but very often also without any hope of success. They broke into revolt simply because they could not remain patient any longer. Not one or two such revolts, but hundreds of small insurrections in France and in England preceded the revolution. This again was unavoidable. Without such insurrections, no revolution has ever broken out. Without the menace contained in such revolts, no serious concession has ever been wrung by the people from the governing classes. Without such risings, the social mind was never able to get rid of its deep-rooted prejudices, nor to embolden itself sufficiently to conceive hope. The hope of an improvement was always the mainspring of revolutions. The pacific abolition of serfdom in Russia is often mentioned as a proof of the possibility of a deep change being accomplished without a revolution. But it is forgotten, or ignored, that a long series of peasant insurrections preceded and brought about the abolition of serfdom. These revolts began as early as the 50s, perhaps as an echo of 1848, and every year they spread more and more over Russia, while at the same time they became more and more serious and took a violent character, up till then unknown. This lasted till 1857, when Alexander II at last issued his letter to the nobility of the Lithuanian provinces, containing a promise of liberation to the serfs. The words of Herzen, "Better give liberty from above, than wait till it comes from below," words repeated by Alexander II before the nobility of Moscow, in 1856 were not a mere menace, they expressed the real state of affairs. It was the dread of a peasant uprising, perhaps even more terrible than that of Pogokin in 1773, which induced the serf owners to yield. The same has occurred whenever a revolution drew near, and we can safely say that as a general rule the character of Each revolution was determined by the character and the purpose of the insurrections that preceded it. Consequently, to expect a social revolution to come like a Christmas box, without being heralded by small acts of revolt and insurrections, is to cherish a vain hope. It would be shutting one's eyes to what is going on all round, in Europe and America, and taking no notice of the hundreds of strikes and small uprisings occurring everywhere, and gradually assuming a more widespread and a deeper character. Benjamin R. Tucker. State Socialism and Libertarianism 1. Benjamin R. Tucker 11,854–19391 Tucker was born in South Dartmouth, Massachusetts. His interest in anarchist thought came about as a result of early political activity on behalf of Horace Greeley in the 1872 presidential campaign in Boston. There he met Josiah Warren and William B. Greene, individualist anarchists. He studied the anarchist literature and became associate editor of The Word in 1874. Shortly after, he was imprisoned for refusing to pay his taxes, and then tried another publishing venture, The Radical Review, which lasted only 2 years. He started the Weekly Liberty. He published and translated a wide variety of anarchist and libertarian books. Probably no agitation has ever attained the magnitude, either in the number of its recruits or the area of its influence, which has been attained by modern socialism, and at the same time been so little understood and so misunderstood, not only by the hostile and the indifferent, but by the friendly, and even by the great mass of its adherents themselves. This unfortunate and highly dangerous state of things is due partly to the fact that the human relationships which this movement, if anything so chaotic can be called a movement, aims to transform 11L. Involve no special class or classes, but literally all mankind, partly to the fact that these relationships are infinitely more. 1 from Benjamin R. Tucker, instead / a book, a fragmentary exposition of philosophical anarchism. New York, B. R. Tucker, Publisher, 1897. Benjamin R. Tucker 170. Varied and complex in their nature than those with which any special reform has ever been called upon to deal, and partly to the fact that the great molding forces of society, the channels of information and enlightenment, are well nigh exclusively under the control of those whose immediate pecuniary interests are antagonistic to the bottom claim of socialism that labor should be put in possession of its own. Almost the only persons who may be said to comprehend even approximately the significance, principles, and purposes of socialism are the chief leaders of the extreme wings of the socialistic forces, and perhaps a few of the money kings themselves. It is a subject of which it has lately become quite the fashion for preacher, professor, and penny-a-liner to treat, and, for the most part, woeful work they have made with it, exciting the derision and pity of those competent to judge. That those prominent in the intermediate socialistic divisions do not fully understand what they are about is evident from the positions they occupy. If they did, if they were consistent, logical thinkers, if they were what the French call consequent men, their reasoning faculties would long since have driven them to one extreme or the other. For it is a curious fact that the two extremes of the vast army now under consideration, though united, as has been hinted above, by the common claim that labor shall be put in possession of its own, are more diametrically opposed to each other in their fundamental principles of social action and their methods of reaching the ends aimed at than either is to their common enemy, the existing society. They are based on two principles, the history of whose conflict is almost equivalent to the history of the world since man came into it, and all intermediate parties, including that of the upholders of the existing society, are based upon a compromise between them. It is clear, then, that any intelligent, deep-rooted opposition to the prevailing order of things must come from one or the other of these extremes, for anything from any other source, far from being revolutionary in character, could be only in the nature of such superficial modification as would be utterly unable to concentrate upon itself the degree of attention and interest now bestowed upon modern socialism. The two principles referred to are authority and liberty, and the names of the two schools of socialistic thought which fully and unreservedly represent one or the other of them are, respectively, state socialism and anarchism. Whoso knows what these two schools want and how they propose to get it understands the socialistic movement. For, just as it has been said that there is no halfway house between Rome and reason, so it may be said that there is no halfway house between state socialism and anarchism. There are, in fact, two currents steadily flowing from the center of the socialistic forces, which are concentrating them on the left and on the right, and, if socialism is to prevail, it is among the possibilities that, after this movement of separation has been completed and the existing order has been crushed out between the two camps, the ultimate and bitterer conflict will be still to come. In that case all the 8-hour men, all the trades unionists, all the Knights of Labor, all the land nationalizationists, all the greenbackers, and, in short, all the members of the 1,001 different battalions belonging to the great army of labor, will have deserted their old posts, and, these being arrayed on the one side and the other, the great battle will begin. What a final victory for the state socialists will mean, and what a final victory for the anarchists will mean, it is the purpose of this paper to briefly state. To do this intelligently, however, I must first describe the ground common to both, the features that make socialists of each of them. The economic principles of modern socialism are a logical deduction from the principle laid down by Adam Smith in the early chapters of his Wealth of Nations, namely, that labor is the true measure of price. But Adam Smith, after stating this principle most clearly and concisely, immediately abandoned all further consideration of it to devote himself to showing what actually does measure price, and how, therefore, wealth is at present distributed. Since his day nearly all the political economists have followed his example by confining their function to the description of society as it is in its industrial and commercial phases. Socialism, on the contrary, extends its function to the description of society as it should be, and the discovery of the means of making it what it should be. Half a century or more after Smith enunciated the principle above stated, socialism picked it up where he had dropped it, and, in following it to its logical conclusions, made it the basis of a new economic philosophy. Benjamin R. Tucker 172. This seems to have been done independently by three different men, of three different nationalities, in three different languages: Josiah Warren, an American; Pierre J. Proudhon, a Frenchman; Karl Marx, a German Jew. That Warren and Proudhon arrived at their conclusions singly and unaided is certain, but whether Marx was not largely indebted to Proudhon for his economic ideas is questionable. However this may be, Marx's presentation of the ideas was in so many respects peculiarly his own that he is fairly entitled to the credit of originality. That the work of this interesting trio should have been done so nearly simultaneously would seem to indicate that socialism was in the air, and that the time was ripe and the conditions favorable for the appearance of this new school of thought. So far as priority of time is concerned, the credit seems to belong to Warren, the American, a fact that should be noted by the stump orators who are so fond of declaiming against socialism as an imported article. Of the purest revolutionary blood, too, this Warren, for he descends from the Warren who fell at Bunker Hill. From Smith's principle that labor is the true measure of price, or, as Warren phrased it, that cost is the proper limit of price, these three men made the following deductions: that the natural wage of labor is its product, that this wage, or product, is the only just source of income, that all who derive income from any other source abstract it directly or indirectly from the natural and just wage of labor, that this abstracting process generally takes one of three forms: interest, rent, and profit, that these three constitute the trinity of usury, and are simply different methods of levying tribute for the use of capital, that, capital being simply stored up labor that has already received its pay in full, its use ought to be gratuitous, on the principle that labor is the only basis of price, that the lender of capital is entitled to its return intact, and nothing more, that the only reason that the banker, the stockholder, the landlord, the manufacturer, and the merchant are able to exact usury from labor lies in the fact that they are backed by legal privilege or monopoly, and that the only way to secure to labor the enjoyment of its entire product, or natural wage, is to strike down monopoly. It must not be inferred that either Warren, Proudhon, or 173 State Socialism and Libyanism. Marx used exactly this phraseology, or followed exactly this line of thought, but it indicates definitely enough the fundamental ground taken by all three, and their substantial thought up to the limit to which they went in common. And, lest I may be accused of stating the positions and arguments of these men incorrectly, it may be well to say in advance that I have viewed them broadly, and that, for the purpose of sharp, vivid, and emphatic comparison and contrast, I have taken considerable liberty with their thought by rearranging it in an order, and often in a phraseology, of my own, but, I am satisfied, without, in so doing, misrepresenting them in any essential particular. It was at this point the necessity of striking down M0 that came the parting of their ways. Here the road forked. They found that they must turn either to the right or to the left, follow either the path of authority or the path of liberty. Marx went one way, Warren and Proudhon the other. Thus were born state socialism and anarchism. First, then, state socialism, which may be described as the doctrine that all the affairs of men should be managed by the government, regardless of individual choice. Marx, its founder, concluded that the only way to abolish the class monopolies was to centralize and consolidate all industrial and commercial interests, all productive and distributive agencies, in one vast monopoly in the hands of the state. The government must become banker, manufacturer, farmer, carrier, and merchant, and in these capacities must suffer no competition. Land, tools, and all instruments of production must be wrested from individual hands, and made the property of the collectivity. To the individual can belong only the products to be consumed, not the means of producing them. A man may own his clothes and his food, but not the sewing machine that makes his shirts or the spade that digs his potatoes. Product and capital are essentially different things, the former belongs to individuals, the latter to society. Society must seize the capital that belongs to it, by the ballot if it can, by revolution if it must. Once in possession of it, it must administer it on the majority principle, through its organ, the state, utilize it in production and distribution, fix all prices by the amount of labor involved, and employ the whole people in its workshops, farms, stores, etc. The nation must be transformed into a vast bureaucracy. Benjamin R. Tucker 174. And every individual into a state official. Everything must be done on the cost principle, the people having no motive to make a profit out of themselves. Individuals not being allowed to own capital, no one can employ another, or even himself. Every man will be a wage receiver, and the state the only wage payer. He who will not work for the state must starve, or, more likely, go to prison. All freedom of trade must disappear. Competition must be utterly wiped out. All industrial and commercial activity must be centered in one vast, enormous, all-inclusive monopoly. The remedy for monopolies is monopoly. Such is the economic program of state socialism as adopted from Karl Marx. The history of its growth and progress cannot be told here. In this country the parties that uphold it are known as the Socialistic Labor Party, which pretends to follow Karl Marx, the Nationalists, who follow Karl Marx filtered through Edward Bellamy, and the Christian Socialists, who follow Karl Marx filtered through Jesus Christ. What other applications this principle of authority, once adopted in the economic sphere, will develop is very evident. It means the absolute control by the majority of all individual conduct. The right of such control is already admitted by the state socialists, though they maintain that, as a matter of fact, the individual would be allowed a much larger liberty than he now enjoys. But he would only be allowed it, he could not claim it as his own. There would be no foundation of society upon a guaranteed equality of the largest possible liberty. Such liberty as might exist would exist by sufferance and could be taken away at any moment. Constitutional guarantees would be of no avail. There would be but one article in the constitution of a state socialistic country: the right of the majority is absolute. The claim of the state socialists, however, that this right would not be exercised in matters pertaining to the individual in the more intimate and private relations of his life is not borne out by the history of governments. It has ever been the tendency of power to add to itself, to enlarge its sphere, to encroach beyond the limits set for it, and where the habit of resisting such encroachment is not fostered, and the individual is not taught to be jealous of his rights, individuality gradually disappears and the government or state becomes 175 State socialism and libertarianism. The all in all. Control naturally accompanies responsibility. Under the system of state socialism, therefore, which holds the community responsible for the health, wealth, and wisdom of the individual, it is evident that the community, through its majority expression, will insist more and more on prescribing the conditions of health, wealth, and wisdom, thus impairing and finally destroying individual independence and with it a sense of individual responsibility. Whatever, then, the state socialists may claim or disclaim, their system, if adopted, is doomed to end in a state religion, to the expense of which all must contribute and at the altar of which all must kneel, a state school of medicine, by whose practitioners the sick must invariably be treated, a state system of hygiene, prescribing what must and must not eat, drink, wear, and do, a state code of morals, which will not content itself with punishing crime, but will prohibit what the majority decide to be vice, a state system of instruction, which will do away with all private schools, academies, and colleges, a state nursery, in which all children must be brought up in common at the public expense, and, finally, a state family, with an attempt at stirpiculture, or scientific breeding, in which no man and woman will be allowed to have children if the state prohibits them and no man and woman can refuse to have children if TL1 state orders them. Thus will authority achieve its acme and monopoly be car ride to its highest power. Such is the ideal of the logical state socialist, such is the goal which lies at the end of the road that Karl Marx took. Let us now follow the fortunes of Warren and Proudhon, who took the other road, the road of liberty. This brings us to anarchism, which may be described as the doctrine that all the affairs of men should be managed by individuals or voluntary associations, and that the state should be abolished. When Warren and Proudhon, in prosecuting their search for justice to labor, came face to face with the obstacle of class monopolies, they saw that these monopolies rested upon the authority, and concluded that the thing to be done was, not to strengthen this authority and thus make monopoly universal, but to utterly uproot authority and give full sway to the opposite principle, liberty, by making competition, the antithesis of monopoly, universal. They saw in competition the great leveler of prices to the labor cost of production. In this they agreed with the political economists. The query then naturally presented itself why all prices do not fall to labor cost, where there is any room for incomes acquired otherwise than by labor, in a word, why the usurer, the receiver of interest, rent, and profit, exists. The answer was found in the present one-sidedness of competition. It was discovered that capital had so manipulated legislation that unlimited competition is allowed in supplying productive labor, thus keeping wages down to the starvation point, or as near it as practicable, that a great deal of competition is allowed in supplying distributive labor, or the labor of the mercantile classes, thus keeping, not the prices of goods, but the merchants' actual profits on them, down to a point somewhat approximating equitable wages for the merchant's work, but that almost no competition at all is allowed in supplying capital, upon the aid of which both productive and distributive labor are dependent for their power of achievement, thus keeping the rate of interest on money and of house rent and ground rent at as high a point as the necessities of the people will bear. On discovering this, Warren and Proudhon charged the political economists with being afraid of their own doctrine. The Manchester men were accused of being inconsistent. They believed in liberty to compete with the laborer in order to reduce his wages, but not in liberty to compete with the capitalist in order to reduce his usury. Laissez-faire was very good sauce for the goose, labor, but very poor sauce for the gander, capital. But how to correct this inconsistency, How to serve this gander with this sauce, how to put capital at the service of businessmen and laborers at cost, or free of usury, that was the problem. Marx, as we have seen, solved it by declaring capital to be a different thing from product, and maintaining that it belonged to society and shall be seized by society and employed for the benefit of all alike. Proudhon scoffed at this distinction between capital and product. He maintained that capital and product are not different kinds of wealth, but simply alternate conditions or functions of the same wealth, that all wealth undergoes an incessant transformation from capital into product and from product back into capital, the process repeating itself interminably, that capital and product are purely social terms, that what is product to one man immediately becomes capital to another, and vice versa, that, if there were but one person in the world, all wealth would be to him at once capital and product, that the fruit of A's toil is his product, which when sold to B, becomes B's capital, that a steam engine is just as much product as a coat, and that a coat is just as much capital as a steam engine, and that the same laws of equity govern the possession of the one that govern the possession of the other. For these and other reasons Proudhon and Warren found themselves unable to sanction any such plan as the seizure of capital by society. But, though opposed to socializing the ownership of capital, they aimed nevertheless to socialize its effects by making its use beneficial to all instead of a means of impoverishing the many to enrich the few. And when the light burst in upon them, they saw that this could be done by subjecting capital to the natural law of competition, thus bringing the price of its use down to cost, that is, to nothing beyond the expenses incidental to handling and transferring it. So they raised the banner of absolute free trade at home, as well as with foreign countries, the logical carrying out of the Manchester Doctrine, laissez-faire the universal rule. Under this banner they began their fight upon monopolies, whether the all-inclusive monopoly of the state socialists, or the various class monopolies that now prevail. Of the latter they distinguished four of principal importance: the money monopoly, the land monopoly, the tariff monopoly, and the patent monopoly. First, in the importance of its evil influence, they considered the money monopoly, which consists of the privilege given by the government to certain individuals, or to individuals holding certain kinds of property, of issuing the circulating medium, a privilege that is now enforced in this country by a national tax of 10% upon all other persons who attempt to furnish a circulating medium, and by state laws making it a criminal offense to issue as currency. It is claimed that the holders of this privilege control the rate of interest, the rate of rent of houses and buildings, and the prices of goods, the first directly, and the second and third indirectly. Benjamin R2.R1 JT. 4. Say Proudhon and Warren, if the business of banking were made free to all, more and more persons would enter into it until the competition should become sharp enough to reduce the price of lending money to the labor cost, which statistics show to be less than 0.75%. In that case, the thousands of people who are now deterred from going into business by the ruinously high rates which they must pay for capital with which to start and carry on business would find their difficulties removed. If they have property which they do not desire to convert into money by sale, a bank will take it as collateral for a loan of a certain proportion of its market value at less than 1% discount. If they have no property, but are industrious, honest, and capably, they will generally be able to get their individual notes endorsed by a sufficient number of known and solvent parties, and on such business paper they will be able to get a loan at a bank on similarly favorable terms. Thus interest will fall at a blow. The banks will really not be lending capital at all, but will be doing business on the capital of their customers, the business consisting in an exchange of the known and widely available credits of the banks for the unknown and unavailable, but equally good, credits of the customers, and a charge therefore of less than 1%, not as interest for the use of capital, but as pay for the labor of running the banks. This facility of acquiring capital will give an unheard of impetus to business, and consequently create an unprecedented demand for labor, a demand that will always be in excess of the supply, directly the contrary of the present condition of the labor market. Then will be seen an exemplification of the words of Richard Cobden that, when two laborers are after one employer, wages fall, but when two employers are after one laborer, wages rise. Labor will then be in a position to dictate its wages, and will thus secure its natural wage, its entire product. Thus the same blow that strikes interest down will send wages up. But this is not all. Down will go profits also. For merchants, instead of buying at high prices on credit, will borrow money of the banks at less than 1%, buy at low prices for cash, and correspondingly reduce the prices of their goods to their customers. And with the rest will go house rent. For no one who can borrow capital at 1% with which to build a house of his own will consent to pay rent to a landlord at a higher rate than that. Such is 179 State Socialism and Libertarianism. The vast claim made by Proudhon and Warren as to the results of the simple abolition of the money monopoly. Second in importance comes the land monopoly, the evil effects of which are seen principally in exclusively agricultural countries, like Ireland. This monopoly consists in the enforcement by government of land titles which do not rest upon personal occupancy and cultivation. It was obvious to Warren and Proudhon that, as soon as individuals should no longer be protected by their fellows in anything but personal occupancy and cultivation of land, ground rent would disappear, and so usury have one less leg to stand on. Their followers of today are disposed to modify this claim to the extent of admitting that the very small fraction of ground rent which rests, not on monopoly, but on superiority of soil or site, will continue to exist for a time and perhaps forever, though tending constantly to a minimum under conditions of freedom. But the inequality of soils which gives rise to the economic rent of land, like the inequality of human skill which gives rise to the economic rent of ability, is not a cause for serious alarm even to the most thorough opponent of usury, as its nature is not that of a germ from which other and graver inequalities may spring, but rather that of a decaying branch which may finally wither and fall. Third, the tariff monopoly, which consists in fostering production at high prices and under unfavorable conditions by visiting with the penalty of taxation those who patronize production at low prices and under favorable conditions. The evil to which this monopoly gives rise might more properly be called misusury than usury, because it compels labor to pay, not exactly for the use of capital, but rather for the misuse of capital. The abolition of this monopoly would result in a great reduction in the prices of all articles taxed, and this saving to the laborers who consume these articles would be another step towards securing to the laborer his natural wage, his entire product. Proudhon admitted, however, that to abolish this monopoly before abolishing the money monopoly would be a cruel and disastrous policy. First, because the evil of scarcity of money, created by the money monopoly, would be intensified by the flow of money out of the country that would be involved in an excess of imports over exports, and, second, because that fraction of the laborers of the country which is now employed in the protected industries would be turned adrift to face starvation without the benefit of the insatiable demand for labor which a competitive money system would create. Free trade in money at home, making money and work abundant, was insisted upon by Proudhon as a prior condition of free trade in goods with foreign countries. Fourth, the patent monopoly, which consists in protecting inventors and authors against competition for a period long enough to enable them to extort from the people a reward enormously in excess of the labor measure of their services. In other words, in giving certain people a right of property for a term of years in laws and facts of nature, and the power to exact tribute from others for the use of this natural wealth, which should be open to all. The abolition of this monopoly would fill its beneficiaries with a wholesome fear of competition that would cause them to be satisfied with pay for their services equal to that which other laborers get for theirs, and to secure it by placing their products and works on the market at the outset at prices so low that their lines of business would be no more tempting to competitors than any other lines. The development of the economic program that consists in the destruction of these monopolies and the substitution for them of the freest competition led its authors to a perception of the fact that all their thought rested upon a very fundamental principle, the freedom of the individual, his right of sovereignty over himself, his products, and his affairs, and of rebellion against the dictation of external authority. Just as the idea of taking capital away from individuals and giving it to the government started Marx in a path that ends in making the government everything and the individual nothing, so the idea of taking capital away from government-protected monopolies and putting it within easy reach of all individuals started Warren and Proudhon in a path that ends in making the individual everything and the government nothing. If the individual has a right to govern himself, all external government is tyranny. Hence the necessity of abolishing the state. This was the logical conclusion to which Warren and Proudhon were forced, and it became the fundamental article of their political philosophy. It is the doctrine that Proudhon named anarchisms, a word derived from the Greek, and meaning not necessary absence of order, as it generally sup. 181 Stat socialism and libertarianism. Posed, but absence of rule. The anarchists are simply unterrified Jeffersonian Democrats. They believe that the best government is that which governs least, and at that which governs least is no government at all. Even the simple police function of P-Rot-E-C-T-N-G person and property they deny to government s supported by compulsory taxation. Protection they look upon as a thing to be ESEC or ed, as long as it is NECES sorry, by voluntary association and COOPRATION for self-defense, or as a commodity to be purchased, like any other commodity, of those who offer the best article at the lowest price. In their view it is in itself an invasion of the individual to compel him to pay for or suffer a protection against invasion that he has not asked for and does not desire. And they further claim that protection will be a drug in the market, after poverty and consequently crime have disappeared through the realization of their economic program. Compulsory taxation is to them the iple of all monopolies, and passive, but organized, resistance to the tax collector they contemplate, when the proper time comes, as one of the most effective methods of accomplishing their purposes. Their attitude on this is akin to their attitude on all other questions of a political or social nature. In religion they are atheistic as far as their OWN opinions are concerned, for they look upon divine authority and the religious sanction of morality as the chief pretexts put forward by the privileged classes for the exercise of human authority. If God exists, said Proudhon, he is man's enemy. And, in contrast to Voltaire's famous APGRM, if God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him, the great Russian nihilist, Michael Bakunin, placed this antithetical proposition, if God exists, it would be necessary to abolish him. But Although 6 in G the divine hierarchy as a contradiction of an archi, they do not believe in it. The anarchists nonetheless firmly believe in the liberty to believe in it. Any denial of our religious freedom they squarely oppose. Upholding thus the right of every individual to be or select his own priest, they likewise uphold his right to be or select his own doctor. No monopoly in theology, no monopoly in medicine. Competition everywhere and always, spiritual advice and medical advice alike to stand or fall on their own merits. And not only in medicine, but in hygiene, must this principle of liberty be followed. The individual may decide for himself not only what to do to get well, but what to do to keep well. No external power must dictate to him what he must and must not eat, drink, wear, or do. Nor does the anarchistic scheme furnish any code of morals to be imposed upon the individual. Mind your own business is its only moral law. Interference with another's business is a crime and the only crime, and as such may properly be resisted. In accordance with this view the anarchists look upon attempts to arbitrarily suppress vice as in themselves crimes. They believe liberty and the resultant social well-being to be a sure cure for all the vices. But they recognize the right of the drunkard, the gambler, the rake, and the harlot to live their lives until they shall freely choose to abandon them. In the matter of the maintenance and rearing of children the anarchists would neither institute the communistic nazari which the state socialists favor nor keep the communistic school system which now prevails. The nurse and the teacher, like the doctor and the preacher, must be selected voluntarily, and their services must be paid for by those who patronize them. Parental rights must not be taken away, and parental responsibilities must not be foisted upon others. Even in so delicate a matter as that of the relations of the sexes, the anarchists do not shrink from the application of their principle. They acknowledge and defend the right of any man and woman, or any men and women, to love each other for as long or as short a time as they can, will, or may. To them legal marriage and legal divorce are equal absurdities. They look forward to a time when every individual, whether man or woman, shall be self-supporting, and when each shall have an independent home of his or her own, whether it be a separate house or rooms in a house with others, when the love relations between these independent individuals shall be as varied as are individual inclinations and attractions, and when the children born of these relations shall belong exclusively to the mothers until old enough to belong to themselves. Such are the main features of the anarchistic social ideal. Rudolf Rocker, The Ideology of Anarchism 1. Rudolf Rocker was born in Mainz, Germany. Son of a working man who died when the boy was 5 years of age. It was an uncle who introduced him to the German social democratic movement, but he was soon disappointed by the rigidities of German socialism. As a bookbinder, he wandered from one employment to another, and, from the contacts he made in this occupation, he became interested in anarchism. He lived in Paris and in London until after World War I. Although of Christian background, he identified himself with the Jewish and Slavic immigrants who settled in East London. He edited a Yiddish newspaper, Arbeiterfreund, and a Yiddish literary monthly, Germinal. He contributed his organizing efforts to the Jewish labor unions in England. Interned as an enemy alien in England in 1914, Rocker and his wife left England upon their release. In 1919 he returned to Germany. With the rise of Nazism he fled to the United States. He is the author of a biography of Johann Most. His most widely read book was Nationalism and Culture, published Indiana 19370. Anarchism is a definite intellectual current of social thought, whose adherents advocate the abolition of economic monopolies and of all political and social coercive institutions within society. In place of the capitalist economic order, anarchists would have a free association of all productive forces based upon cooperative labor, which would have for its sole purpose the satisfying of the necessary requirements of every member of society. In place of the present national states with their lifeless machinery of political and bureaucratic institutions, anarchists desire a federation of free communities that shall be bound to one another by their common economic and social interests and arrange their affairs by mutual agreement and free contract. Anyone who studies profoundly the economic and political development of the present social system will recognize that these objectives do not spring from the utopian ideas of a few imaginative innovators, but that they are the logical outcome of a thorough examination of existing social maladjustments, which, with every new phase of the present social conditions, manifest themselves more plainly and more unwholesomely. Modern monopoly capitalism and the totalitarian state are merely the last stages in a development which could culminate in no other end. The portentous development of our present economic system, leading to a mighty accumulation of social wealth in the hands of privileged minorities and to a constant repression of the great masses of the people, prepared the way for the present political and social reaction and befriended it in every way. It sacrificed the general interests of human society to the private interests of individuals, and thus systematically undermined a true relationship between men. People forgot that industry is not an end in itself, but should be only a means to ensure to man his material subsistence and to make accessible to him the blessings of a higher intellectual culture. Where industry is everything, where labor loses its ethical importance and man is nothing, there begins the realm of ruthless economic despotism, whose workings are no less disastrous than those of any political despotism. The two mutually augment one another, they are fed from the same source. Our modern social system has internally split the social organism of every country into hostile classes, and externally it has broken up the common cultural circle into hostile nations. Both classes and nations confront one another with open antagonism, and by their ceaseless warfare keep the communal social life in continual convulsions. 2 world wars within half a century and their terrible after-effects, and the constant danger of new wars, which today dominates all peoples, are only the logical consequences of this unendurable condition, which can only lead to further universal catastrophes. The mere fact that most states are obliged today to spend the better part of their annual income for so-called national defense and the liquidation of old war debts is proof of the untenability of the present status. It should make clear to everybody that the alleged protection that the 185 the ideology of anarchism state affords the individual is certainly purchased too dearly. The ever-growing power of a soulless political bureaucracy that supervises and safeguards the life of man from the cradle to the grave is putting ever greater obstacles in the way of cooperation among human beings. A system that in every act of its life sacrifices the welfare of large sections of the people, of whole nations, to the selfish lust for power and the economic interests of small minorities must necessarily dissolve the social ties and lead to a constant war of each against all. This system has merely been the pacemaker for the great intellectual and social reaction that finds its expression today in modern fascism and the idea of the totalitarian state, far surpassing the obsession for power of the absolute monarchy of past centuries and seeking to bring every sphere of human activity under the control of the state. All for the state, all through the state, nothing without the state, became the leitmotif of a new political theology. As in various systems of ecclesiastical theology God is everything and man nothing, so for this modern political creed the state is everything and the citizen nothing. And just as the words "the will of God" were used to justify the will of privileged castes, so today there hides behind the will of the state only the selfish interests of those who feel called upon to interpret this will in their own sense and to force it upon the people. In modern anarchism we have the confluence of the two great currents that before and since the French Revolution have found such characteristic expression in the intellectual life of Europe: socialism and liberalism. Modern socialism developed when profound observers of social life came to see more and more clearly that political constitutions and changes in the form of government could never get to the root of the great problem that we call the social question. Its supporters recognized that an equalizing of social and economic conditions for the benefit of all, despite the loveliest of theoretical assumptions, is not possible so long as people are separated into classes on the basis of their owning or not owning property, classes whose mere existence excludes in advance any thought of a genuine community. And so there developed the conviction that only by the elimination of economic monopolies and by common ownership of the means of production does a condition of social justice become feasible, a condition in which society shall become a real. Rudolf Rocker 188. Community, and human labor shall no longer serve the ends of exploitation but assure the well-being of everyone. But as soon as socialism began to assemble its forces and become a movement, there at once came to light certain differences of opinion due to the influence of the social environment in different countries. It is a fact that every political concept from theocracy to Caesarism and dictatorship have affected certain factions of the socialist movement. Meanwhile, two other great currents in political thought had a decisive significance on the development of socialist ideas: liberalism, which had powerfully stimulated advanced minds in the Anglo-Saxon countries, Holland and Spain in particular, and democracy in the sense, to which Rousseau gave expression in his Social Contract, and which found its most influential representatives in the leaders of French Jacobinism. While liberalism in its social theories started off from the individual and wished to limit the state's activities to a minimum, democracy took its stand on an abstract C0 elective concept, Rousseau's general will, which it sought to fix in the national state. Liberalism and democracy were preeminently political concepts, and since most of the original adherents of both did scarcely consider the economic conditions of society, the further development of these conditions could not be practically reconciled with the original principles of democracy, and still less with those of liberalism. Democracy with its motto of equality of all citizens before the law, and liberalism with its right of man over his own person, both were wrecked on the realities of capitalist economy. As long as millions of human beings in every country have to sell their labor to a small minority of owners, and sink into the most wretched misery if they can find no buyers, The so-called equality before the law remains merely a pious fraud, since the laws are made by those who find themselves in possession of the social wealth. But in the same way there can be no talk of a right over one's own person, for that right ends when one is compelled to submit to the economic dictation of another if one does not want to starve. In common with liberalism, anarchism represents the idea that the happiness and prosperity of the individual must be the standard in all social matters. And, in common with the great representatives of liberal thought, it has also the idea of limiting the functions of government to a minimum. Its ad. 187-1 ideology of anarchism horowitz have followed this thought to its ultimate consequences, and wih to eliminate every institution of political power from the life of society. When Jefferson clothes the basic conspect of liberalism in the words, that government is best which governs least, then anarchists say with Thoreau, that government is best which governs not at all. In common with the founders of socialism, anarchists demand the abolition of economic monopoly in every form and shape and uphold common ownership of the soil and all other means of production, the use of which must be available to all without distinction, for personal and social freedom is conceivable only on the basis of equal economic conditions for everybody. Within the socialist movement itself, the anarchists represent the viewpoint that the struggle against capitalism must be at the same time a struggle against all coercive institutions of political power, for in history economic exploitation has always gone hand in hand with political and social oppression. The exploitation of man by man and the domination of man over man are inseparable, and each is the condition of the other. As long as a possessing and a non-possessing group of human beings face one another in enmity within society, the state will be indispensable to the possessing minority for the protection of its privileges. When this condition of social injustice vanishes to give place to a higher order of things, which shall recognize no special rights and shall have as its basic assumption the community of social interests, government over men must yield the field to the administration of economic and social affairs, or, to speak with Saint Simon, the time will come when the art of governing men will disappear. A new art will take its place, the art of administering things. In this respect anarchism has to be regarded as a kind of voluntary socialism. This disposes also of the theory maintained by Marx and his followers that the state, in the form of a proletarian dictatorship, is a necessary transitional stage to a classless society, in which the state, after the elimination of all class conflicts and then the classes themselves, will dissolve itself and vanish from the canvas. For this concept, which completely mistakes the real nature of the state and the significance in history of the factor of political power, is only the logical outcome of so-called economic materialism, which sees in all the phenomena of history merely the inevitable effects of the methods of production of the time. Under the influence of this theory people came to regard the different forms of the state and all other social institutions as a juridical and political superstructure on the economic edifice of society, and thought that they had found in it the key to every historic process. In reality every section of history affords us thousands of examples of the way in which the economic development of countries was set back for centuries by the state and its power policy. Before the rise of the ecclesiastical monarchy, Spain, industrially, was the most advanced country in Europe and held the first place in economic production in almost every field. But a century after the triumph of the Christian monarchy most of its industries had disappeared, what was left of them survived only in the most wretched condition. In most industries they had reverted to the most primitive methods of production. Agriculture collapsed, canals and waterways fell into ruin, and vast stretches of the country were transformed into deserts. Princely absolutism in Europe, with its silly economic ordinances and industrial legislation, which severely punished any deviation from the prescribed methods of production and permitted no new inventions, blocked industrial progress in European countries for centuries, and prevented its natural development. And even now after the horrible experiences of 2 world wars, the power policy of the larger national states proves to be the greatest obstacle to the reconstruction of European economy. In Russia, however, where the so-called dictatorship of the proletariat has ripened into reality, The aspirations of a particular party for political power have prevented any truly socialistic reorganization of economic life and have forced the country into the slavery of a grinding state capitalism. The proletarian dictatorship, which naive souls believe is an inevitable transition stage to real socialism, has today grown into a frightful despotism and a new imperialism, which lags behind the tyranny of fascist states in nothing. The assertion that the state must continue to exist until society is no longer divided into hostile classes almost sounds, in the light of all historical experience, like a bad joke. Every type of political power presupposes some particular form of human slavery, for the maintenance of which it is called into being. Just as outwar, that is, in relation to other states, the state has to create certain artificial antagonisms in order to justify its existence, so also internally the cleavage of society into castes, ranks, and classes is an essential condition of its continuance. The development of the Bolshevist bureaucracy in Russia under the alleged dictatorship of the proletariat, which has never been anything but the dictatorship of a small clique over the proletariat and the whole Russian people, is merely a new instance of an old historical experience that has repeated itself countless times. This new ruling class, which today is rapidly growing into a new aristocracy, is set apart from the great masses of the Russian peasants and workers just as clearly as are the privileged castes and classes in other countries from the mass of the people. And this situation becomes still more unbearable when a despotic state denies to the lower classes the right to complain of existing conditions, so that any protest is made at the risk of their lives. But even a far greater degree of economic equality than that which exists in Russia would be no guarantee against political and social oppression. Economic equality alone is not social liberation. It is precisely this which all the schools of authoritarian socialism have never understood. In the prison, in the cloister, or in the barracks one finds a fairly high degree of economic equality, as all the inmates are provided with the same dwelling, the same food, the same uniform, and the same tasks. The ancient Inca state in Peru and the Jesuit state in Paraguay had brought equal economic provision for every inhabitant to a fixed system, but in spite of this the vilest despotism prevailed there, and the human being was merely the automation of a higher will on whose decisions he had not the slightest influence. It was not without reason that Proudhon saw in a socialism without freedom the worst form of slavery. The urge for social justice can only develop properly and be effective when it grows out of man's sense of freedom and responsibility, and is based upon it. In other words, socialism will be free or it will not be at all. In its recognition of this fact lies the genuine and profound justification of anarchism. Institutions serve the same purpose in the life of society as physical organs do in plants and animals. They are the organs of the social body. Organs do not develop arbitrarily. Rudolf Rocker 190. But owe their origin to definite necessities of the physical and social environment. Changed conditions of life produce changed organs. But an organ always performs the function it was evolved to perform, or a related one. And it gradually disappears or becomes rudimentary as soon as its function is no longer necessary to the organism. The same is true of social institutions. They, too, do not arise arbitrarily, but are called into being by special social needs to serve definite purposes. In this way the modem state was evolved, after economic privileges and class divisions associated with them had begun to make themselves more and more conspicuous in the framework of the old social order. The newly arisen possessing classes had need of a political instrument of power to maintain their economic and social privileges over the masses of their own people, and to impose them from without on other groups of human beings. Thus arose the appropriate social conditions for the evolution of the modem state as the organ of political power for the forcible subjugation and oppression of the nod-possessing classes. This task is the essential reason for its existence. Its external forms have altered in the course of its historical development, but its functions have always remained the same. They have even constantly broadened in just the measure in which its supporters have succeeded in making further fields of social activity subservient to their ends. And, just as the functions of a physical organ cannot be arbitrarily altered so that, for example, one cannot, at will, hear with one's eyes or see with one's ears, so also one cannot, at pleasure, transform an organ of social oppression into an instrument for the liberation of the oppressed. Anarchism is no patent solution for all human problems, no utopia of a perfect social order, since, on principle, it rejects all absolute schemes and concepts. It does not believe in any absolute truth, or in any definite final goals for human development, but in an unlimited perfectibility of social patterns and human living conditions, which are always straining after higher forms of expression, and to which, for this reason, one cannot assign any definite terminus nor set any fixed goal. The greatest evil of any form of power is just that it always tries to force the rich diversity of social life into definite forms and adjust it to particular norms. The stronger its supporters feel themselves, the more completely they succeed in bringing every field of social life into their service, the more crippling is their influence on the operation of all creative cultural forces, the more unwholesomely does it affect the intellectual and social development of power, and a dire omen for our times, for it shows with frightful clarity to what a monstrosity Hobbes' Leviathan can be developed. It is the perfect triumph of the political machine over mind and body, the rationalization of human thought, feeling, and behavior according to the established rules of the officials and, consequently, the end of all true intellectual culture. Anarchism recognizes only the relative significance of ideas, institutions, and social conditions. It is, therefore, not a fixed, self-enclosed social system, but rather a definite trend in the historical development of mankind, which, in contrast with the intellectual guardianship of all clerical and governmental institutions, strives for the free unhindered unfolding of all the individual and social forces in life. Even freedom is only a relative, not an absolute concept, since it tends constantly to broaden its scope and to affect wider circles in manifold ways. For the anarchist, freedom is not an abstract philosophical concept, but the vital concrete possibility for every human being to bring to full development all capacities and talents with which nature has endowed him, and turn them to social account. The less this natural development of man is interfered with by ecclesiastical or political guardianship, the more efficient and harmonious will human personality become, the more will it become the measure of the intellectual culture of the society in which it has grown. This is the reason that all great culture periods in history have been periods of political weakness, for political systems are always set upon the mechanizing and not the organic development of social forces. State and culture are irreconcilable opposites. Nietzsche, who was not an anarchist, recognized this very clearly when he wrote, "No one can finally spend more than he has." That holds good for individuals, it holds good for peoples. If one spends oneself for power, for higher politics, for husbandry, for commerce, parliamentarism, military interests, if one gives away that amount of reason, earnestness, will, self-mastery which constitutes one's real self for one thing, he will not have it for the other. Culture and the state, let no one be deceived. Rudolf Rocker, F92. About this are antagonists. The culture state is merely a modern idea. The one lives on the other, the one prospers at the expense of the other. All great periods of culture are periods of political decline. Whatever is great in a cultured sense is non-political, is even anti-political. Where the influence of political power on the creative forces in society is reduced to a minimum, their culture thrives the best, for political rulership always strives for uniformity and tends to subject every aspect of social life to its guardianship. And, in this, it finds itself in inescapable contradiction to the creative aspirations of cultural development, which is always on the quest for new forms and fields of social activity, and for which freedom of expression, the many-sidedness, and the continual changing of things, are just as vitally necessary as rigid forms, dead rules, and the forcible suppression of ideas are for the conservation of political power. Every successful piece of work stirs the desire for greater perfection and deeper inspiration, each new form becomes the herald of new possibilities of development. But power always tries to keep things as they are, safely anchored to stereotypes. That has been the reason for all revolutions in history. Power operates only destructively, bent always on forcing every manifestation of social life into the straitjacket of its rules. Its intellectual expression is dead dogma, its physical form brute force. And this unintelligence of its objectives sets its stamp on its representatives also, and renders them often stupid and brutal, even when they were originally endowed with the best talents. One who is constantly striving to force everything into a mechanical order at last becomes a machine himself and loses all human feelings. It was from this understanding that modern anarchism was born and draws its moral force. Only freedom can inspire men to great things and bring about intellectual and social transformations. The art of ruling men has never been the art of educating and inspiring them to a new shaping of their lives. Dreary compulsion has at its command only lifeless drill, which smothers any vital initiative at its birth and brings forth only subjects, not free men. Freedom is the very essence of life, the impelling force in all intellectual and social development, the creator of every new outlook for the future of mankind. The liberation of man from mechanic. 193 The ideology 01 Anarchism. Exploitation and from intellectual, social, and political oppression, which finds its highest expression in the philosophy of anarchism, is the first prerequisite for the evolution of a higher social culture and a new humanity. Section 2. Anarchism lists a style of life. Joseph Conrad. The Inspector and the Professor 1. Joseph Conrad 11,857–1924. Conrad's biography is a remarkable one for a writer. He was born in the Ukraine in 1857 and was the son of a poet and revolutionist. He spent most of his youth at sea. He first learned English at the age of 20, laboriously from newspapers. He lived to become a great novelist and a master stylist of the English language, spending most of his adult life in England. He wrote nothing until the age of 32. As a personality, he was a nervous, abrupt, introverted man with few friends. Writing was a painful and agonizing process for him. He has never been a popular writer, but he was a master. There are a great many studies on his life and work. Some of his best-known works are, An Outcast O.J. The Islands, The Nigger O.J. The Narcissus, Lord Jim, Nostromo, The Rover, The Secret Agent. The professor had turned into a street to the left, and walked along, with his head carried rigidly erect, in a crowd whose every individual almost overtopped his stunted stature. It was vain to pretend to himself that he was not disappointed. But that was mere feeling. The stoicism of his thought could not be disturbed by this or any other failure. Next time, or the time after next, a telling stroke would be delivered, something really startling, a blow fit to open the first crack in the imposing front of the great edifice of legal conceptions sheltering the atrocious injustice of society. Of humble origin, and with an appearance really so mean as to stand in the way of his considerable natural abilities, his imagination had been fired early by the tales of men rising from the depths of poverty to positions of authority and affluence. The extreme, almost ascetic purity of his thought, combined with an astounding ignorance of worldly conditions, had set before him a goal of power and prestige to be attained without the medium of arts, graces, tact, wealth, by sheer weight of merit alone. On that view he considered himself entitled to undisputed success. His father, a delicate dark enthusiast with a sloping forehead, had been an itinerant and rousing preacher of some obscure but rigid Christian sect, a man supremely confident in the privileges of his righteousness. In the son, individualist by temperament, once the science of colleges had replaced thoroughly the faith of conventicles, this moral attitude translated itself into a frenzied puritanism of ambition. He nursed it as something secularly holy. To see it thwarted opened his eyes to the true nature of the world, whose immorality was artificial, corrupt, and blasphemous. The way of even the most justifiable revolutions is prepared by personal impulses disguised into creeds. The professor's indignation found in itself a final cause that absolved him from turning to destruction as the agent of his ambition. To destroy public faith in legality was the imperfect formula of his pedantic fanaticism, but the subconscious conviction that the framework of an established social order cannot be effectually shattered except by some form of collective or individual violence was precise and correct. He was a moral agent that was settled in his mind. By exercising his agency with ruthless defiance he procured for himself the appearances of power and personal prestige. That was undeniable to his vengeful bitterness. It pacified its unrest, and in their own way the most ardent of revolutionaries are, perhaps, doing no more but seeking for peace in common with the rest of mankind, the peace of soothed vanity, of satisfied appetites, or, perhaps, of appeased conscience. Lost in the crowd, miserable and undersized, he met a Josette Conrad F.M. Tate confidently on his power, keeping his hand in the left pocket of his trousers, grasping lightly the India rubber bale, the supreme guarantee of his sinister freedom, but after a while he became disagreeably affected by the sight of the roadway thronged with vehicles and of the pavement crowded with men and women. He was in a long, straight street, peopled by a mere fraction of an immense multitude, but all round him, on and on, even to the limits of the horizon hidden by the enormous piles of bricks, he felt the mass of mankind mighty in its numbers. They swarmed numerous like locusts, industrious like ants, thoughtless like a natural force, pushing on blind and orderly and absorbed, impervious to sentiment, tulgic to terror, too, perhaps. That was the form of doubt he feared most. Impervious to fear. Often while walking abroad, when he happened also to come out of himself, he had such moments of dreadful and sane mistrust of mankind. What if nothing could move them? Such moments come to all men whose ambition aims at a direct grasp upon humanity, to artists, politicians, thinkers, reformers, or saints. A despicable emotional state this, against which solitude fortifies a superior character, and with severe exultation the professor thought of the refuge of his room, with its padlocked cupboard, lost in a wilderness of poor houses, the hermitage of the perfect anarchist. In order to reach sooner the point where he could take his omnibus, he turned brusquely out of The Populous Street into a narrow and dusky alley paved with flagstones. On one side the low brick houses had in their dusty windows the sightless, moribund look of incurable decay, empty shells awaiting demolition. From the other side life had not departed wholly as yet. Facing the only gas lamp yawned the cavern of a second-hand furniture dealer, where, deep in the gloom of a sort of narrow avenue winding through a bizarre forest of wardrobes, with an undergrowth tangle of table legs, a tall pier glass glimmered, like a pool of water in a wood. An unhappy, homeless couch, accompanied by two unrelated chairs, stood in the open. The only human being making use of the alley, besides the professor, coming stalwart and erect from the opposite direction, checked his swinging pace suddenly. "Halloo!" he said, and stood a little on one side watchfully. The professor had already stopped, with a ready half-turn, which brought his shoulders very near the other wall. His right hand fell lightly on the back of the outcast couch, the left remained purposefully plunged deep in the trousers pocket, and the roundness of the heavy-rimmed spectacles imparted an owlish character to his moody, unperturbed face. It was like a meeting in a side corridor of a mansion full of life. The stalwart man was buttoned up in a dark overcoat, and carried an umbrella. His hat, tilted back, uncovered a good deal of forehead, which appeared very white in the dusk. In the dark patches of the orbits the eyeballs glimmered piercingly. A long, drooping mustache, the color of ripe calm, framed with its points the square block of his shaved chin. "I am not looking for you," he said, curtly. The professor did not stir an inch. The blended noises of the enormous town sank down to an inarticulate, low murmur. Chief Inspector Heat, of the Special Crimes Department, changed his tone. "Not in a hurry to get home?" he asked, with mocking simplicity. The unwholesome-looking little moral agent of destruction exulted silently in the possession of personal prestige, keeping in check this man armed with the defensive mandate of a menaced society. More fortunate than Caligula, who wished that the Roman Senate had only one head for the better satisfaction of his cruel lust, he beheld in that one man all the forces he had set at defiance, the force of law, property, oppression, and injustice. He beheld all his enemies, and fearlessly confronted them all in a supreme satisfaction of his vanity. They stood perplexed before him as if before a dreadful portent. He gloated inwardly over the chance of this meeting, affirming his superiority to the multitude of mankind. It was in reality a chance meeting. Chief Inspector Heat had had a disagreeably busy day since his department received the first telegram from Greenwich a little after 11 in the morning. First of all, the fact of the outrage being attempted less than a week after he had assured a high official that no outbreak of anarchist activity was to be apprehended was sufficiently annoying. If he ever thought himself safe in making a statement, it was then. He had made Joseph Conrad 198. That statement with infinite satisfaction to himself, because it was clear that the high official desired greatly to hear that very thing. He had affirmed that nothing of the sort could even be thought of without the department being aware of it within 24 hours, and he had spoken thus in his consciousness of being the great expert of his department. He had gone even so far as to utter words which true wisdom would have kept back. But Chief Inspector Heat was not very wise, at least, not truly so. True wisdom, which is not certain of anything in this world of contradictions, would have prevented him from attaining his present position. It would have alarmed his superiors, and done away with his chances of promotion. His promotion had been very rapid. There isn't one of them, sir, that we couldn't lay our hands on at any time of night and day. We know what each of them is doing hour by hour, he had declared. And the high official had deigned to smile. This was so obviously the right thing to say for an officer of Chief Inspector Heat's reputation that it was perfectly delightful. The high official believed the declaration, which chimed in with his idea of the fitness of things. His wisdom was of an official kind, or else he might have reflected upon a matter not of theory but of experience, that in the close-woven stuff of relations between conspirator and police there occur unexpected solutions of continuity, sudden holes in space and time. A given anarchist may be watched inch by inch and minute by minute, but a moment always comes when somehow all sight and touch of him are lost for a few hours, during which something more or less deplorable does happen. But the high official, carried away by his sense of the fitness of things, had smiled, and now the recollection of that smile was very annoying to Chief Inspector Heat, principal expert in anarchist procedure. This was not the only circumstance whose recollection depressed the usual serenity of the eminent specialist. There was another dating back only to that very morning. The thought that when called urgently to his assistant commissioner's private room he had been unable to conceal his astonishment was distinctly vexing. His instinct of a successful man had taught him long ago that, as a general rule, a reputation is built on manner as much as on achievement. And he felt that his manner, when confronted with the telegram, had not been impressive. He had opened his eyes widely, and had exclaimed impossible, exposing himself thereby to the unanswerable retort of a fingertip laid forcibly on the telegram which the assistant commissioner, after reading it aloud, had flung on the desk. To be crushed, as it were, under the tip of a forefinger, was an unpleasant experience. Very damaging, too. Furthermore, Chief Inspector Heat was conscious of not having mended matters by allowing himself to express a conviction. One thing I can tell you at once, none of our lot had anything to do with this. He was strong in his integrity of a good detective, but he saw now that an impenetrably attentive reserve towards this incident would have served his reputation better. On the other hand, he admitted to himself that it was difficult to preserve one's reputation if rank outsiders were going to take a hand in the business. Outsiders are the bane of the police as of other professions. The tone of the assistant commissioner's remarks had been sour enough to set one's teeth on edge. And since breakfast Chief Inspector Heat had not managed to get anything to eat. Starting immediately to begin his investigation on the spot, he had swallowed a good deal of raw, unwholesome fog in the park. Then he had walked over to the hospital, and, when the investigation in Greenwich was concluded at last, he had lost his inclination for food. Not accustomed, as the doctors are, to examine closely the mangled remains of human beings. He had been shocked by the sight disclosed to his view when a waterproof sheet had been lifted off a table in a certain apartment of the hospital. Another waterproof sheet was spread over that table in the manner of a tablecloth, with the corners turned up over a sort of mound heap of rags, scorched and blood-stained, half concealing what might have been an accumulation of raw material for a cannibal feast. It required considerable firmness of mind not to recoil before that sight. Chief Inspector Heat, an efficient officer of his department, stood his ground, but for a whole minute he did not advance. A local constable in uniform cast a sidelong glance, and said, with stolid simplicity, "He's there. Every bit of him. It was a job." Joseph Conrad 200. He had been the first man on the spot after the explosion. He mentioned the fact again. He had seen something like a heavy flash of lightning in the fog. At that time he was standing at the door of the King William Street Lodge, talking to the keeper. The concussion made him tingle all over. He ran between the trees towards the observatory. "As fast as my legs would carry me," he repeated twice. Chief Inspector Heat, bending forward over the table in a gingerly and horrified manner, let him run on. The hospital porter and another man turned down the corners of the cloth, and stepped aside. The chief inspector's eyes searched the gruesome detail of that heap of mixed things, which seemed to have been collected in shambles and rag shops. "You used a shovel," he remarked, observing a sprinkling of small gravel, tiny brown bits of bark, and particles of splintered wood as fine as needles. "Had to in one place," said the stolid constable. "I sent a keeper to fetch a spade. When he heard me scraping the ground with it, he leaned his forehead against a tree, and was as sick as a dog." The chief inspector, stooping guardedly over the table, fought down the unpleasant sensation in his throat. The shattering violence of destruction, which had made of that body a heap of nameless fragments, affected his feelings with a sense of ruthless cruelty, though his reason told him the effect must have been as swift as a flash of lightning. The man, whoever he was, had died instantaneously, and yet it seemed impossible to believe that a human body could have reached that state of disintegration without passing through the pangs of inconceivable agony. No physiologist, and still less of a metaphysician, Chief Inspector Heat rose by the force of sympathy, which is a form of fear, above the vulgar conception of time. Instantaneous. He remembered all he had ever read in popular publications of long and terrifying dreams dreamed in the instant of waking, of the whole past life lived with frightful intensity by a drowning man as his doomed head bobs up, streaming, for the last time. The inexplicable mysteries of conscious existence beset Chief Inspector Heat till he evolved a horrible notion that ages of atrocious pain and mental torture could be contained between two successive winks of an eye. And meantime the Chief Inspector went on peering at the table with a calm face, and the slightly anxious attention of an indigent customer bending over what may be called the byproduct of a butcher's shop with a view to an inexpensive Sunday dinner. All the time his trained faculties of an excellent investigator, who scorns no chance of information, followed the self-satisfied, disjointed loquacity of the constable. "A fair-haired fellow," the last observed, in a placid tone, and paused. The old woman who spoke to the sergeant noticed a fair-haired fellow coming out of Maze Hill station. He paused. And he was a fair-haired fellow. She noticed two men coming out of the station after the up train had gone on, he continued, slowly. She couldn't tell if they were together. She took no particular notice of the big one, but the other was a fair, slight chap, carrying a tin varnish can in one hand. The constable ceased. "Know the woman?" muttered the chief inspector, with his eyes fixed on the table, and a vague notion in his mind of an inquest to be held presently upon a person likely to remain forever unknown. "Yes. She's housekeeper to a retired publican, and attends the chapel in Park Place sometimes," the constable uttered weightily, and paused, with another oblique glance at the table. Then suddenly, "Well, here he is, all of him I could see. Fair. Slight enough. Look at that foot there. I picked up the legs first, one after another. He was that scattered you didn't know where to begin. The constable paused, the least flicker of an innocent, self-laudatory smile invested his round face with an infantile expression. Stumbled, he announced, positively. I stumbled once myself, and pitched on my head, too, while running up. Them roots do stick out all about the place. Stumbled against the root of a tree and fell, and that thing he was carrying must have gone off right under his chest, I expect. The echo of the words "person unknown" repeating itself in his inner consciousness bothered the chief inspector considerably. He would have liked to trace this affair back to its mysterious origin for his own information. He was professionally curious. Before the public he would have liked to vindicate the efficiency of his department by establishing the identity of that man. He was a loyal servant. That, however, appeared impossible. The first term of the problem was unreadable, lacked all suggestion but that of atrocious cruelty. Overcoming his physical repugnance, Chief Inspector Heat stretched out his hand without conviction for the salving of his conscience, and took up the least soiled of the rags. It was a narrow strip of velvet with a larger triangular piece of dark blue cloth hanging from it. He held it up to his eyes, and the police constable spoke. Velvet collar. Funny the old woman should have noticed the velvet collar. Dark blue overcoat with a velvet collar, she has told us. He was the chap she saw, and no mistake. And here he is all complete, velvet collar and all. I don't think I missed a single piece as big as a postage stamp. At this point the trained faculties of the chief inspector ceased to hear the voice of the constable. He moved to one of the windows for better light. His face, averted from the room, expressed a startled, intense interest while he examined closely the triangular piece of broadcloth. By a sudden jerk he detached it, and, only after stuffing it into his pocket, turned round to the room, and flung the velvet collar back on the table. Cover up, he directed the attendants curtly, without another look, and, saluted by the constable, carried off his spoil hastily. A convenient train whirled him up to town, alone and pondering deeply, in a third-class compartment. That cinched piece of pilot cloth was incredibly valuable, and he could not defend himself from astonishment at the casual manner it had come into his possession. It was as if fate had thrust that clue into his hands. And, after the manner of the average man, whose ambition is to command events, he began to mistrust such a gratuitous and accidental success just because it seemed forced upon him. The practical value of success depends not a little on the way you look at it. But fate looks at nothing. It has no discretion. He no longer considered it eminently desirable all round to establish publicly the identity of the man who had blown himself up, that morning with such horrible completeness. But he was not certain of the view his department would take. A department is to those it employs a complex personality with ideas and even fads of its own. It depends on the loyal devotion of its servants, and the devoted loyalty of trust servants. 203 The inspector and the professor is associated with a certain amount of affectionate contempt, which keeps it sweet, as it were. By a benevolent provision of nature no man is a hero to his valet, or else the heroes would have to brush their own clothes. Likewise no department appears perfectly wise to the intimacy of its workers. A department does not know so much as some of its servants. Being a dispassionate organism, it can never be perfectly informed. It would not be good for its efficiency to know too much. Chief Inspector Heat got out of the train in a state of thoughtfulness entirely untainted with disloyalty, but not quite free of that jealous mistrust which so often springs on the ground of perfect devotion, whether to women or to institutions. It was in this mental disposition, physically very empty, but still nauseated by what he had seen, that he had come upon the professor. Under these conditions which make for irascibility in a sound, normal man, this meeting was specially unwelcome to Chief Inspector Heat. He had not been thinking of the professor, he had not been thinking of any individual anarchist at all. The complexion of that case had somehow forced upon him the general idea of the absurdity of things human, which in the abstract is sufficiently annoying to an unphilosophical temperament, and in concrete instances becomes exasperating beyond endurance. At the beginning of his career, Chief Inspector Heat had been concerned with the more violent forms of thieving. He had gained his spurs in that sphere, and naturally enough had kept for it, after his promotion to another department, a feeling not very far removed from affection. Thieving was not a sheer absurdity. It was a form of human industry, perverse indeed, but still an industry exercised in an industrious world. It was work undertaken for the same reason as the work in potteries, in coal mines, in fields, in tool grinding shops. It was labor, whose practical difference from the other forms of labor consisted in the nature of its risk, which did not lie in ankylosis, or lead poisoning, or fire damp, or gritty dust, but in what may be briefly defined in its own special phraseology as 7 years hard. Chief Inspector Heat was, of course, not insensible to the gravity of moral differences. But neither were the thieves he had been looking after. They submitted to the severe sanctions of a morality familiar to Chief Inspector Heat with a certain resignation. They were his. Joseph Conrad 204. Fellow citizens gone wrong because of imperfect education, Chief Inspector Heat believed, but allowing for that difference, he could understand the mind of a burglar, because, as a matter of fact, the mind and the instincts of a burglar are of the same kind as the mind and the instincts of a police officer. Both recognize the same conventions, and have a working knowledge of each other's methods and of the routine of their respective trades. They understand each other, which is advantageous to both, and establishes a sort of amenity in their relations. Products of the same machine, one classed as useful and the other as noxious, they take the machine for granted in different ways, but with a seriousness essentially the same. The mind of Chief Inspector Heat was inaccessible to ideas of revolt. But his thieves were not rebels. His bodily vigor, his cool, inflexible manner, his courage and his fairness, had secured for him much respect and some adulation in the sphere of his early successes. He had felt himself revered and admired. And Chief Inspector Heat, arrested within 6 paces of the anarchist nicknamed the Professor, gave a thought of regret to the world of thieves sane, without morbid ideals, working by routine, respectful of constituted authorities, free from all taint of hate and despair. After paying this tribute to what is normal in the constitution of society, Chief Inspector Heat felt very angry with himself for having stopped, for having spoken, for having taken that way at all on the ground of it being a short-cut from the station to the headquarters. And he spoke again in his big authoritative voice, which, being moderated, had a threatening character. "You are not wanted, I tell you," he repeated. The anarchist did not stir. An inward laugh of derision, uncovering not only his teeth but his gums as well, showed him all over, without the slightest sound. Chief Inspector Heat was led to add, against his better judgment, "Not yet. When I want you, I will know where to find you." Those were perfectly proper words, he thought, within the tradition and suitable to his character of a police officer addressing one of his special flock. But the reception they got departed from tradition and propriety. It was outrageous. The stunted, weakly figure before him spoke at last. "I've no doubt the papers would give you an obituary notice then. You know best what that would be worth to you. I should think you can imagine easily the sort of stuff that would be printed. But you may be exposed to the unpleasantness of being buried together with me, though I suppose your friends would make an effort to sort us out as much as possible." With all his healthy contempt for the spirit dictating such speeches, the atrocious elusiveness of the words had its effect on Chief Inspector Heat. He had too much insight, and too much exact information as well, to dismiss them as rot. The dusk of this narrow lane took on a sinister tint from the dark, frail little figure, its back to the wall, and speaking with a weak, self-confident voice. To the vigorous, tenacious vitality of the Chief Inspector, the physical wretchedness of that being, so obviously not fit to live, was ominous, for it seemed to him that if he had the misfortune to be such a miserable object he would not have cared how soon he died. Life had such a strong hold upon him that a fresh wave of nausea broke out in slight perspiration upon his brow. The murmur of town life, the subdued rumble of wheels in the two invisible streets to the right and left, came through the curve of the sordid lane to his ears with a precious familiarity and an appealing sweetness. He was human. But Chief Inspector Heat was also a man, and he could not let such words pass. "All this is good to frighten children with," he said. "I'll have you yet." It was very well said, without scorn, with an almost austere quietness. "Doubtless," was the answer, "but there's no time like the present, believe me. For a man of real convictions this is a fine opportunity of self-sacrifice. You may not find another so favorable, so humane. There isn't even a cat near us, and these condemned old houses would make a good heap of bricks where you stand. You'll never get me at so little cost to life and property, which you are paid to protect." "You don't know who you're speaking to," said Chief Inspector Heat, firmly. "If I were to lay my hands on you now I would be no better than yourself." Joseph Conrad 206. The game. You may be sure our side will win in the end. It may yet be necessary to make people believe that some of you ought to be shot at sight like mad dogs. Then that will be the game. But I'll be damned if I know what yours is. I don't believe you know yourselves. You'll never get anything by it. Meantime it's you who get something from it so far. And you get it easily, too. I won't speak of your salary, but haven't you made your name simply by not understanding what we are after? What are you after, then?" asked Chief Inspector Heat, with scornful haste, like a man in a hurry who perceives he is wasting his time. The perfect anarchist answered by a smile which did not part his thin, colorless lips, and the celebrated Chief Inspector felt a sense of superiority which induced him to raise a warning finger. "Give it up whatever it is," he said, in an admonishing tone, but not so kindly, as if he were condescending to give good advice to a cracksman of repute. "Give it up. You'll find we are too many for you." The fixed smile on the professor's lips wavered as if the mocking spirit within had lost its assurance. Chief Inspector Heat went on. "Don't you believe me, eh? Well, you've only got to look about you. We are. And, anyway, you're not doing it well. You're always making a mess of it. Why, if the thieves didn't know their work better, they would starve." The hint of an invisible multitude behind that man's back roused a somber indignation in the breast of the professor. He smiled no longer his enigmatic and mocking smile. The resisting power of numbers, the unattackable stolidity of a great multitude, was the haunting fear of his sinister loneliness. His lips trembled for some time before he managed to say in a strangled voice, "I am doing my work better than you're doing yours." "That'll do now," interrupted Chief Inspector Heat hurriedly, and the professor laughed right out this time. While still laughing he moved on, but he did not laugh long. It was a sad-faced, miserable little man who emerged from the narrow passage into the bustle of the broad thoroughfare. He walked with the nerveless gait of a tramp going on, still. 207 1B Inspector Ami the professor going on, indifferent to rain or sun in a sinister detachment from the aspects of sky and earth. Chief Inspector Heat, on the other hand, after watching him for a while, stepped out with the purposeful briskness of a man disregarding indeed the inclemencies of the weather, but conscious of having an authorized mission on this earth and the moral support of his kind. All the inhabitants of the immense town, the population of the whole country, and even the teeming millions struggling upon the planet, were with him down to the very thieves and mendicants. Yes, the thieves themselves were sure to be with him in his present work. The consciousness of universal support in his general activity heartened him to grapple with the particular problem. The problem immediately before the chief inspector was that of managing the assistant commissioner of H's department. This is the perennial problem of trusty and loyal servants. Anarchism gave it its particular complexion, but not in G more. Truth to say, Chief Inspector Heat THOGHT Butlet TLE of anarchism. He did not attach undue importance to it, and could never bring himself to consider it seriously. It had more the character of disorderly conduct, soared early without the human excuse of drunkenness, which at any rate implies good feeling and an amiable leaning toward dsfest. As criminals, anarchistswe redeisten ctly no c law ss no class at all. And recalling the pro-FESOR, Chief Inspector Heat, would out ch a keen g his swinging pace, muttered through his teeth. Lu n et ic. Catching thieves was another matter a ltoget her. It had that quality of seriousness, belonging to every form of open sport, where the best man wins under perfectly comprehensible rules. There were no rules for dealing with anarchists. And that was distaste fool to the chief ins pect or. It was all foolishness, but that foolishness excited the public mind, affected persons in high places, and touched upon international relations. Ahard, merciless contempt set led rigidly on the chief inspector's face as he walked on. His mind and over all the anarchists of his clock. Not one of them had half the spunke of this or that burglar he hld known. Not half, not 1/10. At headquarters the chief in SPEC2R was admit at ONCE to the assistant commissioner's private room. He found him, pen in hand, bent over a great table bestrewn with Joseph Conrad 208 papers, as if worshipping an enormous double inkstand of bronze and crystal. Speaking tubes resembling snakes were tied by the heads to the back of the assistant commissioner's wooden armchair, and their gaping mouth seemed ready to bite his elbows. And in this attitude he raised only his eyes, whose lids were darker than his face and very much creased. The reports had come in, every anarchist had been exactly accounted for. After saying this he lowered his eyes, signed rapidly 2 single sheets of paper, and only then laid down his pen, and sat well back, directing an inquiring gaze at his renowned subordinate. The chief inspector stood it well. Deferential but inscrutable. "I dare say you were right," said the assistant commissioner, "in telling me at first that the London anarchists had nothing to do with this. I quite appreciate the excellent watch kept on them by your men. On the other hand, this, for the public, does not amount to more than a confession of ignorance." The assistant commissioner's delivery was leisurely as it were cautious. His thought seemed to rest poised on a word before passing to another, as though words had been the stepping stones for his intellect, picking its way across the waters of error. "Unless you have brought something useful from Greenwich," he added. The chief inspector began at once the account of his investigation in a clear, matter-of-fact manner. His superior, turning his chair a little, and crossing his thin legs, leaned sideways on his elbow, with one hand shading his eyes. His listening attitude had a sort of angular and sorrowful grace. Gleams, as of highly burnished silver, played on the sides of his ebony black head when he inclined it slowly at the end. Chief Inspector Heat waited with the appearance of turning over in his mind all he had just said, but, as a matter of fact, considering the advisability of saving something more. The assistant commissioner cut his hesitation short. "You believe there were 2 men?" he asked, without uncovering his eyes. The chief inspector thought it more than probable. In his opinion, the 2 men had parted from each other within 100 yards from the observatory walls. He explained also how the other man could have got out of the park. 209 The inspector and the professor speedily without being observed. The fog, though not very dense, was in his favor. He seemed to have escorted the other to the spot, and then to have left him there to do the job single-handed. Taking the time those 2 were seen coming out of Maze Hill Station by the old woman, and the time when the explosion was heard, the chief inspector thought that the other man might have been actually at the Greenwich Park Station, ready to catch the next train up, at the moment his comrade was destroying himself so thoroughly. Very thoroughly at murmured the assistant commissioner from under the shadow of his hand. The chief inspector, in a few vigorous words, described the aspect of the remains. "The coroner's jury will have a treat," he added, grimly. The assistant commissioner uncovered his eyes. "We shall have nothing to tell them," he remarked, languidly. He looked up, and for a time watched the markedly non-committal attitude of his chief inspector. His nature was one that is not easily accessible to illusions. He knew that a department is at the mercy of its subordinate officers, who have their own conceptions of loyalty. His career had begun in a tropical colony. He had liked his work there. It was police work. He had been very successful in tracking and breaking up certain nefarious secret societies among the natives. Then he took his long leave, and got married rather impulsively. It was a good match from a worldly point of view, but his wife formed an unfavorable opinion of the colonial climate on hearsay evidence. On the other hand, she had influential connections. It was an excellent match. But he did not like the work he had to do now. He felt himself dependent on too many subordinates and too many masters. The near presence of that strange, emotional phenomenon called public opinion weighed upon his spirits, and alarmed him by its irrational nature. No doubt that from ignorance he exaggerated to himself its power for good and evil, especially for evil, and the rough east winds of the English spring augmented his general mistrust of men's motives and of the efficiency of their organization. The futility of office work especially appalled him on those days so trying to his sensitive liver. He got up, unfolding himself to his full height, and with a heaviness of step remarkable in so slender a man, moved across the room to the window. The panes streamed with rain, and the short street he looked down into lay wet and empty, as if swept clear suddenly by a great flood. It was a very trying day, choked in raw fog to begin with, and now drowned in cold rain. The flickering, blurred flames of gas lamps seemed to be dissolving in a watery atmosphere. And the lofty pretensions of a mankind oppressed by the miserably indignities of the weather appeared as a colossal and hopeless vanity deserving of scorn, wonder, and compassion. "Horrible, horrible," thought the assistant commissioner to himself, with his face near the window pane. "We have been having this sort of thing now for 10 days, no, a fortnight. He ceased to think completely for a time. That utter stillness of his brain lasted about 3 seconds. Then he said, perfunctorily, "You have set inquiries on foot for tracing that other man up and down the line." He had no doubt that everything needful had been done. Chief Inspector Heat knew, of course, thoroughly, the busyness of manhunting. And these were the routine steps, too, that would be taken as a matter of course by the merest beginner. A few inquiries among the ticket collectors and the porters of the 2 small railway stations would give additional details as to the appearance of the 2 men. The inspection of the collected tickets would show at once where they came from that morning. It was elementary, and could not have been neglected. Accordingly the chief inspector answered that all this had been done directly the old woman had come forward with her deposition. And he mentioned the name of a station. "That's where they came from, sir," he went on. "The porter who took the tickets at Maze Hill remembers 2 chaps answering to the description passing the barrier. They seemed to him 2 respectable working men of a superior sort, sign painters or house decorators. The big man got out of a 3rd-class compartment backward, with a bright tin can in his hand. On the platform he gave it to carry to the fair young fellow who followed him. All this agrees exactly with what the old woman told the police sergeant in Greenwich." The assistant commissioner, still with his face turned to the window, expressed his doubt as to these 2 men having had anything to do with the outrage. All this theory rested. 211 The inspector and the professor upon the utterances of an old charwoman who had been nearly knocked down by a man in a hurry. Not a very substantial authority, indeed, unless on the ground of sudden inspiration, which was hardly tenable. Frankly, now, could she have been really inspired? He queried, with grave irony, keeping his back to the room, as if entranced by the contemplation of the town's colossal forms half lost in the night. He did not even look round when he heard the mutter of the word providential from the principal subordinate of his department, whose name, printed sometimes in the papers, was familiar to the great public as that of one of its zealous and hard-working protectors. Chief Inspector Heat raised his voice a little. Strips and bits of bright tin were quite visible to me, he said. That's a pretty good corroboration. And these men came from that little country station, the assistant commissioner mused aloud, wondering. He was told that such was the name on 2 tickets out of 3 given up out of that train at Maze Hill. The third person who got out was a hawker from Gravesend well known to the porters. The chief inspector imparted that information in a tone of finality with some ill humor, as loyal servants will do in the consciousness of their fidelity and with the sense of the value of their loyal exertions. And still the assistant commissioner did not turn away from the darkness outside, as vast as a sea. 2 foreign anarchists coming from that place, he said, apparently to the window pane. It's rather unaccountable. Yes, sir. But it would be still more unaccountable if that Michaelis weren't staying in a cottage in the neighborhood. At the sound of that name, falling unexpectedly into this annoying affair, the assistant commissioner dismissed brusquely the vague remembrance of his daily whist party at his club. The most comforting habit of his life, in a mainly successful display of his skill without the assistance of any subordinate. He entered his club to play from 5 to 7, before going home to dinner, forgetting for those 2 hours whatever was distasteful in his life, as though the game were a beneficent drug for allaying the pangs of moral discontent. His partners were the gloomily humorous editor of a celebrated magazine, a silent, elderly barrister with malicious little eyes, and a highly martial, simple-minded old colonel with nervous brown hands. They were his club acquaintances. Merely. He never met them elsewhere except at the card table. But they all seemed to approach the game in the spirit of co-sufferers, as if it were indeed a drug against the secret ills of existence, and every day as the sun declined over the countless roofs of the town, a mellow, pleasurable impatience, resembling the impulse of a sure and profound friendship, lightened his professional labors. And now this pleasurable sensation went out of him with something resembling a physical shock, and was replaced by a special kind of interest in his work of social protection, an improper sort of interest, which may be defined best as a sudden and alert mistrust of the weapon in his hand. Fyodor Mikhailovich Dostoevsky 11,821 to 1881, all of his life he had endured poverty and epilepsy, the former more than a little aggravated by a penchant for gambling. He was the son of a doctor who was attached to a hospital for the poor in Moscow. He acquired a considerable reputation as an author by the time he was arrested in St. Petersburg in 1849 for his radical political involvements. He was sentenced to death. In a dramatic last-minute reprieve his sentence was commuted to exile in Siberia, where he spent some 10 years as a convict, and then in military service. Returning to St. Petersburg, where, after the events of a tragic first marriage, he remarried and devoted the rest of his life to the writing of his major novels. In his youth a revolutionary, he returned from exile greatly embittered. He was suspicious of West European liberalism and espoused a form of Russian nationalism that saw Russia uniting the nations of Europe in the name of Christ as a resolution of social problems. He rejected the socialism of the West as well as its capitalism as inimical to spiritual values. His work is a constant engagement in the moral dialogue on the question of how the demands of the individual and the social order mitigate each other. He created a literature rich in Russian types, but his chief characteristics reveal people whose sufferings emanate from within rather than stemming from oppressive social conditions. They live on an emotional precipice exposing the danger. One from Notes from Underground, by Fyodor Dostoevsky, THIRD-WORLDISM, aided by Constance Garnett. New York, Macmillan Co., Part ONT, Sections I-7. 213 Undeowned Man AUS Consequences for the Personality when it is lived as a l'adulto itself. His prison reminiscences, The House of the Dead, constitutes a document of social importance. His earliest successful work, Poor Folk, was acclaimed as the first attempt at a social novel in Russia. His major works are widely known classics, some of which are The Brothers Karamazov, Crime and Punishment, The Idiot, The Possessed, and Raw Youth. 1. I am a sick man. I am a spiteful man. I am an unattractive man. I believe my liver is diseased. However, I know nothing at all about my disease, and do not know for certain what ails me. I don't consult a doctor for it, and never have, though I have a respect for medicine and doctors. Besides, I am extremely superstitious, sufficiently so to respect medicine, anyway. No, I refuse to consult a doctor from spite. That you probably will not understand. Well, I understand it, though. Of course, I can't explain who it is precisely that I am mortifying in this case by my spite. I am perfectly well aware that I cannot pay out the doctors by not consulting them. I know better than anyone that by all this I am only injuring myself and no one else. But still, if I don't consult a doctor it is from spite. My liver is bad, well let it get worse. I have been going on like that for a long time, 20 years. Now I am 40. I used to be in the government service, but am no longer. I was a spiteful official. I was rude and took pleasure in being so. I did not take bribes, you see, so I was bound to find a recompense in that, at least. When petitioners used to come for information to the table at which I sat, I used to grind my teeth at them, and felt intense enjoyment when I succeeded in making anybody unhappy. I almost did succeed. For the most part they were all timid people, of course, they were petitioners. But of the uppish ones there was one officer in particular I could not endure. He simply would not be bumble, and clanked his Fyodor Dostoevsky 214 sword in a disgusting way. I carried on a feud with him for 18 months over that sword. At last I got the better of him. He left off clanking it. That happened in my youth, though. But do you know, gentlemen, what was the chief point about my spite? Why, the whole point, the real sting of it lay in the fact that continually, even in the moment of the acutest spleen, I was inwardly conscious with shame that I was not only not a spiteful but not even an embittered man, that I was simply scaring sparrows at random and amusing myself by it. I might foam at the mouth, but bring me a doll to play with, give me a cup of tea with sugar in it, and maybe I should be appeased. I might even be genuinely touched, though probably I should grind my teeth at myself afterwards and lie awake at night with shame for months after. That was my way. I was lying when I said just now that I was a spiteful official. I was lying from spite. I was simply amusing myself with the petitioners and with the officer, and in reality I never could become spiteful. I was conscious every moment in myself of many, very many elements absolutely opposite to that. I felt them positively swarming in me, these opposite elements. I knew that they had been swarming in me all my life and craving some outlet from me, but I would not let them, purposely would not let them come out. They tormented me till I was ashamed, they drove me to convulsions and sickened me, at last, how they sickened me. Now, are not you fancying, gentlemen, that I am expressing remorse for something now, that I am asking your forgiveness for something? I am sure you are fancying that. However, I assure you I do not care if URH was not only that J could not become spiteful, I did not know how to become anything, neither spiteful nor kind, neither a rascal nor an honest man, neither a hero nor an insect. Now, I am living out my life in my corner, taunting myself with the spiteful and useless consolation that an intelligent man cannot become anything seriously, and it is only the fool who becomes anything. Yes, a man in the 19th century must and morally ought to be preeminently a characterless creature. A man of character, an active man, is preeminently a limited creature. That is my conviction of 40 years. I am 40 years old now, and you? No, 40 years is a whole lifetime, you know it is extreme old age. To live longer than 40 years is bad manners, is vulgar, immoral. Who does live beyond 40? Answer that, sincerely and honestly. I will tell you who do, fools and worthless fellows. I tell all old men that to their face, all these venerable old men, all these silver-haired and reverend seniors. I tell the whole world that to its face. I have a right to say so, for I shall go on living to 60 myself. To 70. To 80, stay, let me take breath. You imagine no doubt, gentlemen, that I want to amuse you. You are mistaken in that, too. I am by no means such a mirthful person as you imagine, or as you may imagine. However, irritated by all this babble, you think fit to ask me who am I. Then my answer is, I am a collegiate assessor. I was in the service that I might have something to eat, and when last year a distant relation left me 6,000 rubles in his will, I immediately retired from the service and settled down in my comer. I used to live in this comer before, but now I have settled down in it. My room is a wretched, horrid one in the outskirts of the town. My servant is an old country woman, ill-natured from stupidity, and, moreover, there is always a nasty smell about her. I am told that the Petersburg climate is bad for me, and that with my small means it is very expensive to live in Petersburg. I know all that better than all these sage and experienced counselors and monitors, but I am remaining in Petersburg. I am not going away from Petersburg. I am not going away because Why, it is absolutely no matter whether I am going away or not going away. 2. But what can a decent man speak of with most pleasure? Answer, of himself. Well, so I will talk about myself. I want now to tell you, gentlemen, whether you care to hear it or not, why I could not even become an insect. I tell you solemnly, that I have many times tried to become an insect. But I was not equal even to that. I swear, gentlemen, that to be too conscious is an illness, a real thoroughgoing illness. For man's everyday needs, it would have been quite enough. Fyodor Dostoevsky 218. To have the ordinary human consciousness, that is, half or a quarter of the amount which falls to the lot of a cultivated man of our unhappy 19th century, especially one who has the fatal ill luck to inhabit Petersburg, the most theoretical and intentional town on the whole terrestrial globe. It would have been quite enough, for instance, to have the consciousness by which all so-called direct persons and men of action live. I bet you think I am writing all this from affectation, to be witty at the expense of men of action, and what is more, that from ill-bred affectation, I am clanking a sword like my officer. But, gentlemen, whoever can pride himself on his diseases and even swagger over them? Though, after all, every one does duty hat, people do pride themselves on their diseases, and I do, maybe, more than anyone. We will not dispute it, my contention was absurd. But yet I am firmly persuaded that a great deal of consciousness, every sort of consciousness, in fact, is a disease. I stick to that. Let us leave that, too, for a minute. Tell me this, why does it happen that at the very, yes, at the very moments when I am most capable of feeling every refinement of all that is good and beautiful, as they used to say at one time, it would, as though of DCGN, happen to me not only to feel but to do such ugly things, such that well, in short, actions that all, perhaps, commit, but which, as though purposely, occurred to me at the very time when I was most conscious that they ought not to be committed. The more conscious I was of goodness and of all that was good and beautiful, the more deeply I sank into my mire and the more ready I was to sink in it altogether. But the chief point was that all this was, as it were, not accidental in me, but as though it were bound to be so. It was as though it were my most normal condition, and not in the least disease or depravity, so that at last all desire in me to struggle against this depravity passed. It ended by my almost believing that this was perhaps my normal condition. But at first, in the beginning, what agonies I endured in that struggle! I did not believe it was the same with other people, and all my life I hid this fact about myself as a secret. I was ashamed, I got to the point of feeling a sort of secret abnormal, depreciable enjoyment in returning home to my corner on some disgusting Petersburg night, acutely conscious that that day I had committed a loathsome action again, that what was done could never be undone, and secretly, inwardly gnawing at myself for it, tearing and consuming myself till at last the bitterness turned into a sort of shameful cursed sweetness, and at last into positive real enjoyment. Yes, into enjoyment, into enjoyment. I insist upon that. I have spoken of this because I keep wanting to know for a fact whether other people feel such enjoyment. I will explain. The enjoyment was just from the too intense consciousness of one's own degradation. It was from feeling oneself that one had reached the last barrier, that it was horrible, but that it could not be otherwise, that there was no escape for you, that you never could become a different man, that even if time and faith were still left you to change into something different you would most likely not wish to change, or if you did wish to, even then you would do nothing, because perhaps in reality there was nothing for you to change into. And the worst of it was, and the root of it all, that it was all in accord with the normal fundamental laws of overacute consciousness, and with the inertia that was the direct result of those laws, and that consequently one was not only unable to change but could do absolutely nothing. Thus it would follow, as the result of acute consciousness, that one is not to blame in being a scoundrel, as though that were any consolation to the scoundrel once he has come to realize that he actually is a scoundrel. But enough I have talked a lot of nonsense, but what have I explained? How is enjoyment in this to be explained? But I will explain it. I will get to the bottom of it. That is why I have taken up my pen. I, for instance, have a great deal of amour propre. I am as suspicious and prone to take offense as a humpback or a dwarf. But upon my word I sometimes have had moments when if I had happened to be slapped in the face I should, perhaps, have been positively glad of it. I say, in earnest, that J should probably have been able to discover even in that a peculiar sort of enjoyment, the enjoyment, of course, of despair, but in despair there are the most intense enjoyments, especially when one is very acutely conscious of the hopelessness of one's position. And when one is slapped in the face, why then the consciousness of being rubbed into a Joker dust sky 218 pulp would positively overwhelm any. The worst of it is, look at it which way one will, it still turns out that one was always the most to blame in everything. And what is most humiliating of all, to blame for no fault of my own but, so to say, through the laws of nature. In the first place, to blame because one am cleverer than any of the people surrounding me. To blame, finally, because even if one had had magnanimity, I should only have had more suffering from the sense of its uselessness. I should certainly have never been able to do anything from being magnanimous, neither to forgive, for my assailant would perhaps have slapped me from the laws of nature, and one cannot forgive the laws of nature, nor to forget, for even if it were owing to the laws of nature, it is insulting all the same. Finally, even if I had wanted to be anything but magnanimous, had desired on the contrary to revenge myself on my assailant, I could not have revenged myself on anyone for anything, because I should certainly never have made up my mind to do anything, even if I had been able to. Why should I not have made up my mind? About that in particular I want to say a few words. 3. With people who know how to revenge themselves and to stand up for themselves in general, how is it done? Why, when they are possessed, let us suppose, by the feeling of revenge, then for the time there is nothing else but that feeling left in their whole being. Such a gentleman simply dashes straight for his object like an infuriated bull with its horns down, and nothing but a wall will stop him. Well, such a direct person I regard as the real normal man, as his tender mother nature wished to see him when she graciously brought him into being on the earth. I envy such a man till I am green in the face. He is stupid. I am not disputing that, but perhaps the normal man should be stupid. How do you know? Perhaps it is very beautiful, in fact. And I am the more persuaded of that suspicion, if one can call it so, by the fact that if you take, for instance, the antithesis of the normal man, that is, the man of acute consciousness, who has come, of course, not out of the lap of nature but out of a retort. This retort-made man is sometimes so nonplussed in the presence of his antithesis that with all his exaggerated consciousness he genuinely thinks of himself as a mouse and not a man. It may be an acutely conscious mouse, yet it is a mouse, while the other is a man, and therefore, etc., etc. And the worst of it is, he himself, his very own self, looks on himself as a mouse. No one asks him to do so, and that is an important point. Now let us look at this mouse in action. Let us suppose, for instance, that it feels insulted, too, and wants to revenge itself, too. There may even be a greater accumulation of spite in it than in l'homme de la nature et de la vérité. The base and nasty desire to vent that spite on its assailant rankles perhaps even more nastily in it than in l'homme de la nature et de fa vérité. For through his innate stupidity the latter looks upon his revenge as justice pure and simple, while in consequence of his acute consciousness the mouse does not believe in the justice of it. To come at last to the deed itself, to the very act of revenge. Apart from the one fundamental nastiness the luckless mouse succeeds in creating around it so many other nastinesses in the form of doubts and questions, adds to the one question so many unsettled questions that there inevitably works up around it a sort of fatal brew, a stinking mess, made up of its doubts, emotions, and of the contempt spat upon it by the direct men of action who stand solemnly about it as judges and arbitrators, laughing at it till their healthy sides ache. Of course the only thing left for it is to dismiss all that with a wave of its paw. And, with a smile of assumed contempt in which it does not even itself believe, creep ignominiously into its mouse hole. There in its nasty, stinking, underground home our insulted, crushed, and ridiculed mouse promptly becomes absorbed in cold, malignant and, above all, everlasting spite. For 40 years together it will remember its injury down to the smallest, most ignominious details, and every time will add, of itself, details still more ignominious, spitefully teasing and tormenting itself with its own imagination. It will itself be ashamed of its imaginings, but yet it will recall it all, it will go over and over every detail, it will invent unheard of things against itself, pretending that those things might happen, and will forgive nothing. Maybe it will begin to revenge itself, too, but, as it were, piecemeal, in trivial ways, from behind the stove, incognito, without believing either in its own right to vengeance, or in the success of its revenge, knowing that from all its efforts at revenge it will succeed 100 times more than he on whom it revenges itself, while he, I dare say, will not even scratch himself. On its deathbed it will recall it all over again, with interest accumulated over all the years and but it is just in that cold, abominable half-despair, half-belief, in that conscious burying oneself alive for grief in the underworld for 40 years, in that acutely recognized and yet partly doubtful hopelessness of one's position, in that hell of unsatisfied desires turned inward, in that fever of oscillations, of resolutions determined forever and repented of again a minute later, that the savor of that strange enjoyment of which I have spoken lies. It is so subtle, so difficult of analysis, that persons who are a little limited, or even simply persons of strong nerves, will not understand a single atom of it. Possibly, you will add on your own account with a grin, people will not understand it either who have never received a slap in the face, and in that way you will politely hint to me that I, too, P.S., have had the experience of a slap in the face in my life, and so I speak as one who knows. I bet that you are thinking thou but set your minds at rest, gentlemen, I have not received a slap in the face, though it is absolutely a matter of indifference to me what you may think about it. Possibly, I even regret, myself, that I have given so few slaps in the face during my life. But enough, not another word on that subject of such extreme interest to you. 221 Underground Man. I will continue calmly concerning persons with strong nerves who do not understand a certain refinement of enjoyment. Though in certain circumstances these gentlemen bellow their loudest like bulls, though this, let us suppose, does them the greatest credit, Yet, as I have said already, confronted with the impossible they subside at once. The impossible means the stone wall. What stone wall? Why, of course, the laws of nature, the deductions of natural science, mathematics. As soon as they prove to you, for instance, that you are descended from a monkey, then it is no use scowling, accept it for a fact. When they prove to you that in reality one drop of your own fat must be dearer to you than 100,000 of your fellow creatures, and that this conclusion is the final solution of all so-called virtues and duties and all such prejudices and fancies, then you have just to accept it, there is no help for it, for twice two is a law of mathematics. Just try refuting it. Upon my word, they will shout at you, it is no use protesting, it is a case of twice two makes four. Nature does not ask your permission, she has nothing to do with your wishes, and whether you like her laws or dislike them, you are bound to accept her as she is, and consequently all her conclusions. A wall, you see, is a wall and so on, and so on. Merciful heavens! But what do I care for the laws of nature and arithmetic, when, for some reason, I dislike those laws and the fact that twice two makes four? Of course I cannot break through the wall by battering my head against it if I really have not the strength to knock it down, but I am not going to be reconciled to it simply because it is a stone wall and I have not the strength. As though such a stone wall really were a consolation, and really did contain some word of conciliation, simply because it is as true as twice two makes four. Oh, absurdity of absurdities! How much better it is to understand it all, to recognize it all the impossibilities and the stone wall, not to be reconciled to one of those impossibilities and stone walls if it disgusts you to be reconciled to it, by the way of the most inevitable, logical combinations to reach the most revolting conclusion on the everlasting theme, that even for the stone wall you are yourself somehow to blame, thuga in it is as clear as day you are not to blame in the least, and there. Fyodor Dostoevsky 222. For grinding your teeth in silent impotence to sink into luxurious inertia, brooding on the fact that there is no one even for you to feel vindictive against, that you have not, and perhaps never will have, an object for your spite, that it is a sleight of hand, a bit of juggling, a card sharper's trick, that it is simply a mess, no knowing what and no knowing who, but in spite of all these uncertainties and jugglings, still there is an ache in you, and the more you do not know, the worse the ache. 4. Ha, Hal, you will be finding enjoyment in toothache next, you cry, with a laugh. Well, even in toothache there is enjoyment, I answer. I had toothache for a whole month and I know there is. In that case, of course, people are not spiteful in silence, but moan, but they are not candid moans, they are malignant moans, and the malignancy is the whole point. The enjoyment of the sufferer finds expression in those moans, if he did not feel enjoyment in them he would not moan. It is a good example, gentlemen, and I will develop it. Those moans express in the first place all the aimlessness of your pain, which is so humiliating to your consciousness, the whole legal system of nature on which you spit disdainfully, of course, but from which you suffer all the same while she does not. They express the consciousness that you have no enemy to punish, but that you have pain, the consciousness that in spite of all possible Vajanheims you are in complete slavery to your teeth, that if someone wishes it, your teeth will leave off aching, and if he does not, they will go on aching another 3 months, and that finally if you are still contumacious and still protest, all that is left you for your own gratification is to thrash yourself or beat your wall with your fist as hard as you can, and absolutely nothing more. Well, these mortal insults, these jeers on the part of someone unknown, end at last in an enjoyment which sometimes reaches the highest degree of voluptuousness. I ask you, gentlemen, listen sometimes to the moans of an educated man of the 19th century suffering from toothache, on the 2nd or 3rd day of the attack, when he is beginning to moan, not as he moaned on the first day, that is, not simply because he has toothache, not just as any coarse peasant, but as a man affected by progress and European civilization, a man who is divorced from the soil and the national elements, as they express it nowadays. His moans become nasty, disgustingly malignant, and go on for whole days and nights. And of course he knows himself that he is doing himself no sort of good with his moans. He knows better than anyone that he is only lacerating and harassing himself and others for nothing. He knows that even the audience before whom he is making his efforts, and his whole family, listen to him with loathing, do not put a ha'porth of faith in him, and inwardly understand that he might moan differently, more simply, without trills and flourishes, and that he is only amusing himself like that. From ill humor, from malignancy. Well, in all these recognitions and disgraces it is that there lies a voluptuous pleasure. As though he would say, I am worrying you, I am lacerating your hearts, I am keeping everyone in the house awake. Well, stay awake then, you, too, feel every minute that I have toothache. I am not a hero to you now, as I tried to seem before, but simply a nasty person, an impostor. Well, so be it, then. I am very glad that you see through me. It is nasty for you to hear my despicable moans. Well, let it be nasty. Here I will let you have a nastier flourish in a minute you do not understand even now, gentlemen. No, it seems our development and our consciousness must go further to understand all the intricacies of this pleasure. You laugh? Delighted. My jests, gentlemen, are of course in bad taste, jerky, involved, lacking self-confidence. But of course that is because I do not respect myself. Can a man of perception respect himself at all? 5. Come, can a man who attempts to find enjoyment in the very feeling of his own degradation possibly have a spark of respect for himself? I am not saying this now from any mawkish kind of remorse. And, indeed, I could never endure saying, forgive me, Papa, I won't do it again, not because I am incapable of saying that, on the contrary, perhaps just because I have been too capable of it, and in what a way, too. As though of design I used to get into trouble in cases when I was not to blame in any way. That was the nastiest part of Fyodor Dostoevsky 224. It at the same time I was genuinely touched and penitent, I used to shed tears and, of course, deceived myself, though I was not acting in the least, and there was a sick feeling in my heart at the time for that one could not blame even the laws of nature, though the laws of nature have continually all my life offended me more than anything. It is loathsome to remember it all, but it was loathsome even then. Of course, a minute or so later I would realize wrathfully that it was all a lie, a revolting lie, an affected lie, that is, all this penitence. This emotion, these vows of reform. You will ask, why did I worry myself with such antics? Answer, because it was very dull to sit with one's hands folded, and so one began cutting capers. That is really it. Observe yourselves more carefully, gentlemen, then you will understand that it is so. I invented adventures for myself and made up a life, so as at least to live in some way. How many times it has happened to me, well, for instance, to take offense simply on purpose, for nothing, and one knows oneself, of course, that one is offended at nothing, that one is putting it on, but yet one brings oneself, at last, to the point of being really offended. All my life I have had an impulse to play such pranks, so that in the end I could not control it in myself. Another time, twice, in fact, I tried hard to be in love. I suffered, too, gentlemen, I assure you. In the depth of my heart there was no faith in my suffering, only a faint stir of mockery, but yet I did suffer, and in the real, orthodox way, I was jealous, beside myself, and it was all from ennui, gentlemen, all from ennui. Inertia overcame me. You know the direct, legitimate fruit of consciousness is inertia, that is, conscious sitting with the hands folded. I have referred to this already. I repeat with emphasis, all direct persons and men of action are active just because they are stupid and limited. How explain that? I will tell you, in consequence of their limitation they take immediate and secondary causes for primary ones, and in that way persuade themselves more quickly and easily than other people do that they have found an infallible foundation for their activity, and their minds are at ease, and you know that is the chief thing. To begin to act, you know, you must first have your mind completely at ease and no trace of doubt left in it. Why, how am I, for example, to set my mind at rest? Where are the primary causes? 225 underground man on which I am to build? Where are my foundations? Where am I to get them from? I exercise myself in reflection, and consequently with me every primary cause at once draws after itself another still more primary, and so on to infinity. That is just the essence of every sort of consciousness and reflection. It must be a case of the laws of nature again. What is the result of it in the end? Why, just the same. Remember I spoke just now of vengeance. I said that a man revenges himself because he sees justice in it. Therefore he has found a primary cause, that is, justice. And so he is at rest on all sides, and consequently he carries out his revenge calmly and successfully, being persuaded that he is doing a just and honest thing. But I see no justice in it, I find no sort of virtue in it either, and consequently if I attempt to revenge myself, it is only out of spite. Spite, of course, might overcome everything, all my doubts, and so might serve quite successfully in place of a primary cause, precisely because it is not a cause. But what is to be done if I have not even spite? In consequence again of those accursed laws of consciousness, anger in me is subject to chemical disintegration. You look into it, the object flies off into air, your reasons evaporate, the criminal is not to be found, the wrong becomes not a wrong but a phantom, something like the toothache, for which no one is to blame, and consequently there is only the same outlet left again, that is, to beat the wall as hard as you can. So you give it up with a wave of the hand because you have not found a fundamental cause. And try letting yourself be carried away by your feelings, blindly, without reflection, without a primary cause, repelling consciousness at least for a time, hate or love, if only not to sit with your hands folded. The day after tomorrow, at the latest, you will begin despising yourself for having knowingly deceived yourself. Result, a soap bubble and inertia. Oh, gentlemen, do you know, perhaps I consider myself an intelligent man, only because all my life I have been able neither to begin nor to finish anything. Granted I am a babbler, a harmless vexatious babbler, like all of us. But what is to be done if the direct and sole vocation of every intelligent man is babble? That is, the intentional pouring of water through a sieve. Fyodor Dostoevsky/SK 228. 6. Oh, if I had done nothing simply from laziness. Heavens, how I should have respected myself, then. I should have respected myself because I should at least have been capable of being lazy, there would at least have been one quality, as it were, positive in me, in which I could have believed myself. Question, what is he? Answer, a sluggard. How very pleasant it would have been to hear that of oneself. It would mean that I was positively defined, it would mean that there was something to say about me. Sluggard, why, it is a calling and vocation, it is a career. Do not jest, it is so. I should then be a member of the best club by right, and should find my occupation in continually respecting myself. I knew a gentleman who prided himself all his life on being a connoisseur of Lafitte. He considered this as his positive virtue, and never doubted himself. He died, not simply with the tranquil, but with the triumphant, conscience, and he was quite right, too. I should have chosen a career for myself, I should have been a sluggard and a glutton, not a simple one, but, for instance, one with sympathies for everything good and beautiful. How do you like that? I have long had visions of it. That good and beautiful weighs heavily on my mind at 40. But that is at 40, then oh, then it would have been different. I should have found for myself a form of activity in keeping with it, to be precise, drinking to the health of everything good and beautiful. I should have snatched at every opportunity to drop a tear into my glass and then to drain it to all that is good and beautiful. I should then have turned everything into the good and the beautiful. In the nastiest, unquestionable trash, I should have sought out the good and the beautiful. I should have exuded tears like a wet sponge. An artist, for instance, paints a picture worthy of gay. At once I drink to the health of the artist who painted the picture worthy of gay, because I love all that is good and beautiful. An author has written as you will, at once I drink to the health of anyone you will because I love all that is good and beautiful. I show old claim respect for doing so. I should persecute anyone who would not show me respect. I should live at ease, I should die with dignity. Why, it is charny ng, perfectly charm. 227 Underground Manning. And what a good round belly I should have grown, what a treble chin I should have established, what a ruby nose I should have colored for myself, so that every one would have said, looking at me, here is an asset. Here is something real and solid. And, say what you like, it is very agreeable to hear such remarks about oneself in this negative age. 7. But these are all golden dreams. Oh, tell me, who was it first announced, who was it first proclaimed, that man only does nasty things because he does not know his own interests, and that if he were enlightened, if his eyes were open to his real normal interests, man would at once cease to do nasty things, would at once become good and noble because, being enlightened and understanding his real advantage, he would see his own advantage in the good and nothing else, and we all know that not one man can, consciously, act against his own interests. Consequently, so to say, through necessity, he would begin doing good. Oh, the babe! Oh, the pure, innocent child! Why, in the first place, when in all these thousands of years has there been a time when man has acted only from his own interest? What is to be done with the millions of facts that bear witness that men, consciously, that is fully understanding their real interests, have left them in the background and have rushed headlong on another path, to meet peril and danger, compelled to this course by nobody and by nothing, but, as it were, simply disliking the beaten track, and have obstinately, wilfully, struck out another difficult, absurd way, seeking it almost in the darkness. So, I suppose, this obstinacy and perversity were pleasanter to them than any advantage. What is advantage? And will you take it upon yourself to define with perfect accuracy in what the advantage of man consists? And what if it so happens that a man's advantage, sometimes, not only may, but even must, consist in his desiring in certain cases what is harmful to himself and not advantageous? And if so, if there can be such a case, the whole principle falls into dust. What do you think are there such cases? You laugh away, gentlemen, but only answer me, have man's advantages been reckoned up with perfect certainty? Are there not some which not only have not been included but cannot possibly be included under any classification? You see, you gentlemen have, to the best of my knowledge, taken your whole register of human advantages from the averages of statistical figures and politico-economical formulas. Your advantages are prosperity, wealth, freedom, peace and so on, and so on. So that the man who should, for instance, go openly and knowingly in opposition to all that list would, to your thinking, and indeed mine, too, of course, be an obscurantist or an absolute madman, would not he? But, this is what is surprising. Why does it so happen that all these statisticians, sages, and lovers of humanity, when they reckon up human advantages invariably leave out one? They don't even take it into their reckoning in the form in which it should be taken, and the whole reckoning depends upon that. It would be no great matter, they would simply have to take it, this advantage, and add it to the list. But the trouble is, that this strange advantage does not fall under any classification and is not in place in any list. I have a friend, for instance, ECH. Gentlemen, but of course he is your friend, too, and indeed there is no one, to whom he is not a friend. When he prepares for any undertaking, this gentleman immediately explains to you, elegantly and clearly, exactly how he must act in accordance with the laws of reason and truth. What is more, he will talk to you with excitement and passion of the true normal interests of man. With irony he will upbraid the short-sighted fools who do not understand their own interests, nor the true significance of virtue, and, within a quarter of an hour, without any sudden outside provocation, but simply through something inside him which is stronger than all his interests, he will go off on quite a different task, that is, act in direct opposition to what he has just been saying about himself, in opposition to the laws of reason, in opposition to his own advantage, in fact in opposition to everything. I warn you that my friend is a compound personality, and therefore it is difficult to blame him as an individual. The fact is, gentlemen, it seems there must really exist something that is dearer to almost every man than his greatest advantages, or there is a most advantageous advantage which is more important and more advantageous than all other advantages, for the sake of which a man if necessary is ready to act in opposition to all laws. That 229 underground man is, in opposition to reason, honor, peace, prosperity, in fact, in opposition to all those excellent and useful things, if only he can attain that fundamental, most advantageous advantage which is dearer to him than all. Yes, but it's advantage all the same, you will retort. But excuse me, I'll make the point clear, and it is not a case of playing upon words. What matters is, that this advantage is remarkable from the very fact that it breaks down all our classifications, and continually shatters every system constructed by lovers of mankind for the benefit of mankind. In fact, it upsets everything. But before I mention this advantage to you, I want to compromise myself personally, and therefore I boldly declare that all these fine systems, all these theories for explaining to mankind their real normal interests, in order that inevitably striving to pursue these interests they may at once become good and noble, are, in my opinion, so far, mere logical exercises. Yes, logical exercises. Why, to maintain this theology of the regeneration of mankind by means of the pursuit of his own advantage is to my mind almost the same thing as to affirm, for instance, following Buckle, that through civilization mankind becomes softer, and consequently less bloodthirsty and less fitted for warfare. Logically it does seem to follow from his arguments. But man has such a predilection for systems and abstract deductions that he is ready to distort the truth intentionally, he is ready to deny the evidence of his senses only to justify his logic. I take this example because it is the most glaring instance of it. Only look about you, blood is being spilt in streams, and in the merriest way, as though it were champagne. Take the whole of the 19th century in which Buckle lived. Take Napoleon the Great and also the present one. Take North America, the Eternal Union. Take the farce of Schleswig-Holstein, and what is it that civilization softens in us? The only gain of civilization for mankind is the greater capacity for variety of sensations and absolutely nothing more. And through the development of this many-sidedness man may come to find enjoyment in bloodshed. In fact, this has already happened to him. Have you noticed that it is the most civilized gentlemen who have been the subtlest slaughterers, to whom the Attilas and Stenker-Razins could not hold a candle, and if they are not so conspicuous as the Aolas and Stenker-Razins, it is simply because they are so often met with, are so ordinary and have become so familiar to us. In any case, civilization has made mankind if not more bloodthirsty, at least more vilely, more loathsomely bloodthirsty. In old days he saw justice in bloodshed and with his conscience at peace exterminated those he thought proper. Now we do think bloodshed abominable, and yet we engage in this abomination, and with more energy than ever. Which is worse? Decide that for yourselves. They say that Cleopatra was fond of sticking gold pins into her slave girls' breasts and derived gratification from their screams and writhings. You will say that that was in the comparatively barbarous times, that these are barbarous times too, because also, comparatively speaking, pins are stuck in even now, that though man has now learned to see more clearly than in barbarous ages, he is still far from having learned to act as reason and science would dictate. But yet you are fully convinced that he will be sure to learn when he gets rid of certain old bad habits, and when common sense and science have completely re-educated human nature and turned it in a normal direction. You are confident that then man will cease from intentional error and will, so to say, be compelled not to want to set his will against his normal interests. That is not all, then, you say. Science itself will teach man that he never has really had any caprice or will of his own, and that he himself is something of the nature of a piano key or the stop of an organ, and that there are, besides, things called the laws of nature, so that everything he does is not done by his willing it, but is done of itself, by the laws of nature. Consequently we have only to discover these laws of nature, and man will no longer have to answer for his actions and life will become exceedingly easy for him. All human actions will then, of course, be tabulated according to these laws, mathematically, like tables of logarithms up to 108,000. And entered in an index, or, better still, there would be published certain edifying works of the nature of encyclopedic lexicons, in which everything will be so clearly calculated and explained that there will be no more incidents or adventures in the world. Then this is all what you say: new economic relations will be established, already made and worked out with mathematical exactitude, so that every possible question will 231 Mila vanish in the twinkling of an eye, simply because every P0s answer to it will be provided. Then the palace of crystal will be built. Then in fact, those will be halcyon days. Of course there is no guaranteeing that it will not be, for instance, frightfully dull then, but on the other hand everything will be extraordinarily rational. Of course boredom may lead you to anything. It is boredom sets one sticking golden pins into people, but all that would not matter. What is bad is that I dare say people will be thankful for the gold pins then. Man is stupid, you know, nominally stupid, or rather he is not at all stupid, but he is so ungrateful that you could not find another like him in all creation. I, for instance, would not be in the least surprised if all of a sudden, apropos of nothing, in the midst of general prosperity a gentleman with an ignoble, or rather with a reactionary and ironical, countenance were to arise and, putting his arms akimbo, say to us all, I say, gentlemen, hadn't we better kick over the whole show and scatter rationalism to the winds, simply to send these logarithms to the devil, and to enable us to live once more at our own sweet foolish will? That again would not matter, but what is annoying is that he would be sure to find followers. Such is the nature of man. And all that for the most foolish reason, which, one would think, was hardly worth mentioning, that is, that man everywhere and at all times, whoever he may be, has preferred to act as he chose and not in the least as his reason and advantage dictated. And one may choose what is contrary to one's own interests, and sometimes one positively ought. One's own free unfettered choice, one's own caprice, however wild it may be, one's own fancy worked up at times to frenzy, is that very most advantageous advantage which we have overlooked, which comes under no classification and against which all systems and theories are continually being shattered to atoms. And how do these wiseacres know that man wants a normal, a virtuous choice? What has made them conceive that man must want a rationally advantageous choice? What man wants is simply independent choice, whatever that independence may cost and wherever it may lead. And choice, of course, the devil only knows what choice. Leo Tolstoy. What is to be done? 1. Leo Tolstoy was born into the aristocracy and, until his later years, lived the life of a comfortable gentle man and a man of letters. In his youth and middle years he wrote chiefly fiction, much of which is widely known to English-speaking readers. He traveled widely throughout Europe, returning home in 1861, the year of the emancipation of the serfs. The atmosphere of reform drove him into a number of unsuccessful education experiments. During the writing of Anna Karenina, in the 1870s, he experienced a spiritual crisis from which he emerged with the rationalistic variety of evangelic Christianity, the primary tenets of which were brotherly love and non-resistance to evil. The achievement of inner freedom and personal righteousness through his doctrine led him to seek social applications of it. He rejected the church as the corrupter of Christ's teachings and opposed the state because it rested on force. In the period dating from 1880, out of an exaltation of asceticism, he repudiated his hereditary property and took up the peasant's life. Tolstoy's writings on law, the state, property, religion, that best express his anarchism are contained in My Confession, the Gospel in brief, My Religion, What Shall We Do Then? On Life. And the Kingdom of God is within you. The division of labor in human society has always existed, and I dare say always will exist, but the question for us is not whether or not it has been and will still continue, but what should guide us to arrange that this division may be a right one. If we take the facts of observation for our standard, we must refuse to have any standard at all, every division of labor that we see among men. And that may seem to us to be a right one, we shall consider right, and this is what the ruling scientific science is leading us to. Division of labor. Some are occupied with mental and spiritual, others with muscular and physical, labor. With what an assurance do men express this? They wish to think so, and that seems to them in reality a correct exchange of services, which is only the very apparent ancient violence. Thou, or rather you feed me, dress me, do for me all this rough labor, which I require of you, to which you are accustomed from your infancy, and I do for you that mental work to which I have already become accustomed. Give me bodily food, and I will give you in return the spiritual. The statement seems to be a correct one, and it would really be so if only such exchange of services were free, if those who supply the bodily food were not obliged to supply it before they get the spiritual. The producer of the spiritual food says, in order that I may be able to give you this food, you must feed me, clothe me, and remove all filth from my house. But as for the producer of bodily food, he must do it without making any claims of his own, and he has to give bodily food whether he receives spiritual food or not. If the exchange were a free one, the conditions on both sides would be equal. We agree that spiritual food is as necessary to man as bodily. The learned man, the artist, says, before we can begin to serve men by giving them spiritual food, we want men to provide us with bodily food. But why should not the producers of this latter say, before we begin to serve you with bodily food, we want spiritual food, and until we receive it, we cannot labor? You say, I require the labor of a plowman, a smith, a bootmaker, a carpenter, masons, and others, in order that I may prepare the spiritual food I have to offer. Every workman might say, too, before J go to work, to prepare bodily food for you, I want the fruits of the Spirit. In order to have strength for laboring, I require a religious teaching, the social order of common life, application of knowledge to labor, and the joys and comforts which art gives. I have no time to work out for myself a teaching concerning the meaning of life. Give it to me. One have no time to think out statutes of common life that would prevent the violation of justice. Give me this too. I. Leo Tolstoy 234. Have no time to study mechanics, natural philosophy, chemistry, technology. Give me books with information as to how I am to improve my tools, my ways of working, my dwelling, the heating and lighting of it. I have no time to occupy myself with poetry, with plastic art, or music. Give me those excitements and comforts necessary for life, give me these productions of the arts. You say it is impossible for you to do your important and necessary business if you were to be deprived of the labor working people do for you, and I say, a workman may declare, it is impossible for me to do my important and necessary business, not less important than yours to plow, to cart away refuse, and clean your houses if I be deprived of a religious guidance corresponding to the wants of my intellect and my conscience, of a reasonable government that would secure my labor, of information for easing my labor, and the enjoyment of art to ennoble it. All you have offered me in the shape of spiritual food is not only of no use to me whatever, but I cannot even understand to whom it could be of any use. And until I receive this nourishment, proper for me as for every man, I cannot produce bodily food to feed you with. What if the working people should speak thus? And if they said so, it would be no jest, but the simplest justice. If a working man said this, he would be far more in the right than a man of intellectual labor, because the labor produced by the working man is more urgent and more necessary than that done by the producer of intellectual work, and because a man of intellect is hindered by nothing from giving that spiritual food which he promised to give, but the working man is hindered in giving the bodily food by the fact that he himself is short of it. What, then, should we, men of intellectual labor, answer, if such simple and lawful claims were made upon us? How should we satisfy these claims? Should we satisfy the religious wants of the people by the Catechism of Philaret, by sacred histories of Sokolov, by the literature sent out by various monasteries and St. Isaac's Cathedral? And should we satisfy their demand for order by the Code of Laws and cassation verdicts of different departments, or by statutes of committees and commissions? And should we satisfy their want of no LEDGE by giving them spectrum analysis, a survey of the Milky Way, speculative geometry, microscopic investigations, controversies concerning spiritualism and mediumism, the activity of academies of science? How should we satisfy their artistic wants? By Pushkin, Dostoevsky, Turgenev, L. Tolstoy, by pictures of French salons, and of those of our artists who represent naked women, satin, velvet, and landscapes, and pictures of domestic life, by the music of Wagner, and that of our own musicians. Oh, this is of no use, and cannot be of any use, because we, with our right to utilize the labor of the people, and absence of all duties in our preparation of their spiritual food, have quite lost from sight the single destination our activity should have. We do not even know what is required by the working man, we have even forgotten his mode of life, his views of things, his language, we have even lost sight of the very working people themselves, and we study LHCM like some ethnographical rarity or newly discovered continent. Now, we, demanding for ourselves bodily food, have taken upon ourselves to provide the spiritual, but in consequence of the imaginary division of labor, according to which we may not only first take our dinner and afterward do our work, but may during many generations dine luxuriously, and do no work in the way of compensation for our food, we have prepared something that is of use, as it seems to us, for ourselves and for science and art, but of no use whatever for those very people whose labor we consume under the pretext of providing them in return with intellectual food, and not only of no use, but quite unintelligible and distasteful to them. In our blindness we have to such a degree left out of sight the duty that we took upon us, that we have even forgotten for what our labor is being done, and the very people whom we undertook to serve, we have made an object of our scientific and artistic activities. We study them and represent them for our own pleasure and amusement, we have quite forgotten that it is our duty, not to study and depict, but to serve them. We have to such a degree left out of sight the duty that we assumed, that we have not even noticed that other people do what we undertook in the departments of science and art, and that our place turns out to be occupied. Leo Tolstoy 236. It appears that, while we have been in controversy, now about the Immaculate Conception, and now about spontaneous generation of organisms, now about spiritualism, and now about the forms of atoms, now about pangenesis, now about protoplasms, and so on, the rest of the world nonetheless required intellectual food, and the abortive outcasts of science and art began to provide for the people this spiritual food by order of various speculators who had in view exclusively their own profit and gain. Now, for some 40 years in Europe and 10 years in Russia, millions of books and pictures and songs have been circulating, shows have been opened, and the people look and sing and receive intellectual food, though not from those who promised to provide it for them, and we, who justify our idleness by the need for that intellectual food which we pretend to provide for the people, are sitting still, and taking no notice. But we cannot do so, because our final justification has vanished from under our feet. We have taken upon ourselves a peculiar department, we have a peculiar functional activity of our own. We are the brain of the people. They feed us, and we have undertaken to teach them. Only for the sake of this have we freed ourselves from labor. What, then, have we been teaching them? They have waited years, tens of years, hundreds of years. And we are still conversing among ourselves, and teaching each other, and amusing ourselves, and have quite forgotten them. We have so totally forgotten them that others have taken upon themselves to teach and amuse them, and we have not even become aware of this in our flippant talk about division of labor, and it is very obvious that all our talk about the utility we offer to the people was only a shameful excuse. It is only to us, with our perverted ideas, that it seems, when the master sends his clerk to be a peasant, or government sentences one of its ministers to deportation, that they are punished and have been dealt with hardly. But in reality they have had a great good done to them, that is, they have exchanged their heavy special work for a pleasant alternation of labor. In a natural society all is quite different. I know a commune where the people earn their living themselves. One of the members of this community was more educated than the two, and what is to be done? Rest, and they required him to deliver lectures, for which he had to prepare himself during the day, in order to be able to deliver them in the evening. He did it joyfully, feeling that he was useful to others, and that he could do it well. But he got tired of the exclusive mental labor, and his health suffered accordingly. The members of the community therefore pitied him, and asked him to come again and labor in the field. For men who consider labor to be the essential thing and the joy of life, the ground, the basis, of it will always be the struggle with nature, not only agricultural labor, but also that of handicraft, mental work, and intercourse with men. The divergence from one or many of these kinds of labor and specialties of labor will be performed only when a man of special gifts, being fond of this work, and knowing that he performs it better than anybody else, will sacrifice his own advantage in order to fulfill the demands of others put directly to him. Only with such a view of labor, and the natural division of labor resulting from it, will the curse disappear that we in our imagination have put upon labor, and every labor will always be a joy, because man will do either an unquestionably useful, pleasant, and easy work, or will be conscious that he makes a sacrifice in performing a more difficult special labor for the good of others. But the division of labor is, it is said, more advantageous. Advantageous for whom? Is it more advantageous to make as quickly as possible as many boots and cotton prints as possible? But who will make these boots and cotton prints? Men who from generation to generation have been making only pinheads? How, then, can it be more advantageous for people? If the question were to make as many cotton prints and pins as possible, it would be so, but the question is, how to make people happy? The happiness of men consists in life. And life is in labor. How, then, can the necessity of a painful, oppressing work be advantageous for men? If the question were only for the advantage of some men without any consideration of the welfare of all, then it would be most advantageous for some men to eat others. The thing most advantageous for all men is that which I wish for myself, the greatest welfare and the satisfying of. Leo Tolstoy 238. All my wants, those of body as well as those of soul, of conscience, and of reason, which are engrafted in me. And now, for myself, I have found that for my welfare and for the satisfying of these wants, I need only to be cured of the folly in which I, as well as the Krupivensky madman, have lived, which consisted in the idea that gentlefolk need not work, and that all must be done for them by others, and that, producing nothing, I have to do only what is proper to man, satisfy my own wants. And having discovered this, I became persuaded that this labor for the satisfying of my own wants is divisible into various kinds of labor, each of which has its own charm, and is not only not a burden, but serves as rest after some other. I have divided my labor into 4 parts parallel to the 4 parts of the laborer's day's work, which are divided by his meals, and thus I try to satisfy my wants. These are, then, the answers to the question, what is to be done? Which I have found for myself. First, to avoid deceiving myself. However far I have gone astray from that road of life which my reason shows to me, I must not be afraid of the truth. Secondly, to renounce my own righteousness, my own advantages, peculiarities, distinguishing me from others, and to confess the guilt of such. Thirdly, to fulfill that eternal, unquestionable law of man by laboring with all my being to struggle with nature, to sustain my own life, and the lives of others. I have now finished, having said all that concerns myself, but I cannot restrain my desire to say that which concerns everyone, and to verify by several considerations my own deductions. I wish to explain why it is I think that a great many of my own class must arrive where I myself am, and I must also speak of what will result if even some few men arrive there, and in the first place, if only men of our circle, our caste, will seriously think the matter out themselves, the younger generation, who seek their own personal happiness, will become afraid of the ever-increasing misery of lives, which obviously leads them to ruin, scrupulous persons among us. 239 What is to be done? Will be terrified at the cruelty and unlawfulness of their own lives, and timid persons will be frightened at the danger of their mode of life. The misery of our lives. However we, rich men, may try to mend and to support, with the assistance of our science and art, this our false life, it must become weaker every day, unhealthier, and more painful, with each year suicide, and the sin against the unborn babe, increase, with each year the new generations of our class grow weaker, with each year we more and more feel the increasing dullness of our lives. It is obvious that on this road, with an increase of the comforts and delights of life, of cures, artificial teeth and hair, and so on, there can be no salvation. This truth has become such a truism that in newspapers advertisements are printed about stomach powder for rich people, under the title Blessings of the Poor, where they say that only poor people have a good digestion, and the rich need help, and among other things this powder. You cannot ameliorate this matter by any kind of amusements, comforts, powders, but only by turning over a new leaf. Our lives are in contradiction to our consciences. However much we may try to justify to ourselves our treason against mankind, all our justification falls to pieces before evidence. Around us people are dying from overwork and want, and we destroy the food, clothes, labor of men merely in order to amuse ourselves. And therefore the conscience of a man of our circle, though he may have but a small remainder of it in his breast, cannot be stifled, and poisons all these comforts and charms of life which our suffering and perishing brethren procure for us. But not only does every scrupulous man feel this himself, but he must feel it more acutely at present, because the best part of art and science, that part in which there still remains a sense of its high calling, constantly reminds him of his cruelty, and the unlawfulness of his position. The old secure justifications are all destroyed, and the new ephemeral justifications of the progress of science for science's sake, and art for art's sake, will not bear the light of plain common sense. The conscience of men cannot be calmed by new ideas, it can be calmed only by turning over a new leaf, when there will no longer be any necessity for justification. The danger to our lives. However much we may try to hide from ourselves the plain and most obvious danger of exhausting the patience of those men whom we oppress, however much we may try to counteract this danger by all sorts of deceit, violence, and flattery, it is still growing with each day, with each hour, and it has long been threatening us, but now it is so ripe that we are scarcely able to hold our course in a vessel tossed by a roaring and overflowing sea. Tie will presently swallow us up in wrath. The workmen's revolution, with the terrors of destruction and murder, not only threatens us, but we have been already living upon its verge during the last 30 years, and it is only by various cunning devices that we have been postponing the crisis. Such is the state in Europe, such is the state in Russia, because we have no safety valves. The classes who oppress the people, with the exception of the Tsar, have no longer in the eyes of our people any justification. They all keep up their position me rely by violence, cunning, and expediency, but the hatred toward us of the worst representatives of the people, and the contempt of us from the best, is increasing with every hour. Among the Russian people during the last 3 or 4 years, a word, full of significance, has been circulating. By this word, which I never heard before, people are swearing in the streets, and calling us parasites. The hatred and contempt of the oppressed people are increasing, and the physical and moral strength of the richer classes are decreasing. The deceit that supports all this is wearing out, and the rich classes have nothing wherewith to comfort themselves. To return to the old order of things is impossible. One thing only remains for those who are not willing to change the course of their lives, and to turn over a new leaf to hope that, during their lives, they will fare well in after which the people may do as they like. So think the blind crowd of the rich, but the danger is ever increasing, and the awful catastrophe is coming nearer and nearer. There are 3 reasons that prove to rich people. The 241 What is to be done? Necessity of turning over a new leaf. First, the desire for their own personal welfare and that of their families, which is not secured by the way in which rich people are living. Secondly, inability to satisfy the voice of conscience, which is obviously impossible in the present condition of things, and thirdly, the threatening and constantly increasing danger to life, which cannot be met by any outward means. All these together ought to induce rich people to change their mode of life. This change alone would satisfy the desire of welfare and conscience, and would remove the danger. And there is but one means of making such change: to leave off deceiving ourselves, to repent, and to acknowledge labor to be, not a curse, but the joyful business of life. To this it is replied, what will come from the fact of my physical labor during 8 or 5 hours, which thousands of peasants would gladly do for the money which I have? The first good would be, that you will become livelier, healthier, sounder, kinder, and you will learn that real life from which you have been hiding yourself, or which was hidden from you. The second good will be that, if you have a conscience, it will not only not suffer as it suffers now looking at the labor of men, the importance of which we always, from our ignorance, either increase or diminish, but you will constantly experience a joyful acknowledgement that with each day you are more and more satisfying the demands of your conscience, and are leaving behind you that awful state in which so much evil is accumulated in our lives that we feel that we cannot possibly do any good in the world. You will experience the joy of free life, with the possibility of doing good to others. You will open for yourself a way into the regions of the world of morality which has hitherto been shut to you. The third good will be this, that, instead of constant fear of revenge for your evil deeds, you will feel that you are saving others from this revenge, and are principally saving the oppressed from the cruel feeling of rancor and resentment. But it is usually said that it would be ridiculous if we, men of our stamp, with deep philosophical, scientific, political, artistic, ecclesiastical, social questions before us, we state ministers, senators, academists, professors, artists, singers. Be we whose quarter hours are valued so highly by men, should spend our time in doing what? Cleaning our boots, washing our shirts, digging, planting potatoes, or feeding our chickens and cows, and so on, in such business which not only our house porter, our cook, but thousands of men besides who value our time, would be very glad to do for us. But why do we dress, wash, and comb our hair ourselves? Why do we walk, hand chairs to ladies, to our guests, open and shut the door, help people into carriages, and perform hundreds of such actions that were formerly performed for us by our slaves? Because we consider that such may be done by ourselves, that it is compatible with human dignity, that is, human duty. The same holds good with physical labor. Man's dignity, his sacred duty, is to use his hands, his feet, for that purpose for which they were given and not to be wasted by disuse, not that he may wash and clean them and use them only for the purpose of stuffing food and cigarettes into his mouth. Such is the meaning of physical labor for every man in every society. But in our class, with the divergence from this law of nature came the misery of a whole circle of men, and for us, physical labor receives another meaning, the meaning of a preaching and a propaganda that divert the terrible evil that threatens mankind. To say that for an educated man physical labor is a useless occupation is the same as to say, in the building of a temple, what importance can there be in putting each stone exactly in its place? Every great act is done under the conditions of imperceptibility, modesty, and simplicity. One can neither plow, nor feed cattle, nor think, during a great illumination, or thundering of guns, or while in uniform. Illumination, the roar of cannon, music, uniforms, cleanliness, brilliancy, which we usually connect with the idea of the importance of any act, are, on the contrary, tokens of the absence of importance in the same. Great, true deeds are always simple and modest. And such is also the greatest deed that is left to us to do, the solution of those awful contradictions in which we are living. And the acts that solve those contradictions are those modest, imperceptible, seemingly ridiculous acts, such as helping ourselves by physical labor and, if possible, helping others too. This is what we rich people have to do, if we understand the misery, wrong, and danger of the position in which we are living. What will come out of the circumstance that I, and another, and a third, and a 10th man, do not despise physical labor, but consider it necessary for our happiness, for the calming of our consciences, and for our safety? This will come of it that 1, 2, 3, 10 men, coming into conflict with no one, without the violence either of the government or of revolution, will solve for themselves the problem that is before all the world, and which has appeared insolvable, and they will solve it in such a way that life will become for them a good thing, their consciences will be calm, and the evil that oppresses them will cease to be dreadful to them. Another effect will be this, that other men, too, will see, that the welfare, which they have been looking for everywhere, is quite close by them, that seemingly insolvable contradictions of conscience and the order of the world are solved in the easiest and pleasantest way, and that, instead of being afraid of men surrounding them, they must have intercourse with them and love them. The seemingly insolvable economical and social questions are like the problem of Krylov's casket. The casket opened of itself, without any difficulty, but it will not open until men do the very simplest and most natural thing, that is, open it. The seemingly insolvable question is the old question of utilizing some men's labor by others. This question in our time has found its expression in property. Formerly, other men's labor was used simply by violence, by slavery. In our time, it is being done by the means of property. In our time, property is the root of all evil and of the sufferings of men who possess it, or are without it, and of all the remorse of conscience of those who misuse it, and of the danger from the collision between those who have it and those who have it not. Property is the root of all evil, and, at the same time, property is that toward which all the activity of our modern society is directed, and that which directs the activity of the world. States and governments intrigue, make wars, for the sake of property, for the possession of the banks of the Rhine, of land in Africa, China, the Balkan Peninsula. Bankers, merchants, manufacturers, landowners, labor, use cunning, torment themselves, torment others, for the sake of property. Government functionaries, tradesmen, landlords, struggle, deceive, oppress, suffer, for the sake of property. Courts of justice and police protect property. Penal servitude, prisons, all the terrors of so-called punishments, all is done for the sake of property. Property is the root of all evil, and now all the world is busy with the distribution and protection of wealth. What, then, is property? Men are accustomed to think that property is something really belonging to man, and for this reason they have called it property. We speak indiscriminately of our own house and our own land. But this is obviously an error and a superstition. We know, and if we do not, it is easy to perceive that property is only the means of utilizing other men's labor. And another's labor can by no means belong to me. Man has been always calling his own that which is subject to his own will and joined with his own consciousness. As soon as man calls his own something that is not his body, but which he should like to be subject to his will as his body is, then he makes a mistake, and gets disappointment, suffering, and compels other people to suffer as well. Man calls his wife his own, his children, his slaves, his belongings, his own too, but the reality always shows him his error, and he must either get rid of the superstition, or suffer and make others suffer. Now we, having nominally renounced the possessing of slaves, owing to money, claim our right also to money, that is, to the labor of other men. But as to our claiming our wives as our property, or our sons, our slaves, our horses, this is pure fiction contradicted by reality, and which only makes those suffer who believe in it, because a wife or a son will never be so subject to my will as my body is, therefore my own body will always remain the only thing I can call my true property, so also money property will never be real property, but only a deception and a source of suffering, and it is only my own body that will be my property. That which always obeys me, and is connected with my consciousness. It is only to us, who are so accustomed to call other things. 245 What is to be done? Then our body our own, that such a wild superstition may appear useful for us, and be without evil results, but we have only to reflect upon the nature of the matter in order to see how this, like every other superstition, brings with it only dreadful consequences. Let us take the most simple example. I consider myself my own, and another man like myself I consider my own, too. I must understand how to cook my dinner. If I were free from the superstition of considering another man as my property, I should have been taught this art as well as every other necessary to my real property, but now I have it taught to my imaginary property, and the result is that my cook does not obey me, does not wish to humor me, and even runs away from me, or dies, and I remain with an unsatisfied want, and have lost the habit of learning, and recognize that I have spent as much time in cares about this cook as I should have spent in learning the art of cooking myself. The same is the case with the property of buildings, clothes, wares, with the property of the land, with the property of money. Every imaginary property calls forth in me a non-corresponding want that cannot always be gratified, and deprives me of the possibility of acquiring for my true and sure property my own body that information, that skill, those habits, improvements, which I might have acquired. The result is always that I have spent strength, sometimes my whole life, on that which never has been and never could be my property. I provide myself with an imaginary private library, a private picture gallery, private apartments, clothes, acquire my own money in order to purchase with it everything I want, and the matter stands thus that I, being busy about this imaginary property, as if it were real, leave quite out of sight that which is my true property, upon which I may really labor, and which really may serve me, and which always remains in my power. Words have always a definite meaning until we purposely give them a false signification. What does property mean? Property means that which is given to me alone, which belongs to me alone, exclusively, that with which I may always do everything I like, which nobody can take away from me, which remains mine to the end of my life, and that I ought to use in order to increase and to improve it. Such property for every man is only himself. And it is in this very sense that imaginary property is understood, that very property for the sake of which all the sufferings of this world exist: wars, executions, judgments, prisons, luxury, depravity, murders, and the ruin of mankind. What, then, will come out of the circumstance that 10 men plow, hew wood, make boots, not from want, but from the acknowledgement that man needs work, and that the more he works, the better it will be for him? This will come out of it, that 10 men, or even one single man, in thought and in deed, will show men that this fearful evil from which they are suffering is not the law of their destiny, nor the will of God, nor any historical necessity, but a superstition, not at all a strong or overpowering one, but weak and null, in which it is only necessary to leave off believing, as in idols, in order to get rid of it, and to destroy it as a frail cobweb is swept away. Men who begin to work in order to fulfill the pleasant law of their lives, who work for the fulfillment of the law of labor, will free themselves from the superstition of property which is so full of misery, and then all these worldly establishments that exist in order to protect this imaginary property outside of one's own body will become not only unnecessary for them but burdensome, and it will become plain to all that these institutions are not necessary, but pernicious, imaginary, and false conditions of life. For a man who considers labor not a curse, but a joy, property outside his own body, that is, the right or possibility of utilizing other men's labor, will be not only useless, but an impediment. If I am fond of cooking my dinner, and accustomed to do it, then the fact that another man will do it for me will deprive me of my usual business, and will not satisfy me so well as I have satisfied myself. Besides, the acquirement of an imaginary property will not be necessary for such a man. A man who considers labor to be his very life fills up with it all his life and therefore requires less. And 247. What is to be done? 1. Less the labor of others, in other words, property, in order to fetch up his unoccupied time and to embellish his life. If the life of a man is occupied by labor, he does not require many rooms, much furniture, various fine clothes, he does not require expensive food, carriages, amusements. But particularly a man who considers labor to be the business and the of his life will not seek to ease his own labor by util be happier than the condition of a man who gives his life away to acquire property. According to exterior circumstances, he will never want, because men, seeing that he does not mind work, will always try to make his labor most productive to them, as they arrange a mill by running water, and in order that his labor may be more productive, they will provide for his material existence, which they will never do for men who aim at acquiring property. And the providing for material wants is all that a man requires. According to interior conditions, such a man will be always happier than he who seeks for property, because the latter will never receive what he is aiming at, and the former always in proportion to his strength. Even the weak, old, dying, will receive full satisfaction, and the love and sympathy of men. One of the consequences of this will be that some odd, half-insane persons will plow, make boots, and so on, instead of smoking, playing cards, and riding about, carrying with them, from one place to another, their dullness during the 10 hours that every man of letters has at his command. Another result will be that those silly people will demonstrate, indeed, that imaginary property for the sake of which men suffer, torment themselves and others, is not necessary for happiness, and even impedes it, and is only a superstition, and that true property is only one's own head, hands, feet, and that in order to utilize this true property usefully and joyfully, it is necessary to get rid of the false idea of property outside one's own body, on which we waste the best powers of our life. Another result will be that these men will show that, when a man leaves off believing in imaginary property, then only will he make real use of his true property, his own body, which will yield him fruit 100-fold, and such happiness of which we have no idea as yet, and he will be a useful, strong, kind man, who will everywhere stand on his own feet, will always be a brother to everybody, will be intelligible to all, desired by all, and dear to all. And men, looking at 1, at 10, such silly men will understand what they have all to do in order to undo that dreadful knot in which they have all been tied by the superstition respecting property, in order to get rid of the miserable condition from which they are groaning now, and from which they do not know how to free themselves. But what can a man do in a crowd who do not agree with him? There is no reasoning that could more obviously demonstrate the unrighteousness of those who employ it as does this. The boatmen are dragging vessels against the stream. Is it possible that there could be found such a stupid boatman who would refuse to do his part in dragging because he alone cannot drag the boat up against the stream? He who, besides his rights of animal life to eat and to sleep, acknowledges any human duty, knows very well wherein such duty consists, just in the same way as a boatman knows that he has only to get into his breast collar, and to walk in the given direction, to find out what he has to do and how to do it. And so with the boatman, and with all men who do any labor in common, so with the labor of all mankind, each. 249 What is to be done? Man need only keep on his breast collar, and go in the given direction. And for this purpose one and the same reason is given to all men, that this direction may always be the same. And that this direction is given to us is obvious and certain from the lives of those who surround us, as well as in the conscience of every man, and in all the previous expressions of human wisdom, so that only he who does not want work may say that he does not see it. What will, then, come out of this? This, that first one man, then another, will drag, looking at them, a third will join, and so one by one the best men will join, until the business will be set a-going, and will move as of itself, inducing those also to join who do not yet understand why and wherefore it is being done. First, to the number of men who conscientiously work in order to fulfill the law of God, will be added those who will accept half conscientiously and half upon faith, then to these a still greater number of men, only upon the faith in the foremost men, and lastly the majority of people, and then it will come to pass that men will cease to ruin themselves, and will find out happiness. This will happen soon when men of our circle, and after them all the great majority of working people, will no longer consider it shameful to clean sewers, but will consider it shameful to fill them up in order that other men, our brethren, may carry their contents away. They will not consider it shameful to go visiting in common boots, but they will consider it shameful to walk in goloshes by barefooted people. They will not think it shameful not to know French, or about the last novel, but they will consider it shameful to eat bread, and not to know how it is prepared. They will not consider it shameful not to have a starched shirt or a clean dress, but that it is shameful to wear a clean coat as a token of one's idleness. They will not consider it shameful to have dirty hands, but not to have callus on their hands. Within my memory, still more striking changes have taken place. I remember that at table, behind each chair, a servant stood with a plate. Men made visits accompanied by 2 footmen. A Cossack boy and a girl stood in a room to give people their pipes, and to clean them, and so on. Now this seems to us strange and remarkable. But is it not equally strange that a young man or woman, or even an elderly man, in order to visit a friend, should order his horses to be harnessed, and that well-fed horses are only kept for this purpose? Is it not as strange that one man lives in 5 rooms, or that a woman spends tens, hundreds, thousands of rubles for her dress when she only needs some knacks and wool in order to spin dresses for herself and clothes for her husband and children? Is it not strange that men live doing nothing, riding to and fro, smoking and playing, and that a battalion of people are busy feeding and warming them? Is it not strange that old people quite gravely talk and write in newspapers about theaters, music, and other insane people drive to look at musicians or actors? Is it not strange that tens of thousands of boys and girls are brought up so as to make them unfit for every work? There will soon come a time, and it is already drawing near, when it will be shameful to dine on 5 courses served by footmen, and cooked by any but the masters themselves. It will be shameful not only to ride thoroughbreds or in a coach when one has feet to walk on, to wear on weekdays such dress, shoes, gloves, in which it is impossible to work. It will be shameful to play on a piano that costs £150, or even £10, while others work for 1, to feed dogs upon milk and white bread, and to burn lamps and candles without working by their light, to heat stoves in which the meal is not cooked. Then it would be impossible to think about giving openly not merely £1, but 6pence, for a place in a concert or in a theatre. All this will be when the law of labor becomes public opinion. Albert Camus' Rebellious Mall. Albert Camus 1191 3–19601 Camus was born in Algeria. For a short period of time he was a communist. Then his association. One from the Rebel by Albert Camus, translated by Anthony Bauer, copyright 1956 by Alfred A. Knopf Incorporated. Published in London by H.A.Me Hamilton Ltd. Reprinted by permission of the publishers. 251 Rebellious Man. With Sartre earned him the reputation of being an existentialist, although the two men severed their relationship after a profound political disagreement. In recoiling from communist rigidity, he also rejected a nihilism that felt little commitment about man's behavior. He clung to faith in individual man whose assertion of life as a value might save him from utter despair and from collectivist extremities. He perished in a tragic car accident at the age of 46. He published a considerable number of plays. His two most widely known novels are The Stranger and The Plague. His two philosophic volumes are The Myth of Sisyphus and The Rebel. Historical Rebellion. Freedom, that terrible word inscribed on the chariot of the storm, is the motivating principle of all revolutions. Without it, justice seems inconceivable to the rebel's mind. There comes a time, however, when justice demands the suspension of freedom. Then terror, on a grand or small scale, makes its appearance to consummate the revolution. Every act of rebellion expresses a nostalgia for innocence and an appeal to the essence of being. But, one day, nostalgia takes up arms and assumes the responsibility of total guilt, in other words, adopts murder and violence. The Servile rebellions, the regicide revolutions, and the 20th century revolutions have thus, consciously, accepted a burden of guilt that increased in proportion to the degree of liberation they proposed to introduce. This contradiction, which has become only too obvious, prevents our contemporary revolutionaries from displaying that aspect of happiness and optimism that shone forth from the faces and the speeches of the members of the Constituent Assembly in 1789. Is this contradiction inevitable? Does it characterize or betray why the value of rebellion? These questions are bound to arise about revolution as they are bound to arise about metaphysical rebellion. Actually, revolution is only the logical consequence of metaphysical rebellion, and we shall discover, in our analysis of the revolutionary movement, the same desperate and bloody effort to affirm the dignity of man in defiance of the things that deny its existence. The revolutionary spirit thus undertakes the defense of that part of man which refuses to submit. In other words, it tries to assure him his crown in the realm of time, and, rejecting God, it chooses history with an apparently inevitable logic. In theory, the word revolution retains the meaning it has in astronomy. It is a movement that describes a complete circle, that leads from one form of government to another after a total transition. A change of regel at ions concerning property without a correspo ending change of government is not a revolution, but a reform. There is no kind of economy revolution, whether its methods are violent or pacific, that is not, at the same time, manifestly political. Revolution can already be distinguished, in this way, from rebellion. The warning given to Louis XVI no, sire, this is not a rebellion, it is a revolution accents the essential difference. It means precisely that it is the absolute certainty of a new form of government. Rebellion is, by nature, limited in scope. It is no more than an incoherent pronouncement. Revolution, on the contrary, originates in the realm of ideas. Specifically, it is the injection of ideas into historic experience, while rebellion is only the movement that leads from individual experience into the realm of ideas. While even the collective history of a movement of rebellion is always that of a fruitless struggle with facts, of an obscure protest that involves neither methods nor reasons, a revolution is an attempt to shape actions to ideas, to fit the world into a theoretic frame. That is why rebellion kills men while revolution destroys both men and principles. But, for the same reasons, it can be said that there has not yet been a revolution in the course of history. There could only be one, and that would be the definitive revolution. The movement that seems to complete the circle already begins to describe another, at the precise moment when the new government is formed. The anarchists, with Varlet as their leader, were well aware of the fact that government and revolution are incompatible in the direct sense. It implies a contradiction, says Proudhon, that a government could ever be called revolutionary, for the very simple reason that it is the government. Now at the experiment has been made, let us qualify that statement by adding that a government can only be revolutionary in opposition to other governments. Revolutionary governments are, most of the time, obliged to be war governments. The more extensive the revolution, the more considerable the chances of the war that it implies. The society born of the revolution of 1789 wanted to fight for 253 Reberlausmann Europe. The society born of the 1917 revolution is fighting for universal dominion. Total revolution ends by demanding we shall see why the control of the world. While waiting for this to happen, if happen it must, the history of man, in one sense, is the sum total of his successive rebellions. In other words, the movement of transition that can be clearly expressed in terms of space is only an approximation in terms of time. What was devoutly called, in the 19th century, the progressive emancipation of the human race appears, from the outside, like an uninterrupted series of rebellions that overreach themselves and try to find their formulation in ideas, but that have not yet reached the point of definitive revolution where everything on heaven and earth would be stabilized. A superficial examination seems to infer, rather than any real emancipation, an affirmation of mankind by man, an affirmation increasingly broad in scope but that is always unrealized. Unity would have been achieved and death would have been satiated. That is why all revolutionaries finally aspire to world unity and act as though they believed that history were dead. The originality of 20th century revolution lies in the fact that, for the first time, it openly claims to realize the ancient dream of unity of the human race and, at the same time, the definitive consummation of history. Just as rebel movements led to the point of all or nothing and just as metaphysical rebellion demanded the unity of the world, the 20th century revolutionary movement, when it arrived at the most obvious conclusions of its logic, insisted with threats of force on arrogating to itself the whole of history. Rebellion is therefore compelled, on pain of appearing feudal or being out of date, to become revolutionary. It no longer suffices for the rebel to declare himself God or to look to his own salvation by adopting a certain attitude of mind. The species must be deified, as Nietzsche attempted to do, and his ideal of the Superman must be adopted so as to assure salvation for all as Ivan Karamazov wanted. For the first time, the possessed appear on the scene and proceed to give the answer to one of the secrets of the times, the identity of reason and of the will to power. Now that God is dead, the world must be changed and organized by the forces at man's disposal. The force of imprecation. Albert Camus' 254 alone is not enough, and weapons are needed for the conquest of totality. Revolution, even, and above all, revolution that claims to be materialist, is only a limitless metaphysical crusade. But can totality claim to be unity? That is the question that this book must answer. So far we can only say that the purpose of this analysis is not to give, for the 100th time, a description of the revolutionary phenomenon, nor once more to examine the historic or economic causes of great revolutions. Its purpose is to discover in certain revolutionary data the logical sequence, the explanations, and the invariable themes of metaphysical rebellion. The majority of revolutions are shaped by, and derive their originality from, murder. All, or almost all, have been homicidal. But some, in addition, have practiced regicide and deicide. Just as the history of metaphysical rebellion began with Sada, so our real inquiry only begins with his contemporaries, the regicides, who attacked the incarnation of divinity without yet daring to kill the principle of eternity. When a slave rebels against his master, the situation presented is of one man pitted against another, under a cruel sky, far from the exalted realms of principles. The final result is merely the murder of a man. The servile rebellions, peasant risings, beggar tumults, rustic outbreaks, all advance the concept of a principle of equality, life for life, which despite every kind of mystification and audacity will always be found in the purest manifestations of the revolutionary spirit, Russian terrorism in 1905, for example. Spartacus rebellion, which took place as the ancient world was coming to an end, a few decades before the Christian era, is an excellent illustration of this point. First, we note that this is a rebellion of gladiators, that is to say, of slaves consecrated to single combat and condemned, for the delectation of their masters, to kill or be killed. Beginning with 70 men, this rebellion ended with an army of 70,000 insurgents, which crushed the best Roman legions and advanced through Italy to march on the Eternal City itself. However, as André Prudhomme remarks, this rebellion introduced no new principle to Roman life. The proclamation issued by Spartacus goes no further than to offer equal rights to the slaves. The transition from fact to right that we analyzed in the first stage of rebellion is, in fact, the only logical acquisition that one can find on this level of rebellion. The insurgent rejects slavery and affirms his equality with his master. He wants to be master in his turn. Spartacus' rebellion is a constant illustration of this principle of positive claims. The slave army liberates the slaves and immediately hands over their former masters to them in bondage. According to one tradition, of doubtful veracity it is true, gladiatorial combats were even organized between several hundred Roman citizens while the slaves sat in the grandstands delirious with joy and excitement. But to kill men only leads to killing more men. To allow a principle to triumph, another principle must be overthrown. The city of light of which Spartacus dreamed could only have been built on the ruins of eternal Rome, of its institutions and of its gods. Spartacus' army marches to lay siege to a Rome paralyzed with fear at the prospect of having to pay for its crimes. However, at the decisive moment, within sight of the sacred walls, the army halts and wavers, as if it were retreating before the principles, the institutions, the city of the gods. When these had been destroyed, what could he put in their place, except the brutal desire for justice, the wounded and exacerbated love that until this moment, had kept these wretches on their feet. 2 In any case, the army retreated without having fought, and then made the curious move of deciding to return to the place where the slave rebellion originated, to retrace the long road of its victories and to return to Sicily. It was as though these outcasts, forever alone and helpless before the great tasks that awaited them and too daunted to assail the heavens, returned to what was purest and most heartening in their history, to the land of their first awakening, where it was easy and right to die. Then began their defeat and martyrdom. Before the last battle, Spartacus crucified a Roman citizen to show his men the fate that was in store for them. During the Hatti, Spartacus himself tried with frenzied determination, the symbolism of which is obvious, to reach Crassus, who was commanding the Roman legions. He wanted to perish, but in single combat. Spartacus rebellion recapitulates the program of the servile rebellions that preceded it. But this program is limited to the distribution of land and the abolition of slavery. It is not directly concerned with the gods of the city. Albert Camus 256. With the man who symbolized, at that moment, every Roman master, it was his dearest wish to die, but in absolute equality. He did not reach Crassus, principles wage war at a distance and the Roman general kept himself apart. Spartacus died as he wished, but at the hands of mercenaries, slaves like himself, who killed their own freedom with his. In revenge for the one crucified citizen, Crassus crucified thousands of slaves. The 6,000 crosses that, after such a just rebellion, staked out the road from Capua to Rome, demonstrated to the servile crowd that there is no equality in the world of power and that the masters calculate, at a usurious rate, the price of their own blood. The cross is also Christ's punishment. One can imagine that he only chose a slave's punishment, a few years later, so as to reduce the enormous distance that henceforth would separate humiliated humanity from the implacable face of the Master. He intercedes, he submits to the most extreme injustice so that rebellion shall not divide the world in two, so that suffering will also light the way to heaven and preserve it from the curses of mankind. What is astonishing in the fact that the revolutionary spirit, when it wanted to affirm the separation of heaven and earth, should begin by disembodying the divinity by killing his representatives on earth. In certain aspects, the period of rebellions comes to an end in 1793 and revolutionary times begin on a scaffold. State terrorism and irrational terror. All modern revolutions have ended in a reinforcement of the power of the state. 1789 brings Napoleon, 1848 Napoleon III, 1917 Stalin, the Italian disturbances of the 20s, Mussolini, the Weimar Republic, Hitler. These revolutions, particularly after the First World War had liquidated the vestiges of divine right, still proposed, with increasing audacity, to build the city of humanity and of authentic freedom. The growing omnipotence of the state sanctioned this ambition on every occasion. It would be erroneous to say that this was bound to happen. But it is possible to. 3. In that this book is not concerned with the spirit of rebellion inside Christianity, the Reformation has no place here. Nor the numerous rebellions against ecclesiastical authority that preceded it. But we can say, at least, that Reformation prepares the way for Jacobinism and in odt sens e initiat till reforms that T789 carries out. 257 Rebellious man. Examine how it did happen, and perhaps the lesson will automatically follow. Apart from a few explanations, which are not the subject of this essay, the strange and terrifying growth of the modern state can be considered as the logical conclusion of inordinate technical and philosophical ambitions, foreign to the true spirit of rebellion, but which, nevertheless, gave birth to the revolutionary spirit of our time. The prophetic dream of Marx and the over-inspired predictions of Hegel or of Nietzsche ended by conjuring up, after the city of God had been razed to the ground, either a rational or an irrational state, but one that in both cases was founded on terror. In actual fact, the fascist revolutions of the 20th century do not merit the title of revolution. They lack the ambition of universality. Mussolini and Hitler, of course, tried to build an empire, and the National Socialist ideologists were bent, explicitly, on world domination. But the difference between them and the classic revolutionary movement is that, of the nihilist inheritance, they chose to deify the irrational, and the irrational alone, instead of deifying reason. In this way they renounced their claim to universality. And yet Mussolini is a disciple of Hegel and Hitler of Nietzsche, and both illustrate, historically, some of the prophecies of German ideology. In this respect they belong to the history of rebellion and of nihilism. The consequences were not long in appearing. As early as 1914 Mussolini proclaimed the holy religion of anarchy, and declared himself the enemy of every form of Christianity. As for Hitler, his professed religion unhesitatingly juxtaposed the God Providence and Valhalla. Actually his God was an argument at a political meeting and a manner of reaching an impressive climax at the end of speeches. As long as he was successful, he chose to believe that he was inspired. In the hour of defeat, he considered himself betrayed by his people. Between the two nothing intervened to announce to the world that he would ever have been capable of thinking himself guilty in regard to any principle. The only man of superior culture who gave Nazism even an appearance of being a philosophy, Ernst Jünger, even went so far as to choose the actual formulae of nihilism. Albert Camus 258. The best answer to the betrayal of life by the spirit, is the betrayal of the spirit by the spirit, and one of the great and cruel pleasures of our times is to participate in the work of destruction. Men of action, when they are without faith, have never believed in anything but action. For Hitler, the insupportable paradox lay precisely in wanting to found a stable order on perpetual change and on negation. Rochning, in his The Revolution of Nihilism, was right in saying that the Hitlerian revolution was dynamic to the utmost degree. In Germany, shaken to its foundations by a war without precedent, by defeat, and by economic distress, values no longer existed. Although one must take into consideration what Goethe called the German destiny of making everything difficult, the epidemic of suicides that affected the entire country, between the two wars, indicates a great deal about the state of mental confusion. To those who despair of everything, reason cannot provide a faith, but only passion, and in this case it must be the same passion that lay at the root of the despair, namely, humiliation and hatred. There was no longer any standard of values, both common to and superior to the German people, in the name of which it would have been possible for them to judge one another. The Germany of 1933 thus agreed to adopt the degraded values of a mere handful of men and tried to impose them on an entire civilization. Deprived of the morality of Goethe, Germany chose, and submitted to, the ethics of the gang. Gangster morality is an inexhaustible round of triumph and revenge, defeat and resentment. When Mussolini extolled the elementary forces of the individual, he announced the exaltation of the dark powers of blood and instinct, the biological justification of all the worst things produced by the instinct of domination. At the Nuremberg trials, Frank emphasized the hatred of form that animated Hitler. It is true that this man was nothing but an elemental force in motion, directed and rendered more effective by extreme cunning and by a relentless tactical clairvoyance. Even his physical appearance, which was thoroughly mediocre and commonplace, was no limitation, it established him firmly with the masses. Action alone kept him alive. For him, to exist was to act. That is why Hitler and his regime could not dispense with enemies. They could only define themselves, frenetic dandies. 4. That they were, in relation to their enemies, and only assume their final form in the bloody bat, i.e. that was to be their downfall. The Jews, the Freemasons, the plutocrats, the Anglo-Saxons, the bestial Slavs succeeded one another in their propaganda and their history as a means of bolstering up, each time a little higher, the blind force that was stumbling headlong towards its end. Perpetual strife demanded perpetual stimulants. Hitler was history in its purest form. Evolution, said Jünger, is far more important than living. Thus he preaches complete identification with the stream of life, on the lowest level and in defiance of all superior reality. A regime that invented a biological foreign policy was obviously acting against its own best interests. But at least it obeyed its own particular logic. Rosenberg speaks pompously of life in the following terms: the style of a column on the march, and it is of little importance towards what destination and for what ends this column is marching, though later the column will strew ruins over the pages of history and will devastate its own country, it will at least have had the gratification of living. The real logic of this dynamism was either total defeat or a progress from conquest to conquest and from enemy to enemy, until the eventual establishment of the empire of blood and action. It is very unlikely that Hitler ever had any conception, except in the most elementary fashion, of this empire. Neither by culture, nor even by instinct or tactical intelligence, was he equal to his destiny. Germany collapsed as a result of having engaged in a struggle for empire with the concepts of provincial politics. But Jünger had grasped the import of this logic and had formulated it in definite terms. He had a vision of a technological world empire, of a religion of anti-Christian technology, of which the faithful and the militants would have themselves been the priests because, by his human structure, the worker is universal. The statutes of a new authoritarian regime take the place of a change in the social contract. The worker is removed from the sphere of negotiation, from pity and from literature, and elevated to the sphere of action. Legal obligations are transformed into military obligations. It can be seen that the empire is simul. For it is well known that Goering sometimes entertained dressed as Nero and with his face made up. Albert Camus 260. Taneously the factory and the barracks of the world, where Hegel's soldier-worker reigns as a slave. Hitler was halted relatively soon on the way to the realization of this empire. But even if he had gone still further, we would only have witnessed the more and more extensive deployment of an irresistible dynamism and the increasingly violent enforcement of cynical principles which alone would be capable of serving this dynamism. Speaking of such a revolution, Rochning says that it has nothing to do with liberation, justice, and inspiration. It is the death of freedom, the triumph of violence, and the enslavement of the mind. Fascism is an act of contempt, in fact. Inversely, every form of contempt, lineae venis in politic, prepares the way for, or establishes, fascism. It must be added that fascism cannot be anything else but an expression of contempt without denying itself. Junger drew the conclusion from his own principles that it was better to be criminal than bourgeois. Hitler, who was endowed with less literary talent but, on this occasion, with more coherence, knew that to be either one or the other was a matter of complete indifference, from the moment that one ceased to believe in anything but success. Thus he authorized himself to be both at the same time. Fact is all, said Mussolini. And Hitler added, when the race is in danger of being oppressed. The question of legality only plays a secondary role. Moreover, ill that the race must always be menaced in order to exist, there is never any legality. I am ready to sign anything, to agree to anything. As far as I am concerned, I am capable, in complete good faith, of signing treaties today and of dispassionately tearing them up tomorrow if the future of the German people is at stake. Before he declared war, moreover, Hitler made the statement to his generals that no one was going to ask the victor if he had told the truth or not. The leitmotif of Göring's defense at the Nuremberg trials returned time and again to this theme: the victor will always be the judge and the vanquished will always be the accused. That is a point that can certainly be argued. But then it is hard to understand Rosenberg when he said during the Nuremberg trials that he had not foreseen that the Nazi myth would lead to murder directed towards the exterior. It creates the army. All problems are thus military, posed in terms of power and efficiency. The Supreme Commander determines policy and also deals with all the main problems of administration. This principle, axiomatic as far as S-trait-gy is concerned, is applied to civil life in general. One leader, one people, signifies one master and millions of slaves. The political intermediaries WHOR, in also CIETIES, the guarantors of freedom, disappear to make way for a booted and despert Jehovah who rules over the silent masses or, which comes to the same thing, over masses who shout words of command at the top of their lungs. There is no organ of conciliation or mediation interposed between the leader and the people, nothing in fact but the apparatus, in other words the party, which is the emanation of the leader and the 2L of his will to oppress. In this way the first and sole principle of this degraded form of mysticism is born: the princip, which restores idolatry and a debased deity to the world of nihilism. Mussolini, who was a Latin and, therefore, by nature a jurist, contented himself with reasons of state, he transformed, great deal of rhetoric, into the absolute. Nathi and beyond the state, above the state, against the state. Everything to the state, for the state, in the state. The German New York of Hitler gave his false reasoning its real expression, which was that of a religion. Our divine mission, a Nazi newspaper says during a party congress, was to lead everyone back to his origins, back to the common mother. Albert Camus 262. It was truly a divine mission. The origins of this are to be found in a primitive baying to the moon. Who is the God in question? An official party declaration answers that all of us, here below, believe in Adolf Hitler, our Führer. And that National Socialism is the only faith which can lead our people to salvation. The commandments of the leader, standing in the burning bush of searchlights, on a Sinai of planks and flags, therefore comprise both law and virtue. If the superhuman microphones give orders only once for a crime to be committed, then the crime is handed down from chief to sub-chief until it reaches the slave, who receives orders without being able to pass them on to anybody. One of the Dachau executioners weeps in prison and says, "I only obeyed orders." The Führer and the Reichsführer, alone, planned all this, and then they ran away. Gluex received orders from Kaltenbrunner and, finally, J received orders to carry out the shootings. I have been left holding the bag because I was only a little Hauptscharführer and because I couldn't hand it on any lower down the line. Now they say I am the assassin. Goering, during the trial, proclaimed his loyalty to the Führer and said that there was still a code of honor in that accursed life. Honor lay in obedience, which was often confused with crime. Military law punishes disobedience by death, and its honor is servitude. When all the world has become military, then crime consists in not killing. If military orders insist on orders, unfortunately, seldom insist on good deeds. Pure doctrinal dynamism cannot be directed towards good, but only towards efficaciousness. As long as enemies exist, terror will exist, and there will be enemies as long as dynamism exists to ensure that all the influences liable to undermine the sovereignty of the people, as exercised by the Führer with the assistance of the party, must be eliminated. Enemies are heretics, they must be converted by preaching or propaganda, they must be exterminated by Inquisition or Gestapo. The result is that man, if he is a member of the party, is no more than a tool in the hands of the Führer, cog in the apparatus, or, if he is the enemy of the Führer, to waste product of the machine. The impetus towards irrationality of this movement, born of rebellion, now even goes so far as to propose subjugating all that makes man more than a cog in the machine, in other words, rebellion itself. The 263 Rebellious Man. Romantic individualism of the German Revolution finally peters out in the world of inanimate objects. Irrational terror transforms men into matter, planetary bacilli, according to Hitler's formula. This formula proposes the destruction, not only of the individual, but of the universal possibilities of the individual, of reflection, solidarity, and the urge to absolute love. Propaganda and torture are the direct means of bringing about disintegration. More destructive still are systematic degradation, joint culpability with the cynical criminal, and forced complicity. He who kills or tortures will only experience the shadow of victory, he will be unable to feel that he is innocent. Thus, he must create guilt in his victim so that, in a world that has no direction, universal guilt will authorize no other course of action but the use of force and give its blessing to nothing but success. When the concept of innocence disappears from the mind of the innocent victim himself, the value of power establishes a definitive rule over a world in despair. That is why an unworthy and cruel condemnation to penitence reigns in this world where only the stones are idjocent, the condemned are compelled to hang one another, even the innocent cry of maternity is stifled, as in the case of the Greek mother who was forced by an officer to choose which of her 3 sons was to be shot. This is the final realization of freedom. The power to kill and degrade saves the servile soul from utter emptiness. The hymn of German freedom is sung, to the music of a prisoner's orchestra, in the camps of death. The crimes of the Hitler regime, among them the massacre of the Jews, are without precedent in history because history gives no other example of a doctrine of such total destruction being able to seize the levers of command of a civilized nation. But above all, for the first time in history, the rulers of a country have used their immense power to establish a mystique beyond the bounds of any ethical considerations. This first attempt to found a church on nothingness was paid for by complete annihilation. The destruction of literacy demonstrates clearly that the systematic and scientific aspect of the Nazi movement really hides an irrational drive that can be interpreted only as a drive of despair and arrogance. Until then, there were supposedly only 2 possible attitudes towards a village that was considered rebellious. Either calculated repression and cold-blooded execution of hoes. Albert Camus 264. Tages, or a savage and necessarily brief sack by enraged soldiers, Lydie was destroyed by both methods simultaneously. It illustrates the ravages of that irrational form of reason we is the only value that can be found in the whole story. Not only were all the houses burned to the ground, the 174 men of the village shot, the 203 women deported, and the 300 children transferred elsewhere to be educated in the religion of the Führer, but special teams spent months at work leveling the terrain with dynamite, destroying the very stones, filling in the village pond and, finally, diverting the course of the river. After that, literacy was really nothing more than a mere possibility according to the logic of the movement. To make assurance doubly sure, the cemetery was emptied of its dead who might have been a perpetual reminder that once something existed in this place. The nihilist revolution, which is expressed historically in the Hitlerian religion, thus only aroused an insensate passion for nothingness that ended by turning against itself. Negation, this time without and despite Hegel, has not been creative. Hitler presents the example that is perhaps unique in history of a tyrant who has left absolutely no trace of his activities. For himself, for his people, and for the world, he was nothing but the epitome of suicide and murder. 7 million Jews assassinated, 7 million Europeans deported or killed, 10 million war victims are, perhaps, not sufficient to allow history to pass judgment. History is accustomed to murderers. But the very destruction of Hitler's final justification, by which we mean the German nation, henceforth makes this man, whose presence in history for years on end haunted the minds of millions of men, into an inconsistent and contemptible phantom. Speer's deposition at the Nuremberg trials showed that Hitler, although he could have stopped the war before the point of total disaster, really wanted universal suicide and the material and political destruction of the German nation. The only value for him remained, until the bitter end, success. Since Germany had lost the war, she was cowardly and treacherous and she deserved to die. If the German people are incapable of victory, they are unworthy to live. Hitler, therefore, decided to drag them with him to the grave and to make his death an apotheosis. When the Russian cannons were already splitting apart the walls of his palace in Berlin, Hitler, Göring, who wanted to see his bones placed in a marble tomb, Goebbels, Himmler, Ley, killed themselves in douches or in cells. But their deaths were deaths for nothing, and they themselves were like a bad dream, a puff of smoke that vanishes. Neither efficacious n or exemplary, they co-nsec rate the bloodthirsty vanity of nihilism. They thought they were free, Frank cries hysterically, didn't know that no one esclpes from Hitlerism. They did not know, nor did they know that the negation of every thing is in itself a form of servitude and that real freedom is an Homer submission to a value that defies highest theory and its successes. But the fascist mystics, even though they aimed at gradually dominating the world, really never had pretensions to a universal empire. At the very most, Hitler, astonished at his own victories, was diverted from the provincial origins of his movement towards the indefinite dream of an empire of the Germans that had nothing to do with the universal city. Russian communism, on the contrary, by its very origins, openly aspires to world empire. That is its strength, its deliberate significance and its importance in our history. Despite appearances, the German Revolution had no hope of a future. It was only a primitive impulse whose ravages have been greater than its real ambitions. Russian communism, on the contrary, has a propriété the metaphysical ambition that this book describes, the erection, after the death of God, of a city of man finally deified. The name revolution, to which Hitler's adventure had no claim, was once deserved by Russian communism, and although it apparently deserves it no longer, it seems that one day it will deserve it forever. For the first time in history, a doctrine and a movement supported bvanm per in arms has, as its purpose, definitive revolution and the unification of the world. It remains for us to examine in detail. Hitler, at the height of his madness, wanted to fix the course of history for a thousand years he thought himself on the point of doing so, and the real offers of the conquered nations were rilged to of state or church, she will stand condemned as utterly unfit to become the wife of a good man, his goodness consisting of an empty head and plenty of money. Can there be anything more outrageous than the idea that a healthy, grown woman, full of life and passion, must deny nature's demand, must subdue her most intense craving, undermine her health, and break her spirit, must stunt her vision, abstain from the depth and of Emma Goldman 278. Sex experience until a good man comes along to take her unto himself as a wife? That is precisely what marriage means. How can such an arrangement end except in failure? This is one, though not the least important, factor of marriage, which differentiates it from love. Ours is a practical age. The time when Romeo and Juliet risked the wrath of their fathers for love, when Gretchen exposed herself to the gossip of her neighbors for love, is no more. If, on rare occasions, young people allow themselves the luxury of romance, they are taken in care by the elders, drilled and pounded until they become sensible. The moral lesson instilled in the girl is not whether the man has aroused her love, but rather is it, how much. The important and only God of practical American life, can the man make a living? Can he support a wife? That is the only thing that justifies marriage. Gradually this saturates every thought of the girl, her dreams are not of moonlight and kisses, of laughter and tears, she dreams of shopping tours and bargain counters. This soul poverty and sordidness are the elements inherent in the marriage institution. The state and the church approve of no other ideal, simply because it is the one that necessitates the state and church control of men and women. Doubtless there are people who continue to consider love above dollars and cents. Particularly is this true of that class whom economic necessity has forced to become self-supporting. The tremendous change in woman's position, wrought by that mighty factor, is indeed phenomenal when we reflect that it is but a short time since she has entered the industrial arena. 6 million women wage earners, 6 million women, who have the equal right with men to be exploited, to be robbed, to go on strike, to starve even. Anything more, my lord? Yes, 6 million wage workers in every walk of life, from the highest brain work to the most difficult menial labor in the mines and on the railroad tracks, yes, even detectives and policemen. Surely the emancipation is complete. Yet with all that, but a very small number of the vast army of women wage workers look upon work as a permanent issue, in the same light as does man. No matter how decrepit the latter, he has been taught to be independent, self-supporting. Oh, I know that no one is really independent. 279 Live among the free. In our economic treadmill, still, the poorest specimen of a man hates to be a parasite, to be known as such, at any rate. The woman considers her position as worker transitory, to be thrown aside for the first bidder. That is why it is infinitely harder to organize women than men. Why should I join a union? I am going to get married, to have a home. Has she not been taught from infancy to look upon that as her ultimate calling? She learns soon enough that the home, though not so large a prison as the factory, has more solid doors and bars. It has a keeper so faithful that naught can escape him. The most tragic part, however, is that the home no longer frees her from wage slavery, it only increases her task. According to the latest statistics submitted before a Committee on Labor and Wages, and Congestion of Population, 10% of the wage workers in New York City alone are married, yet they must continue to work at the most poorly paid labor in the world. Add to this horrible aspect the drudgery of housework, and what remains of the protection and glory of the home. As a matter of fact, even the middle-class girl in marriage cannot speak of her home, since it is the man who creates her sphere. It is not important whether the husband is a brute or a darling. What I wish to prove is that marriage guarantees woman a home only by the grace of her husband. There she moves about in his home, year after year, until her aspect of life and human affairs becomes as fiat, narrow, and drab as her surroundings. Small wonder if she becomes a nag, petty, quarrelsome, gossipy, unbearable, thus driving the man from the house. She could not go if she wanted to, there is no place to go. Besides, a short period of married life, of complete surrender of all faculties, absolutely incapacitates the average woman for the outside world. She becomes reckless in appearance, clumsy in her movements, dependent in her decisions, cowardly in her judgment, a weight and a bore, which most men grow to hate and despise. Wonderfully inspiring atmosphere for the bearing of life, is it not? But the child, how is it to be protected, if not for marriage? After all, is not that the most important consideration? The sham, the hypocrisy of it. Marriage protecting the child, yet thousands of children destitute and homeless. Marriage protecting the child, yet orphan asylums and reformatories overcrowded, the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children keeping busy in rescuing the little victims from loving parents, to place them under more loving care, the Gary Society. Oh, the mockery of it! Marriage may have the power to bring the horse to water, but has it ever made him drink? The law will place the father under arrest, and put him in convict's clothes, but has that ever stilled the hunger of the child? If the parent has no work, or if he hides his identity, what does marriage do then? It invokes the law to bring the man to justice, to put him safely behind closed doors. His labor, however, goes not to the child, but to the state. The child receives but a blighted memory of its father's stripes. As to the protection of the woman, therein lies the curse of marriage. Not that it really protects her, but the very idea is so revolting, such an outrage and insult on life, so degrading to human dignity, as to forever condemn this parasitic institution. It is like that other paternal arrangement, capitalism. It robs man of his birthright, stunts his growth, poisons his body, keeps him in ignorance, in poverty and dependence, and then institutes charities that thrive on the last vestige of man's self-respect. The institution of marriage makes a parasite of woman, an absolute dependent. It incapacitates her for life's struggle, annihilates her social consciousness, paralyzes her imagination, and then imposes its gracious protection, which is in reality a snare, a travesty on human character. If motherhood is the highest fulfillment of woman's nature, what other protection does it need save love and freedom? Marriage but defiles, outrages, and corrupts her fulfillment. Does it not say to woman, only when you follow me shall you bring forth life? Does it not condemn her to the block? Does it not degrade and shame her if she refuses to buy her right to motherhood by selling herself? Does not marriage only sanction motherhood, even though conceived in hatred, in compulsion? Yet, if motherhood be of free choice, of love, of ecstasy, of defiant passion, does it not place a crown of thorns upon an innocent head and carve in letters of blood the hideous epithet, bastard? Were marriage to contain all the virtues claimed for it, its crimes against motherhood would exclude it forever from the realm of love. Love, the strongest and deepest element in all life, the 281 love among the free. Harbinger of hope, of joy, of ecstasy, love, the defier of all laws, of all conventions, love, the freest, the most powerful molder of human destiny. How can such an all-compelling force be synonymous with that poor little state and church-begotten weed, marriage? Free love? As if love is anything but free. Man has bought brains, but all the millions in the world have failed to buy love. Man has subdued bodies, but oh, the power on earth has been unable to subdue love. Man has conquered whole nations, but all his armies could not conquer love. Man has chained and fettered the spirit, but he has been utterly helpless before love. High on a throne, with all the splendor and pomp his gold can command, man is yet poor and desolate, if love passes him by. And if it stays, the poorest hovel is radiant with warmth, with life, and color. Thus love has the magic power to make of a beggar a king. Yes, Love is free, it can dwell in no other atmosphere. In freedom it gives itself unreservedly, abundantly, completely. All the laws on the statutes, all the courts in the universe, cannot tear it from the soil, once love has taken root. If, however, the soil is sterile, how can marriage make it bear fruit? It is like the last desperate struggle of fleeting life against death. Love needs no protection, it is its own protection. So long as love begets life, no child is deserted, or hungry, or famished for the want of affection. I know this to be true. I know women who became mothers in freedom by the men they loved. Few children in wedlock enjoy the care, the protection, the devotion free motherhood is capable of bestowing. The defenders of authority dread the advent of a free motherhood, lest it will rob them of their prey. Who would fight wars? Who would create wealth? Who would make the policeman, the jailer, if woman were to refuse the indiscriminate breeding of children? The race, shouts the king, the president, the capitalist, the priest. The race must be preserved, though woman be degraded to a mere machine, and the marriage institution is our only safety valve against the pernicious sex awakening of woman. But in vain these frantic efforts to maintain a state of bondage. In vain, too, the edicts of the church, the mad attacks of rulers, in vain even the arm of the law. Woman no longer wants to be a party to the production of a race of sickly, feeble, decrepit, wretched human beings, who have neither. Emma Goldman 282. The strength nor moral courage to throw off the yoke of poverty and slavery. Instead she desires fewer and better children, begotten and reared in love and through free choice, not by compulsion, as marriage imposes. Our pseudo-moralists have yet to learn the deep essence of responsibility toward the child, that love in freedom has awakened in the breast of woman. Rather would she forego forever the glory of motherhood than bring forth life in an atmosphere that breathes only destruction and death. And if she does become a mother, it is to give to the child the deepest and best her being can yield. To grow with the child is her motto. She knows that in that manner alone can she help build true manhood and womanhood. Ibsen must have had a vision of a free mother, when, with a masterstroke, he portrayed Mrs. Alving. She was the ideal mother because she had outgrown marriage and its horrors, because she had broken her chains, and set her spirit free to soar until it returned a personality, regenerated and strong. Alas, it was too late to rescue her life's joy, her Oswald, but not too late to realize that love in freedom is the only condition of a beautiful life. Those who, like Mrs. Alving, have paid with blood and tears for their spiritual awakening, repudiate marriage as an imposition, a shallow, empty mockery. They know, whether love lasts but one brief span of time or for eternity, it is the only creative, inspiring, elevating basis for a new race, a new world. In our present pygmy state, love is indeed a stranger to most people. Misunderstood and shunned, it fairly takes root, or if it does, it soon withers and dies. Its delicate fiber cannot endure the stress and strain of the daily grind. Its soul is too complex to adjust itself to the slimy woof of our social fabric. It weeps and moans and suffers with those who have need of it, yet lack the capacity to rise to love's summit. Someday men and women will rise, they will reach the mountain peak, they will meet big and strong and free, ready to receive, to partake, and to bask in the golden rays of love. What fancy, what imagination, what poetic genius can foresee even approximately the potential ideas of such a force in the life of men and women? If the world is 283. We will fight until the last moment. Ever to give birth to true companionship and oneness, not marriage, but love will be the parent. Sacco and Vanzetti. We will fight until the last moment. 1. Nicola Sacco, 1-891-19271. Sacco was born in Italy and emigrated to the United States in 1908. With Bartolomeo Vanzetti he was arrested on charges of murdering a shoe factory paymaster and guard at South Braintree, Massachusetts. They were tried and convicted in an atmosphere of anti-radical hysteria. The trial ended July 14, 1921, and they were electrocuted August 23, 1927. During the years of their incarceration, widespread doubt of their guilt reached worldwide proportions, resulting in protest. Many books and articles, written by those in and out of the legal profession, have left detailed accounts of one of the most controversial and best-known cases in United States history. Bartolomeo Vanzetti 11-888-1927, arrested with Nicola Sacco on charges of murdering a shoe factory paymaster and guard in South Braintree, Massachusetts, and convicted on July 14, 1921, Vanzetti left a most moving and articulate statement of the vindication of Sacco and himself. In an atmosphere of hysteria, the two were sentenced to die and were electrocuted on August 23, 1927. With the encouragement of supporters, Vanzetti issued letters and articles from his prison cell and displayed a highly sensitive intelligence despite the fact that he was largely self-educated. The Sacco-Vanzetti case inspired controversy reaching worldwide proportions. Belief in their innocence became widespread as they were seen to be victims of anti-anarchist hatred. Neither has been officially cleared of the charges against them in the state of Massachusetts, although considerable pressure was periodically mounted to bring this about. If it had not been for these things, I might have lived out my life talking at street corners to scorning men. I might have died, unmarked, unknown, a failure. Now we are not a failure. This is our career and our triumph. Never in our full life could we hope to do such work for tolerance, for justice, for man's understanding of man as now we do by accident. Our words, our lives, our pains nothing. The taking of our lives of a good shoemaker and a poor fish peddler all. That last moment belongs to us, that agony is our triumph. From a statement made by Vanzetti. After receiving sentence, April 9, 1927. July 19, 1927. Charlestown State Prison. My dear Ines, I would like that you should understand what I am going to say to you, and I wish I could write you so plain, for I long so much to have you hear all the heartbeat eagerness of your father, for I love you so much as you are the dearest little beloved one. It is quite hard indeed to make you understand in your young age, but I am going to try from the bottom of my heart to make you understand how dear you are to your father's soul. If I cannot succeed in doing that, I know that you will save this letter and read it over in future years to come, and you will see and feel the same heartbeat affection as your father feels in writing it to you. I will bring with me your little and so dearest letter and carry it right under my heart to the last day of my life. When I die, it will be buried with your father who loves you so much, as I do also your brother Dante and holy dear mother. You don't know, Ines, how dear and great your letter was to your father. It is the most golden present that you could have given to me or that I could have wished for in these sad days. It was the greatest treasure and sweetness in my struggling life that I could have lived with you and your brother Dante and your mother in a neat little farm, and learn all your sincere words and tender affection. Then in the summer time to be sitting with you in the home nest under the oak tree shade, beginning to teach you of life and how to read. 285 We will fight until till last moment. And write, to see you running, laughing, crying, and singing through the verdant fields, picking the wild flowers here and there from one tree to another, and from the clear, vivid stream to your mother's embrace. The same I have wished to see for other poor girls, and their brothers, happy with their mother and father as I dreamed for us, but it was not so, and the nightmare of the lower classes saddened very badly your father's soul. For the things of beauty and of good in this life, Mother Nature gave to us all, for the conquest and the joy of liberty. The men of this dying old society, they brutally have pulled me away from the embrace of your brother and your poor mother. But, in spite of all, the free spirit of your father's faith still survives, and I have lived for it and for the dream that some day I would have corn back to life, to the embrace of your dear mother, among our friends and comrades again, but woe is me. I know that you are good, and surely you love your mother, Dante, and all the beloved ones, and I am sure that you love me also a little, for I love you much and then so much. You do not know, Ines, how often I think of you every day. You are in my heart, in my 6con, in every angle of this sad walled cell, in the sky and everywhere my gaze rests. Meantime, give my best paternal greetings to all the friends and comrades, and doubly so to our beloved ones. Love and kisses to your brother and mother. With the most affectionate kiss and ineffable caress from him who loves you so much that he constantly thinks of you. Best warm greetings from Bartolo to you all. Your father. August 18, 1927. Charlestown State Prison. My dear son and companion. Since the day I saw you last I had always the idea to write you this letter, but the length of my hunger strike and the thought I might not be able to explain myself, made me put it off all this time. The other day, I ended my hunger strike, and just as soon as I did that I thought of you to write to you, but I find that I did not have enough strength and I cannot finish it at Sacco and Vanzidel 286. One time. However, I want to get it down in any way before they take us again to the death house, because it is my conviction that just as soon as the court refuses a new trial to us they will take us there. And between Friday and Monday, if nothing happens, they will electrocute us right after midnight, on August 22nd. Therefore, here I am, right with you with love and with open heart as ever I was yesterday. I never thought that our inseparable life could be separated, but the thought of 7 dolorous years makes it seem it did come, but then it has not changed really the unrest and the heartbeat of affection. That has remained as it was. More. I say that our ineffable affection reciprocal, is today more than any other time, of course. That is not only a great deal but it is grand because you can see the real brotherly love, not only in joy but also and more in the struggle of suffering. Remember this, Dante. We have demonstrated this, and modesty apart, we are proud of it. Much we have suffered during this long Calvary. We protest today as we protested yesterday. We protest always for our freedom. If I stopped hunger strike the other day, it was because there was no more sign of life in me. Because I protested with my hunger strike yesterday as today I protest for life and not for death. I sacrificed because I wanted to come back to the embrace of your dear little sister Ines and your mother and all the beloved friends and comrades of life and not death. So son, today life begins to revive slow and calm, but yet without horizon and always with sadness and visions of death. Well, my dear boy, after your mother had talked to me so much and I had dreamed of you day and night, how joyful it was to see you at last. To have talked with you like we used to in those days. Much I told you on that visit and more I wanted to say, but I saw that you will remain the same affectionate boy, faithful to your mother who loves you so much, and I did not want to hurt your sensibilities any longer, because I am sure that you will continue to be the same boy and remember what I have told you. One knew that, and what here I am going to tell you will touch your sensibilities, but don't cry, Dante, because many tears have been wasted, as your mother's have been wasted for 7 years, and never did any good. So, son, instead of crying, be strong, so as to be able to see omford our mother, and when you want to distract your mother from the discouraging soulness, I will tell you what I used to do. To take her for a long walk in the quiet country, gathering wild flowers here and there, resting under the shade of trees, between the harmony of the vivid stream and the gentle tranquility of the Mother Nature, and I am sure that she will enjoy this very much, as you surely would be happy for it. But remember always, Dante, in the play of happiness, don't you use all for yourself only, but down yourself just one step, at your side and help the weak ones that cry for help, help the prosecuted and the victim, because that are your better friends. They are the comrades that fight and fall as your father and Bartolo fought and fell yesterday for the conquest of the joy of freedom for all and the poor workers. In this struggle of life you will find more love and you will be loved. I am sure that from what your mother told me about what you said during these last terrible days when I was lying in the iniquitous death house, that description gave me happiness because it showed you will be the beloved boy I had always dreamed. Therefore whatever should happen tomorrow, Nobody knows, but if they should kill us, you must not forget to look at your friends and comrades with the smiling gaze of gratitude as you look at your beloved ones, because they love you as they love every one of the fallen persecuted comrades. I tell you, your Father that is all the life to you, your Father that loved you and saw them, and knows their noble faith, their supreme sacrifice that they are still doing for our freedom, for I have fought with them, and they are the ones that still hold the last of our hope that today they can still save us from electrocution. It is the struggle and fight between the rich and the poor for safety and freedom, son, which you will understand in the future of your years to come, of this unrest and struggle of life's death. Much I thought of you when I was lying in the death house, the singing, the kind tender voices of the children from the playground, where there was all the life and the joy of liberty just one step from the wall which contains the buried agony of 3 buried souls. It would remind me. /I. Sacco and Vanzetti 288. So often of you and your sister Ines, and I wish I could see you every moment. But I feel better that you did not come to the dia those so that you could not see the horrible picture of 3 in agony waiting to be electrocuted, because I do not know what effect it would have on your young age. Buoy then, in another way, if you were not so sensitive, it would be very useful to you tomorrow when you could use this horrible memory to hold up to the world the shame of the country in this cruel persecution and unjust death. Yes, Dante, they can crucify our bodies today as they are doing, but they cannot destroy our ideas, that will remain for the youth of the future to come. Dante, when I said 3 human lives buried, I meant to say that with us there is another young man by the name of Celestino Madrios that is to be electrocuted at the same time with us. He has been twice before in that horrible death house. That should be destroyed with the hammers of real progress. That horrible house that will shame forever the future of the citizens of Massachusetts. They should destroy that house and put up a factory or school, to teach many of the hundreds of the poor orphan boys of the world. Dante, J say on ce more to love and be nearest to your mother and the beloved ones in these sad days, and I am sure that with your brave heart and kind goodness they will feel less discomfort. And you will also not forget to love me a little for duo, Sonny. Thinking so much and so often of you. Best fraternal greetings to all the beloved ones, love and kisses to your little Ines and mother. Most hearty affectionate embrace, your father and companion. P.S. Bartolo send you the most affectionate greetings. I hope your mother will help you to understand this letter, because could have written much better and more simple, if I was feeding good. But I am so weak. Had the data of history, but of the thoughts that lie hidden in things, and so, example of the spirit of high store y. On the other hand, the boy understands connections no doubt, bulletin not ideas, he spir it, therefore he strings together whatever can be learned, without preceding a priori and theoretically, le, without looking for ideas. As in childhood on he had to overcome the resistance of the laws of the world, so now in ever yting that he proposes he is met by an objection of the mind, of reason, of his own conscience. Hat is unreasonable, unchristian, unpatriotic, and the like, cries conscience to us, and frightens us away from it. Not the might of the avenging Eumenides, not Poseidon's wrath, not God, far as he sees the hidden, not the Father's rod of punishment, do we fear, but conscience. We are on after our thoughts no w, and follow their commands just as before we followed parental, ones. Our course of action is determined by our thou ghts as it is in childhood by the commands of our parents. For all that, we were already thinking when we were children, only our thoughts were not fechless, abstract, absolute, i.e., nothing but thoughts, a heaven in themselves, a pure world of thoght, logical thoughts. On the contrary, they had been on-fi thoughts that we had about a thing, we thought of the thing so or so. Thus we may have thought God made the world that we see there, but we did not think of the depths of the Godhead itself, We may have thought that is the truth about the matter, but we did not think of truth itself, nor unite into one sentence God is truth. The depths of the Godhead, who is truth, we did not touch. Over such purely logical, i.e., theological questions, what is truth? Pilate does not stop, though he does not therefore hesitate to ascertain in an individual case what truth there is in the thing, i.e., whether the thing is true. Any thought bound to a thing is not yet nothing but a thought, absolute thought. To be irving to light the pure thought, or to be of its party, is the delight of youth, and all the shapes of light in the world of thought, like truth, freedom, humanity, man, etc., illumine and inspire the youthful soul. But, when the spirit is recognized as the essential thing, it still makes a difference whether the spirit is poor or rich, and therefore one seeks to become rich in spirit. The spirit wants to spread out so as to found its empire, an empire that is not of this world, the world just conquered. Thus, then, it longs to become all in all to itself. Although I am spirit, I am not yet perfected spirit, and must first seek the complete I. But with that I, who had just now found myself as spirit, I lose myself again at once, bowing before the complete spirit as one not my own but supernal, and feeling my emptiness. Spirit is the essential point for everything, to be sure, but then is every spirit the right spirit? The right and true spirit is the ideal of spirit, the Holy Spirit. It is not my or your spirit, but just an ideal, supernal one. It is God. God is spirit. And this supernal Father in heaven gives it to those that pray to him. The man is distinguished from the youth by the fact that he takes the world as it is, instead of everywhere fancying it amiss and wanting to improve it, i.e., model it after his ideal. In him the view that one must deal with the world according to his interest, not according to his ideals, becomes confirmed. So long as one knows himself only as spirit, and feels that all the value of his existence consists in being spirit, so long it is only thoughts that one has, ideas that he hopes to be able to realize some day when he has found a sphere of action. Thus one has meanwhile only ideals, unexecuted ideas, or thoughts. Not till one has fallen in love with his corporeal self, and takes a pleasure in himself as a living flesh and blood person. But it is in mature years, in the man, that we find it so. Not till then has one a personal or egoistic interest, i.e., an interest not only of our spirit, for instance, but of total satisfaction of the whole chap, a selfish interest. Just compare a man with a youth, and see if he will not appear to you harder, less magnanimous, more selfish. Is he therefore worse? No, you say, he has only become more definite, or, as you also call it, more practical. But the main point is this, that he makes himself more the center than does the 3. Max Stimmer 298 youth, who is infatuated about other things, example God, Fatih or land, and so on. Therefore the man shows a second self-discovery. The youth found himself as spirit and lost himself again in the general spirit, the complete, Holy Spirit, man, in short, all ideals. The man finds himself as embodied spirit. Boys had only unintellectual interests int rests devoid of thoughts and ideas, youths only intellectual one, the man has bodily, personal, egoistic interests ts. If the child has not an object that it can occupy itself with, it feels ennui, for it does not yet know how to occupy itself with itself. The youth, 00 the contrary, throws the object aside, because for him thoughts arose out of the object. He occupies himself with his thoughts, his dreams, occupies himself intellectually to all y, or his mind is occ up ied. The young man includes everything not intellectual under the contemptuous name of externalities. If he nevertheless sticks to the most trivial externalities, it is because, and when he discovers mind in them, when they are symbols to him. As I find my self back of things, and that as mind, so I must later find myself also back of thoughts to WIT, as their creator and owner. In the time of spirits thoughts grew till they overtopped my head, whose offspring the Y yet were, they hovered about me and convulsed me like FEVERP hauntises an awful power. The thoughts had become corporeal on their own account, were ghosts, such as God, Emperor, Pope, Fatherland, etc. If I destroy THEIR corpore ity, then I take them back into MNE, and say, I alone am corporeal. And now I take the world as what it is to me, as mine, as my property, I refer all to myself. If as SPIR it I had thrust away the world in the deepest contempt, so as owner I thrust spirits or IDEAS away into their V and it Y. They have no longer any power over me, as no earthly might has power over the spirit. The child was realistic, taken up with the things of this world, till little by little he succeeded in getting at what was back of these very things. The youth was ideally stic, inspired by thoughts, till he worked his way up to where he became the man, the ego is tic man, who deals with things and thoughts according to his heart's pleasure, and sets his poor. 297 The ego and his own. So null interest above everything. Finally, the old man? When I become one, there will still be time enough to speak of that. The owner. To the chapter of society belongs also the party, whose praise has of late been sung. In the state the party is current. Party, party, who should not join one. But the ind6 dual is unique, not a member of the party. He unites freely, and separates freely again. The party is nothing ng but a state in the state, and in this smaller b state piece is al so to rule just as in the greater. The very people who cry loudest that there must be an opposition in the state inveigh against every discord in the party. A proof that THEY2 want only a state. All parties are shat/tiered not against the state, but against the ego. One bears nothing oftener now than he admonition to remain true to his party. Party men despise nothing so much as a mugwump. One must run with his party through thick and thin, and unconditionally approve and represent its chief principles. It does not indeed go quite so badly here as with closed societies, because these bind their members to fixed laws or statutes. But yet the party ceases to be an ion at the same moment at which it makes certain principles binding and wants to have them assured against attacks, but this moment is the very birth act of the party. As party it is already a born society, a dead union, an idea that has become fixed. As party of absolutism it cannot will that its members should doubt the irrefragable truth of this principle. They could cherish this deed only if they were egoistic enough to want still to be something outside their party, i.e., non-partisans. Non-partisan they cannot be as party men, but only as egoists. If you are a Protestant and belong to that party, you must only justify Protestantism, at most purge it, not reject it. If you are a Christian and belong among men to the Christian party, you cannot go behind this as a member of this party, but only when your egoism, i.e., non-partisanship, impels you to it. What exertions the Christians, down to Hegel and the communists, have put forth to make their party strong. They stuck to it that Christianity must contain the eternal truth, and that one needs only to get at it, make sure of it, and justify it. In short, the party cannot bear non-partisanship, and it is in this that egoism appears. What matters the party to me? I shall find enough anyhow who unite with me without swearing allegiance to my flag. He who passes over from one party to another is at once abused as a turncoat. Certainly morality demands that one stand by his party, and to become apostate from it is to spot oneself with the stain of faithlessness, but ownness knows no commandment of faithfulness, adhesion, etc. Ownness permits everything, even apostasy, defection. Unconsciously even the moral themselves let themselves be led by this principle when they have to judge one who passes over to their party, nay, they are likely to be making proselytes, They should only at the same time acquire a consciousness of the fact that one must commit immoral actions in order to commit his own I.e., here. That one must break faith. Yes, even his oath, in order to determine himself instead of being determined by moral considerations. In the eyes of people of strict moral judgment, an apostate always shimmers in equivocal colors, and will not easily obtain their confidence, for there sticks to him the taint of faithlessness, i.e., of an immorality. In the lower man this view is found almost generally. Advanced thinkers fall here too, as always, into an uncertainty and bewilderment, and the contradiction necessarily founded in the principle of morality does not, on account of the confusion of their concepts, come clearly to their consciousness. They do not venture to call the apostate immoral downright, because they themselves entice to apostasy, to defection from one religion to another, etc. Still, they cannot give up the standpoint of morality either. And yet here the occasion was to be seized to step outside of morality. Are the own or unique six perchance a party? How could they be own if they were such as belong to a party? Or is one to hold with no party? In the very act of joining them and entering their circle one forms a union with them. That lasts as long as party and I pursue one and the same goal. But today I still share the party's tendency, and by tomorrow I can do so no longer and I become untrue to it. The party has no TNG binding for me, and I do not have respect for it. If it no longer pleases me, I become its foe. In every party that cares for itself and its persistence, the members are unfree in that degree, they lack egoism in that degree, in which they serve this desire of the party. The independence of the party conditions the lack of independence in the party members. A party, of whatever kind it may be, can never do without a confession of faith. For those who belong to the party must believe in its principle, it must not be brought in doubt or put in question by them, it must be the certain, indubitable thing for the party member. That is, one must belong to a party body and soul, else one is not truly a party man, but more or less an egoist. Harbor a doubt of Christianity, and you are already no longer a true Christian. You have lifted yourself to the effrontery of putting a question beyond it and hailing Christianity before your egoistic judgment seat. You have sinned against Christianity, this party cause. But when for you if you do not let yourself be affrighted, your effrontery helps you to ownness. So then an egoist could never embrace a party or take up with a party. Oh, yes, only he cannot let himself be embraced and taken up by the party. For him the party remains all the time nothing but a gathering, he is one of the party, he takes part. The best state will clearly be that which has the most loyal citizens, and the more the devoted mind for legality is lost, so much the more will the state, this system of morality, this moral life itself, be diminished in force and quality. With the good citizens the good state too perishes and dissolves into anarchy and lawlessness. Respect for the law. By this cement the total of the state is held together. The law is sacred, and he who affronts it a criminal. Without crime no state, the moral world and this the state is as crammed full of scamps, cheats, liars, thieves, etc. Since the state is Max Stirner 300. The lordship of law, its hierarchy, it follows that the egoist, in all cases where his advantage runs against the state's, see and satisfy himself only by crime. The state cannot give up the claim that its laws and ordinances are sacred. At this the individual ranks as the unholy over against the state, exactly as he was once regarded by the church. Before the individual the state takes 011 the nimbus of a saint, thus it issues a law against dueling. Two men who are both at one in this, that they are willing to stake their life for a cause, are not to be allowed this, because the state will not have it, it imposes a penalty on it. Where is the liberty of self-determination then? It is at once quite another situation on if, as, example in North America, society determines to let the duly sts bear the evil consequences of their act, example withdrawal of the credit hitherto enjoyed. To refuse credit is everybody's ltir, and, if a society wants to withdraw it for this or that reason, the man who is hit cannot therefore complain of encroachment on his liberty, the society is simply availing itself of its own liberty. That is no penalty for sin, no penalty for a crime. The duel is no crime there, but only an act against which the society adopts countermeasures, resolves on a defense. The state, on the contrary, stamps the duel as a crime, as an injury to its sacred law, it makes it a criminal case. The society leaves it to the individual's decision whether he will draw upon himself evil consequences and inconveniences by his mode of action, and hereby recognizes his free decision. The state behaves in exactly the reverse way, denying all right to the individual's decision and, instead, ascribing the sole right to its own decision, the law of the state, so that he who transgresses the state's commandment is looked upon as if he were acting against God's commandment, a view which likewise was once maintained by the Church. Here God is the holy in and of himself, and the commandments of the Church, as of the state, are the commandments of this Holy One, which he transmits to the world through his anointed and lords by the grace of God. If the Church had deadly sins, the state has capital crimes. If the one had heretics, the other had traitors, the one ecclesiastical penalties, the other criminal penalties, the one inquisitorial processes, the other fiscal. In short, their sins, here crimes, thr sinners, here criminals, their inquisition, and here inquisition. Will the sanctity of the state not fall like the Church's? The awe of its laws, the reverence for its ignis, the humility of its subjects, will this remain? Will the saint's face not be stripped of its adornment? What a folly, to ask of the state's authority that it should enter into an honorable fight with the individual, and, as they express themselves in the matter of freedom of the press, share sun and wind equally. If the state, this though UGHT, is to he a de facto power, it simply mews he a superior power against the individual. The STATE is sacred, and must not expose itself to the impudent attacks of individuals. If the state is sacred, the must be censorship. The political liberals admit the former and dispute the inference. But in any case THEY concede repressive measures to it, for they stick to this, that state is more than the individual and exercises a justified revenge, calledp on is humanity. Punishment has a meaning only when it is to afford expiation for the injuring of a sacred TNR. If something is sacred to anyone, he certainly deserves punishment and he acts as its enemy. A man who lets a man's life continue in existence echoes to him it is sacred and he has a dread of touching it is simply a religious man. Whiteling lays crime at the door of social disorder, and leaves in the expectation that under communistic arrangements crimes will become impossible, because the temptations to them, example money, fall away. As, however, his organized society is also exalted into a sacred and inviolable one, he miscalculates in that good-hearted opinion. Such as wit their mouth professed allegiance to the communistic society, but worked underhand for its ruin, would not be lacking. Besides, we try and has to keep on with curative means against the natural remainder of human diseases and weaknesses, and curative means always announce to begin with that individuals will be looked upon as calledtoa particula our salvation and hence treated a ccording to the requirements of this human calengy. Curative means or healing is only the reverse side of punishment. The theory of cure runs parallel with the theory of punishment. If the Max Stirner 302 latter sees in an action a sin against right, the former takes it for a sin of the man against himself, as a decadence from his health. But the correct thing is that I regard it either as an action that suits me or as one that does not suit me, as hostile or friendly to me, i.e., that I treat it as my property, which I cherish or demolish. Crime or disease are not either of them an egoistic view of the matter, i.e., a judgment starting from me, but starting from another, to wit, whether it injures right, general right, or the health partly of the individual, partly of the generality. Crime is treated inexorably, disease with loving gentleness, compassion, and the like. Punishment follows crime. If crime falls because the sacred vanishes, punishment must not less be drawn into its fall, for it too has significance only over against something sacred. Ecclesiastical punishments have been abolished. Why? Because how one behaves toward the holy God is his own affair. But, as this one punishment, ecclesiastical punishment, has fallen, so all punishments must fall. As sin against the so-called God is a man's own affair, so that against every kind of the so-called sacred. According to our theories of penal law, with whose improvement in conformity to the times people are tormenting themselves in vain, they want to punish men for this or that inhumanity, and therein they make the silliness of these theories especially plain by their consistency, hanging the little thieves and letting the big ones run. For injury to property they have the house of correction, and for violence to thought, suppression of natural rights of man, only representations and petitions. The criminal code has continued existence only through the sacred, and perishes of itself if punishment is given up. Now they want to create everywhere a new penal law, without indulging in a misgiving about punishment itself. But it is exactly punishment that must make room for satisfaction, which, again, cannot aim at satisfying right or justice, but at procuring us a satisfactory outcome. If one does to us what we will not put up with, we break his power and bring our own to bear, we satisfy ourselves on him, and do not fall into the folly of wanting to satisfy right. It is not the sacred that is to defend itself against man, but man against man, as God too, you know, no longer defends himself against man, God to whom formerly and the servants of God offer their hands to punish the blsphemr, as they still at this very day lend their hands to the sacred. This devotion to thesacred bring it to pass also that, without lively participation of one's own, one only delivers misdoers into the hands of police and courts, an on partic ip at ng making over to the authorities, who, of course, will best administer sacred matters. The people are chewit crazy for hounding the police on against everything that seems to it to be immoral, often only unseemly, and is popular rage for the moral protects the police institution more than the government could in any way protect it. In crime the egoist has hitherto asserted himself and mocked at the sacred, the break with the sacred, or at her of the sacred, ma ybecomegen ral. Arv aladion never returns, but a mghty, reckless, hamel ess, conscienceless, proud crime, does it not rumble in distant thunders, and do you not see how the sky grows presciently silent and gloomy? He who refuses to spend his powers for such ties as family, party, nation, is still always longing for a worthier society, and thinks he has found the true object of love, perhaps, in human society or mankind, to sacrifice himself to which constitutes his honor. From now on he lives for and serves mankind. People is the name of the body, ta te of he spirit, of at ruling person that has hitherto suppressed me. Some have wanted tot transfigure peoples and states by broaden in them out to mankind and general reason, but of itude would only become still more intense with this widening, and philanthropists and humanitarians are as absolute masters as politicians and diplomat. Moderncr it ics in vei against religion because it sets God, the divine, or al, etc., outside of man, or makes them own thing objective, in opposition to which the critics rather transfer a very subject into man. But those critics nonetheless fall into the proper error of religion, to give man a destiny, in that the y2 want to have him divine, human, and the like mora lit y, freedom and humanity, etc., are his SNCE. And, like religion, politis 2wanted to educate man, to bring him to the realization of his essence, his destiny, to make something out of him, to wit, a true man, the one in the form of the true believer, the other in that of the true citizen or subject. In fact, it comes to the same whether one calls the destiny the divine or human. Under religion and politics man finds himself at the standpoint of should, he should become this and that, should be so and so. With this postulate, this commandment, every one steps not only in front of another but also in front of himself. Those critics say, yo shall it be a whole, free man. Thus THEY to stand in the temptation to proclaim a new religion, to set up a new absolute, an idea, to wit, freedom. Men should be free. And there might even arise missionaries of freedom, as Christianity, and the conviction that all occur properly destined to become Christians, sent out missionaries of the faith. Freedom would then constitute itself as a new community and carry on a like propaganda therefrom. Certainly no objection can be raised against getting together, but so milch the more must one oppose every renewal of the old care for us, of culture directed toward in short, the principle of making something out of us, no matter whether Christians, subjects, or freemen and men. One may well say with Feuerbach and others that religion has displaced the human from man, and has transferred it so into another world that, unatable, it went on with its own existence there as something personal in itself, as a god, but the error of religion is by no means exhausted with this. One might very well let fall the per's onality of the displ said human, me ght transform God into the divine, ands till remi en religious. For the religious consists in ds content with the present man, i.e., in the setting up of a perfection to be striven for, in ma nw restly ng for his completion. It consists in the fixation of an ideal, an absolute. Perfection is the supreme good, the finus bonorum, eve reani's ideal is the perfect man, the true, the free man, etc. The efforts of modern times aim to set up the ideal of the free man. If one could find it, there would be a new religion, because a new ideal, there would be a new longing, a new torment, a new devotion, a new deity, a new co-entration. With the ideal of absolute liberty, the same turmoil is.